I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Moonlight Competition. In the Yan'yu sect, on the top of Yan'yu Peak, the ethereal Nangang One floated down to a palace, filled with spiritual energy and strict restrictions. With her lotus steps, the restrictions dissipated automatically wherever Nangang One passed, and soon she arrived outside a fragrant room in the inner courtyard. Junior sister, how is it? The voice of Shizankin, the chief elder of the Yan'yu sect, came out, and the door opened at the same time. Nangang One walked in and saw Shizankin sitting cross-legged in the room, with a silver mirror wrapped in blazing infant fire floating above his head. Our disciples arrived a step late and didn't get any news. However, judging from the situation at the scene, the intelligence obtained by our internal counterparts must be extraordinary, and there was a third party involved at the time. Patriarch Ling, who seemed to be involved, but he didn't know much. Humph. Even if this old fox knows something, he will never tell you. Don't think that our 6 sects are now of the same blood and advance and retreat together in the 9-nation alliance, but none of the 5 sects want our Yan'yu sect to be unlucky. After expressing his dissatisfaction, Shizankin slowed down his tone and said, although the disciple who responded to the internal response died, he would not have risked being exposed if he had not obtained information that would directly endanger our sect. It seems that for some reasons, we have been targeted by the Milan people. Junior Sister Nangang, please secretly pass the order that all elders above the Jiandan stage must not retreat in recent years to prevent accidents. As for the third party, we must also investigate it carefully. Maybe he knows something. This matter is also handed over to Junior Sister. Nangang One nodded slightly in response. If that Luo Hong was really Luo Hong, perhaps she could ask him whether Han Li was dead or alive. After all, the two were brothers and disappeared at the same time, so they were very likely to be connected. After returning to her own cave, Nangang One called Fairy Nisheng and instructed her. Nisheng, the death of the disciple who responded to the internal situation is suspected to be related to a fake infant cultivator. This person is called Luo Hong. Go and check it out. This person is about to form an infant, and it is very likely that he is living in a major immortal cultivation family. You must focus on this. In addition, this is some possible information. You can use it as a basis, but don't believe it completely. Fairy Nisheng nodded slightly, took the scroll that Nangang One brought with her magic power, and opened it on the spot to check. 4th grade spiritual root. Uncle Master, could this be a mistake? How could such a poor aptitude cultivate to the Jiandan stage? That's why I only said it was possible. You should try your best. Nangang One actually didn't think that the two Luo Hongs were the same person. It must be a very good opportunity to cultivate to the false infant stage in just 200 years with the aptitude of 4th grade spiritual root. But she just hoped it was true, hoping to find out whether Han Li was alive or dead. After letting Nisheng leave, Nangang One, who realized that her state of mind was a little confused, silently practiced the skills, and then continuously sent out sound transmission notes. The matter was of great importance, so Nangang One did not choose to make it public. She only transmitted the sound to the Jiandan disciples, who were in seclusion, asking them to close some restrictions around the cave, so that they could be summoned at any time. She did not tell the specific reason. Anyway, as the Supreme Elder, she ordered that there was no need to explain to the Jiandan disciples. 7 days after the incident, Luo Hong returned to Yan'yu sect alone and returned to his spiritual farm. Knowing that the Yan'yu sect was about to be in trouble, Luo Hong resolutely returned, but he had no choice. Now that it had only been a few days since the incident, if Luo Hong disappeared at this time, he would most likely be targeted. Besides, his external incarnation was still in the Yan'yu sect. After 2 years of refining, it was already halfway refined. If it was abandoned, it would cause great hidden dangers. In order to deal with the possible crisis, Luo Hong decided to speed up the matter of forming an infant. So Luo Hong, a foreign affairs disciple who was not good at socializing, completely withdrew in the Lingshan garden, and did not go out. Time flew by, and 2 years passed quietly. On this day, Wang Qingqing knocked on Luo Hong's dusty cave door, and became the first visitor to Luo Hong after he entered. Looking at the simple furnishings in Luo Hong's cave, Wang Qingqing felt a little guilty. Not long after Qi Yeming lost the duel, the Qi family retaliated against Luo Hong, and found some random reasons to confiscate his 3 years of spiritual stone salary. When the other party saw her coming, he still happily made tea to entertain her, which made Wang Qingqing feel a little uncomfortable. "Uncle, why did you come here today?" Luo Hong was in a good mood, because he had successfully completed all the preparations for the formation of the infant. In a few days, he would be able to start the formation of the infant. "Nephew Luo, do you know about the Yuhua competition held every 20 years in the sect?" Wang Qingqing sat down with a cold face, and symbolically took a sip of spiritual tea. Junior didn't know that this Yuhua competition is for every disciple to participate. Luo Hong replied with a blank face. He had only been in Yanyu sect for 4 years, and had not made any friends. How could he know about the Yuhua competition held every 20 years? Wait, this Yuhua competition could not be the goal of the million people. In just a moment, Luo Hong thought of it. As expected, he had no idea about this. Wang Qingqing glanced at Luo Hong and explained, "The Yuhua competition is a grand event within our Yanyu sect. Participants are all elite disciples in the sect, and only disciples under the age of 45 can participate. That is to say, most disciples have 2 opportunities to participate in their lifetime. The competition is divided into the key refining group and the foundation building group. The top 10 disciples in each group can receive generous rewards from the sect. Of course, more important than rewards is the opportunity to show off in front of the elders in the Jinden stage. Every time there is a Yuhua competition, there are disciples who are favored by the elders in the Jinden stage, and accepted as their personal disciples. Those who are unlucky will also be favored by many fellow disciples, and it is not difficult to find a Taoist partner." At the end, Wang Qingqing deliberately emphasized her tone, and her beautiful eyes observed Luo Hong's expression. However, to her surprise, after hearing the news, the other party did not show joy, but his face was slightly gloomy, and his smile became stiff, as if he had heard some bad news. What happened to him? Wang Qingqing couldn't help but feel puzzled. With the level of physical training Luo Hong showed at the beginning, it is not difficult for him to defeat the key training disciples in the sect and squeeze into the top 10. He must know this better than me. Is it because I asked him to find a Taoist partner that he showed such an expression? The more Wang Qingqing thought about it, the more she felt that this was the fact. She bit her lip and said, "Nephew Luo, you know that the Tao is ruthless. If you are not a cultivator of the same level, even if you become a Taoist partner, you can't escape the fate of a lonely grave with withered bones. You have a good character, and deserve to find a more suitable woman to be together." Luo Hong raised his head in surprise, looking at Wang Qingqing, who was staring at the tea, and talking to herself, feeling very depressed. This little girl, why is she suddenly concerned about my marriage? Be careful that your master will not want you if he knows. I won't participate, and I will form an infant in the next chapter. Chapter 302. Everything is ready. Well, this Yuhua competition is so grand, but there are no special rewards in the sect? It won't be just some magic tools and elixirs, right? Luo Hong wanted to know what kind of treasure was worth a million people's fuss. It stands to reason that a treasure of this level should be famous, but when he was still a disciple of Huangfeng Valley, he had never heard of it. Of course not. The Yuhua competition has its own unique rewards. All the disciples who won the top 10 in the foundation building stage and the key refining stage can get a drop of Yuhua treasure due. This spiritual liquid is very beneficial to the immortal cultivators, who practice yin attribute and cold attribute skills. Not only does it have the effect of keeping the face young, but it can also increase the speed of practice, and the difficulty of breakthrough of the corresponding skills. If not, the Yuhua treasure due is only effective for low-level disciples, and such spiritual objects are not for us to enjoy anyway. Wang Qingqing's eyes flashed with brilliance, and it was obvious that she was very interested in this treasure due. Yin and cold attribute skills? Haha, why don't you just say it's the skills of the Yanyu sect? Among the 6 sects, only the disciples of the Yan'yu sect mostly practice cold and cold attributed skills. The Moonlight Dew is only effective for low-level cultivators, so it naturally won't have a great reputation. So magical? May I ask, Uncle, where does the Moonlight Dew come from? Luo Hong asked in surprise. Master once told me that the Moonlight Dew is condensed by the inherited treasure of the sect, the questioning heaven mirror, which collects the power of the moonlight. It can only be condensed once every 20 years. If you have the opportunity to obtain it, you should do your best. Wang Qingqing stared at Luo Hong, as if warning him not to miss this opportunity. Questioning heaven mirror? Could it be related to the true man questioning heaven? Luo Hong couldn't help but think of the name he got in the Void Sky Dark Palace. Even among the ancient cultivators, this person can be regarded as having great magical powers. Things related to him must not be simple. Holy Beast, Treasure Mirror. In this way, they are alright. The target of the Mulan people is not the Moonlight Dew, but the questioning heaven mirror. Luo Hong thought it was most likely the former. After all, the heaven asking mirror had always been there, while the Moonlight Dew would only be available once every 20 years. With an idea in mind, Luo Hong's sense of crisis dissipated a lot, and he asked solemnly, "May I ask, Uncle Master, when will the Moonlight competition be held?" "After 3 months, but you can sign up now." Before the official participation in the competition, each peak will have to hold a small competition to decide the participating disciples. "I came here today to take my nephew to sign up." Wang Qingqing saw that Luo Hong seemed interested and hurriedly said, "Oh, Uncle Master, will you also participate?" Luo Hong nodded and asked, "If the competition was held in 3 months, then there would be enough time. It would only take 1 month for him to form a baby. By then, he would take his sister and Wang Qingqing and run away, and not get involved in the trouble of the Moon Sect. At most, he would inform Nangang Wan before leaving." Wang Qingqing frowned slightly, wondering why Luo Hong asked this question at this time. Could it be that he would only be interested in participating if he participated? How could such a sentimental relationship lead to the Great Way? Thinking of this, Wang Qingqing said with a little displeasure, "This is a rare opportunity. I will naturally not miss it. Since my nephew has made up his mind, let's go and sign up." Luo Hong naturally heard the unhappiness in Wang Qingqing's tone, but he couldn't understand the other party's mental journey at all. But it was better this way. So, he laughed and said, "Uncle Master, I have decided not to participate in the Yuhua competition." "Well, your escape speed is too slow, just like last time." Wang Qingqing stood up and realized something was wrong halfway through her words. She looked at Luo Hong in surprise and said, "What did you say? You are not participating?" "The Xiaoshu Yuan Gong that I'm practicing is a moderate and peaceful practice. It is neither yin nor cold. The Yuhua treasure dew has little effect on me. Instead of working hard to compete with my fellow disciples, I might as well practice in the cave with peace of mind, in order to compete for the opportunity to build my foundation." To be honest with you, Uncle Master, the Yan'yu sect is indeed a well-known large sect. The spiritual energy in the sect is abundant. I have recently felt that there are signs of breaking through the 12th level of key refining, and I'm preparing to retreat to break through the bottleneck. Retreat to breakthrough is the best excuse that cultivators can't shirk. Generally speaking, as long as you say it, the other party will be persuaded. Break through the bottleneck? But if you perform well, you may be accepted as a disciple by the giant and elder. Don't you want to give it a try? Wang Qingqing's mind suddenly became confused, and she even had some thoughts of not wanting Luo Hong to break through. My junior uncle knows my qualifications. This impossible thing can only happen in dreams. Besides, I think Linky Peak is very good, and don't want to leave. My senior sister is at Linky Peak. What reason do I have to leave? You. Wang Qingqing suddenly got angry, and pointed at Luo Hong, and wanted to say something, but in the end she bit her lip, turned around and left. Luo Hong smiled at her back, quietly cast a talisman, and stuck it on Wang Qingqing's back. Then he pinched his hand, and used magic to hide the traces of the talisman. Wang Qingqing was unaware of what Luo Hong did, and left Luo Hong's cave with a complicated expression. The Yuhua competition is approaching, and there is no guarantee that the million people's accomplices in the Yanyu sect will do something. Little girl, with my spiritual talisman, you can be prepared. Luo Hong said to himself while closing the door of the cave, and then turned to walk towards an ordinary stone wall. As soon as he stuck to the stone wall, the surface of the stone wall began to fluctuate like water waves. When he passed through, everything returned to calm. After entering the hidden cave in the belly of the mountain, Luo Hong walked through several passages in succession and came to a stone chamber blocked by restrictions. Luo Hong unlocked the restrictions and pushed the door open. He saw a cultivator who looked exactly like Luo Hong, but was blood red and very evil, sitting quietly in the center of the stone chamber. This person's body was covered with talismans in a continuously activated state, and the spiritual light flickered, but he seemed to be unconscious and motionless. Even the movement of Luo Hong pushing the door in could not make him raise his eyelids. This blood-colored Luo Hong is the external incarnation that Luo Hong has cultivated in the past 4 years. The one pasted on his body is the cleansing heart talisman developed by Luo Hong, which can wear away the emotions of immortal cultivators. Wearing away emotions is not something that can be done overnight, but needs to be done step by step. Before this, Luo Hong had used the primary cleansing heart talisman to wear away the emotions of his external incarnation. Its effect is equivalent to repeatedly running the 3rd level of Bingxinju hundreds of times, and now Luo Hong is using the intermediate cleansing heart talisman, which is equivalent to constantly running the 6th level of Bingxinju. Therefore, in a few days, his external incarnation will become a toolman without emotions, only with underlying logic and a simple will to survive. After replenishing a few exhausted cleansing heart talismans, Luo Hong walked out of the stone chamber and came to the center of the cave. Here, a formation plate was floating in the air, and the spiritual light was shining continuously. This was also one of Luo Hong's preparations for the formation of the infant. After he cultivated his external incarnation some time ago, he secretly replaced the large formation of Lingxian Yuan with his own large formation. Now, there was only one last step left before Luo Hong's Skywind Dragon locking formation could be set up. A flash of light flashed from Luo Hong's waist, and the Skywind crystal surrounded by a whirlwind appeared above his palm, and then was thrown towards the formation plate. After the Skywind crystal flew above the formation plate, it seemed to be embedded in a hole of the right size, and it was suspended in the air above the center of the formation plate, rotating at an extremely slow speed. This phenomenon showed that there were no emissions in the formation. Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction, and took out a small black bottle with his left hand. He flicked the bottle cap with his thumb, and immediately a green light and shadow flew out. Luo Hong grabbed the green shadow with his right hand and captured it in his palm. The green shadow bumped up and down, left and right, and when it found that it could not escape, it condensed in the middle and turned into a green dragon several inches long, roaring at Luo Hong. This green little dragon was the spirit of a level 7 wind dragon that Luo Hong killed in the Demon Clan Holy Land. Now, Luo Hong was going to refine it into the formation, and refine it into a veritable heavenly wind-locking dragon formation. Once this formation was completed, the 7th level wind dragon spirit would be able to borrow the power of the formation to have the power to rival a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. With it, Luo Hong didn't have to worry about being disturbed when forming a nascent soul. Chapter 303 Shattered Pill. Just as Luo Hong was preparing to form a baby in full swing, Fairy Nisheng stepped into the palace on the top of Yanyu Peak and came to the elder Shizankin. Disciple Nisheng, meet the elder. What do you want to see? Shizankin was sitting cross-legged behind the curtain at this time and said in a majestic tone. Disciple wants to borrow the magical power of the heavenly mirror to drive away the power of the moonlight contained in this object. Fairy Nisheng bowed her head respectfully and held out a jade box with both hands. There was no prohibition on the jade box to bang gods. Although it was not opened, Shizankin immediately knew what was in the box. It is rare for you to find such a spiritual material. Come with me. Shizankin stood up and walked past Fairy Nisheng with a solemn expression. Thank you, elder. Fairy Nisheng thanked her and followed Shizankin out of the house. After walking for a while, the two came to the outside of an open-air magic circle. The prohibitions around the magic circle were extremely strict. If Shizankin hadn't led the way, Fairy Nishan would never have dared to approach. In the center of the magic circle, there was a round green mirror the size of a human head, bathed in the moonlight gathered by the magic circle. It was the inheritance treasure of Yan'yu sect, the questioning heaven mirror. Although this mirror only had the magical power to condense the moonlight and turn it into treasure dew, and the treasure dew was only effective for low-level cultivators, it was one of the most important treasures in Yan'yu sect, and was always looked after by the great elders of Yan'yu sect. One reason was because of the ancestral precepts left by the founder of Yan'yu sect. The second reason was that this mirror seemed to be a magical power and had no reputation, but in fact, it made the number of giant and stage cultivators in Yan'yu sect increase by 20% to 30% compared with other sects of the same strength. The probability of Yuanying stage cultivators appearing also increased accordingly. Therefore, the questioning heaven mirror was a treasure worthy of its name and beneficial to the inheritance of the sect. After Shizankin stood still, she stretched out her hand and took the jade box that Fairy Nishan had been holding. Then, she opened the lid of the box with a thought and controlled the contents to fly to the heavenly mirror in the center of the magic circle. The contents of the box were none other than the 20 level 7 earth dragon scales that Luo Hong had used to exchange for the demon breaking pill. When these dragon scales flew to the bottom of the heavenly mirror like a flock of swallows, Shizankin activated the magic formation to block the moonlight. The next moment, strands of white light floated out from the surface of these dragon scales, slowly moving towards the heavenly mirror, as if the heavenly mirror was absorbing the essence of these dragon scales. This scene, as long as a cultivator who knows a little about the way of refining instruments sees it, he can recognize that the white light is the extremely pure moonlight. The reason why monsters, like cultivators, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but refine not magic power but demonic power, is because in addition to absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, monsters also devour moonlight. Because of this, all materials of monster beasts contain moonlight. The higher the level of the monster beast, the more moonlight it contains, and the purer it is. Moonlight is not harmful to cultivators, but if it is not refined and blended with spiritual energy, it will make the spiritual energy hazy and obscure. Therefore, generally speaking, when dealing with monster beast materials, the first thing a refiner has to do is to expel the moonlight from the materials. Using spiritual fire to calcine is the most common method. However, the purer the power of moonlight, the more difficult it is to remove it completely. If there is any residue, it will affect the power of the magic weapon. Monster beast materials of the 7th level cannot be used for refining, unless they are refined with infant fire for several months. In the moon covering sect, cultivators have a better way, which is to use the magical power of the questioning heaven mirror to devour moonlight. After just a moment of waiting, no more moonlight floated out of the dragon scales, and the yellow spiritual light it emitted seemed extremely pure and bright, reaching the best state for refining. Take it, but don't retreat to refine the treasure before the competition. Shizankin put the processed 7th level dragon scales into the jade box, and threw it back to Fairy Nishan. At the same time, after restoring the magic circle to its original state, she ordered, "Disciple obeys your order." Fairy Nishan was a little confused, but she knew that the elder was a strong man and always kept his word, so she didn't ask any more questions and agreed. Anyway, after absorbing the pure moonlight of the 7th level dragon scales, the time for the heaven asking mirror to condense the moonlight treasure dew will be greatly advanced. The moonlight treasure dew cannot be preserved for a long time and is always used immediately after condensation, so the competition will also be greatly advanced. It is estimated that it will only take 1 month for her to start refining the treasure, and this period of time is just right for her to make some preparations. After Fairy Nishan left, Shizankin still stood there, staring at the heaven asking mirror, and gradually frowned. Luo Hong, who was at Linky Peak, knew nothing about what happened on Yan'yu Peak. Nearly a month later, after Luo Hong's continuous refining, the Skywind locking dragon formation was completely completed, and the incarnation was also ready. Everything is ready, it's time to form a baby. Sitting cross-legged in the stone chamber with many restrictions, Luo Hong stretched out his sword finger and pointed at the forehead of the incarnation beside him. With a little magic, he let out his soul. As soon as it left the body, the soul of the incarnation struggled. This is because a soul will be consumed by the world after leaving the body. Following the instinct of survival, the soul of the incarnation wanted to return to the body. However, when Luo Hong tapped it into his Niwen palace, he immediately calmed down. Then, Luo Hong did not hesitate at all, and urged the main soul to devour this weak soul. For a moment, Luo Hong felt a cold feeling, as if a grain of ice fell into his neck, but this ice was extremely difficult to melt, and Luo Hong had no intention of melting it. For the ice itself, as long as it did not feel threatened, it would not react. This perfectly met Luo Hong's expectations. At this time, he no longer had any concerns. He closed his eyes and concentrated on practicing. After several cycles, Luo Hong's body and mind had adjusted to the best state. At this time, he took the demon breaking pill and let the medicinal power dissipate on its own. He focused all his attention on the 108 acupoints opened up around his body. In the first step of forming a baby, Luo Hong did not choose to take the 9-bend infant transformation pill, but chose to use the method of returning the 100 acupoints to the flow. The main reason was naturally that Luo Hong was confident enough in the step of breaking the pill. His foundation was perfect, and he could completely break the pill by himself. Of course, there was also a profit drive. Luo Hong wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of forming a baby to make his life magic weapon obtain a fundamental improvement. At the moment of breaking the pill, the 108 acupoints simultaneously gushed out the mana flow, carrying the 1 yuan heavy water beads stored in them, and gathered in the danshan through the meridians, rushing towards the golden pill. The golden elixir, which was already on the verge of breaking, was immediately shattered by the external force, and leaped to a higher spiritual level. The large amount of mana required for this process was all supplied by the acupoint mana. After a few breaths, a spiritual cloud composed of bright light spots appeared in Luo Hong's danshan, and the 1 yuan heavy water beads that rushed into the danshan also merged into a group, floating in the spiritual cloud. The first step was completed. Luo Hong endured the severe pain of the broken elixir, and changed the magic formula in his hand to make the soul leave the body. The moment he left the Niwen palace, the soul felt a burning pain, as if it would dissipate in the next moment. The great terror between life and death suddenly struck Luo Hong's heart, driving him back to the warm Niwen palace. Fortunately, Luo Hong had tried to leave the body several times before forming a baby, and he had adapted to it. At this moment, he was not affected by this, and fell straight into the danshan without stopping. When the soul entered the spiritual cloud, the light spots that made up the spiritual cloud were attracted to the surface of the soul as if being pulled. The second step of forming a baby, the fusion of soul and spirit, begins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Master Mulan. During the process of soul-spirit fusion, the primordial spirit will still be worn away by the heaven and earth. If the heart of Tao is not strong at this time, it will be unable to resist escaping back to the Niwen palace, and the formation of the infant will fail. But if the heart of Tao is too strong, it may really be scattered. This degree can only be controlled by oneself. Luo Hong believes that he has reached the extreme. If he can't stand it, then no one can form a baby. Among the 3 steps of forming a baby, the fusion of soul and spirit is the longest step. When Luo Hong was tested on his heart of Tao, the Yuhua competition of Yan'yu sect had entered the final stage. On the dragon and tiger stage on the hillside of Yan'yu Peak, Wang Qingqing was fighting fiercely with a fellow disciple in the foundation establishment stage. The icy longsword she drove would invade the opponent's magic weapon every time it clashed. After a few rounds, she gradually gained the upper hand. On the north side of the dragon and tiger stage, on a solemn white stone platform, the peak masters of each peak of Yan'yu sect, as well as several elders in the core formation stage, were sitting on stone chairs, watching the battle with interest. Junior sister Yu, your disciple has a solid foundation, and her moves are fierce but cautious. It seems that she is the best candidate for the first place in this competition. Fairy Nishan is the leader of Yan'yu Peak. She is sitting in the middle of a group of giant elders. She turned to Uruaxi, who was sitting a few seats away, and said with a smile. Uruaxi was also quite satisfied with Wang Qingqing's performance. In recent years, because of Qi Yangxiu's entanglement, she did not give much guidance to this direct disciple. The other party's performance today really made her feel proud, and her eyes could not help but become more intimate. Qingqing's talent and character are indeed excellent, but her performance today is inseparable from the careful teaching of senior sister Yu. Qi Yangxiu's voice suddenly sounded. He was sitting next to Uruaxi at this time, and flattered shamelessly. Uruaxi's good mood just now disappeared immediately. She didn't want to have any communication with the other party, and ignored him with a cold face. The fight on the stage also ended at this time. As expected by Fairy Nishing, Wang Qingqing defeated her opponent, and won the first place in the Yuhua competition. Before this, the competition for key refining disciples had already ended, so after this fight, the Yuhua competition reached the final stage, which was the stage for all the disciples to receive the Yuhua treasure due. Under the guidance of the disciple in charge, 20 disciples including Wang Qingqing lined up in 2 rows according to their ranking and cultivation, and stood in front of the high platform where the elders of the Jiandan stage were. At this moment, even the usually cold Wang Qingqing couldn't help but smile and looked up at her master. Uruaxi also gave encouragement generously and nodded to her with a smile. The other disciples who won the top 10 were even more excited, as if they had seen the scene of themselves being accepted as personal disciples by the elders of the Jiandan stage. If Luo Hong was here, he would find that the yellow-faced monk who had an inexplicable malice towards him was standing in the queue of key refining disciples. However, his expression was no different from that of his fellow disciples beside him, and he did not behave abnormally. As the leader of Yan'ou Peak, Fairy Nishan was the person with the highest status when Nangang Wan and Shizankin did not show up. She was the one who presided over the final stage of the Yuhua competition. Because she was thinking about using the 7th level dragon scales to refine magic weapons, Fairy Nishan did not let everyone wait too long. After simply encouraging everyone, she took out a clear and flawless gem with a flick of her wrist. As soon as this gem appeared, it was like a bright moon, emitting a soft glow. This glow was not dazzling at all. The disciples under the stage could easily see a ball of mercury-like spiritual liquid sealed in the center of the gem. That was the biggest prize of the Yuhua competition, the Yuhua treasure due. For a moment, Wang Qingqing and others, who were bathed in the precious light of the Yuhua treasure due, could not help but reveal a fiery look in their eyes. At this moment, the eyes of the 4 disciples, including the yellow-faced monk, suddenly became blank. In just a moment, their temperament changed drastically, as if the amnesiac suddenly regained his memory and turned into another person. Before Fairy Nishing and others on the high platform could react, the 4 of them all showed a miserable smile and pinched their hands to make the same magic formula. Qingqing, retreat quickly. With Uruax's reminder, the bodies of the 4 people suddenly exploded, but the strange thing was that their flesh and blood did not splash everywhere, but condensed into 4 blood-colored vortices. Then, 4 figures walked out of the blood-colored vortex. This sudden change scared Wang Qingqing. She subconsciously followed Uruax's retreat and stared at the red-robed old man who walked out of the blood-colored vortex closest to her. Are these people also cultivators? Why can't I sense a trace of breath? No, it's Master Mulan. The Jiandan elders of Yan'ou sect have dealt with Mulan magicians a lot in the past 100 years. Fairy Nishan noticed their identities the moment the 4 people appeared. Her cultivation was only at the late Jiandan stage, so even one Mulan master could not defeat her, let alone 4 of them. So she flew into the air without thinking, wanting to distance herself, and then formed a formation with her fellow Jiandan stage disciples to protect herself until Nangang Wan and the others arrived. At the same time, Uruaxi and the others changed their faces and almost flew away in all directions. Master Zhang, the pearl in the hands of the female cultivator is sealed with the moonlight dew. In this chaotic situation, the red-robed master locked onto Fairy Nishan with just one glance and said to the middle-aged Confucian scholar not far away. Master Zhang waved his hand expressionlessly and shot out a silver light. The speed of his escape seemed slow, but in a blink of an eye, it reached Fairy Nishan's head and turned into a giant silver hand, and it seemed that he was about to capture the pearl and Fairy Nishan together. At this moment, Fairy Nishan's pretty face turned pale, and she tried her best to offer a colorful satin. At the same time, her figure flashed and turned into a stream of light. She actually escaped more than 10 feet away with some secret method. But the silver giant hand just grabbed the colorful satin magic weapon and took it away, and then hit Fairy Nishan from a distance. At this moment, Fairy Nishan felt that she was doomed and threw the orb without even looking at it. Although it was only a moment since the shocking incident, she was so smart that she had guessed the purpose of the million people. Seeing this scene, Master Zhang snorted coldly and did not stop the silver giant hand from hitting. The skinny old man standing aside did not need to be ordered and immediately turned into a black whirlwind and rushed towards the orb. At the moment when the silver giant hand hit, a layer of black fog blocked Fairy Nishan, and a silver ball of light appeared out of thin air and hit it. With a boom sound, the black fog was blown away by the silver ball of light, and the latter was also completely melted in the process. The aftermath of the collision knocked Fairy Nishan away fiercely, blood gushing out of her mouth, and she fell to the ground without knowing whether she was dead or alive. On the other side, a huge firebird stopped the black whirlwind that was rushing towards the pearl, and Nangan Wan's figure appeared not far away. The great 5-element immortal capture hand is really powerful. Dao Zhang, you are a master of Mulan. Why are you sneaking around in my 9 nations alliance? Haha, this is really embarrassing for Dao. Accompanied by a deep male voice, an old man in a black robe flew over from a distance at a moderate speed. Shi Zhankin followed the old man at this time, but his face was no longer solemn and majestic as before, only a gentle smile. As soon as the old man in black robe appeared, the face of Master Zhang surnamed couldn't help but sink, staring at him and spitting out 3 words, Wei Wuya. The red-robed master and the big-eared woman, who had originally looked leisurely, immediately became solemn when they heard these 3 words. Chapter 305, A Vicious Fight. Wei Wuya is the great elder of the Huai sect of the 9-nation alliance, and has the cultivation of the late nascent soul. His appearance here is not a coincidence, but Shi Zhankin guessed the plot of the Mulan people, so he was invited here deliberately. However, the two did not know in advance that the Mulan people would send out the Divine Master. Although they seemed calm at this time, they were actually very surprised. Fellow Daoist Shi, this middle Divine Master is very powerful. If we fight, Wei and him will not be able to win in a short time. You have to deal with the other 3 Mulan Masters by yourselves. During the flight, Wei Wuya said to Shi Zhankin in a solemn tone, Don't worry, Master Wei, as long as the Mulan Divine Master does not take action, the other 3 will definitely die here today. Shi Zhankin's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said confidently, Yan'yu Peak is the important place of Yan'yu sect. When it was built according to the last fortress of the sect. There is no need to say much about the ordinary formations and prohibitions. The main means is a large formation called Gaoxing Lianyu formation. This formation can gather the strength of the disciples in the sect. If Shi Zhankin is in charge of the formation in person and the whole sect gathers strength, even a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage cannot easily attack it. Even if Shi Zhankin cannot get away at this time, the group of giant and disciples in the sect can also use the formation to exert the combat power of the nascent soul stage. Therefore, although there are only 2 nascent soul cultivators, Nangan Wan and herself, in the Yan'yu sect, the actual combat power is still higher than that of the 3 Mulan masters. However, the Mulan people have been planning the Yuhua Baolu for a long time, and an accident happened not long ago. They have already made plans for the unfavorable situation of seizing the treasure. The appearance of Wei Wuya almost announced the failure of the surprise attack plan to seize the treasure, and now a fight is inevitable. The big-eared woman standing next to the Divine Master surnamed Yuzong immediately understood this. She immediately raised her palm and offered a golden 7-story pagoda. She cast a spell and ordered, Suppress. A circle of golden light emanated from the inside of the pagoda, and in an instant it turned into an illusory pagoda hundreds of feet high, trapping most of the giant and elders of the Yan'yu sect. Seeing this, Wei Wuya immediately understood the Mulan people's plan. He snorted coldly, and a rolling black mist emanated from his body, condensing into a 10-foot-long black giant hand to grab the golden light pagoda. Wei Wui's black mist was not ordinary. It was transformed from the poison power he practiced. It belonged to the belly corpse poison among the 10 deadly poisons. Ordinary cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul would die instantly if they touched it, and even cultivators of the same level did not dare to touch it with their flesh. However, when the black giant hand was still 100 feet away from the golden light pagoda, a silver giant fist that was no less powerful than it rushed towards it. The two collided, and a loud earth-shaking noise erupted. The spiritual energy that burst out made everyone present feel uncomfortable in their chests. Some of the elders of the Yan'yu sect who were in the early stage of giant and cultivation suffered some internal injuries to their meridians. When the magical powers of both sides dissipated, the Zhang surnamed Divine Master had already stood on the top of the golden light pagoda and said in a gentle voice, "Since fellow Daoist Wei is interested in learning from each other, Zhang is more than happy to do so. However, this place is not suitable. You and I might as well have a fight between these two peaks." The fight between the cultivators with the combat power of the late nascent soul stage and the magicians was really too noisy. The Zhang surnamed Divine Master did not want to affect his master's treasure hunt, so he proposed to change the venue. "As you wish." Wei Wu'er also had this idea. After all, the 3 million masters would at most be affected and have some trouble, but many of the giant and elders of the Yan'yu sect would probably be killed by the aftermath of the fight. As the leader of the 9 Nations Alliance, Wei Wu'er had to consider this matter. The two hit it off and immediately turned into 2 rays of light, one black and one silver, heading for the horizon. After a while, a dull sound like thunder and a dazzling spiritual light came from the direction where the two left. As soon as the 2 heavyweights left, the million people took the lead in taking action. The skinny old man suddenly sacrificed a white bone beast claw, which instantly became the size of a house, wrapped in a fierce black cold wind, and slapped the red flame giant bird in front of Nangang Wan. Just as Nangang Wan was struggling to resist, the red-robed master leaped out, and on the way, sacrificed a strange-shaped magic weapon like a wheel, and spit out a ball of fire essence from his mouth, and attached it to it. Driven by his divine thoughts, he made it roll towards the giant and elder who obtained the Yuhua Pearl. This giant and elder was an old woman. As the master of Xiaoyu Peak, she was already 400 years old, and was extremely loyal to Yan'yu sect. A resolute look flashed in her eyes. She first threw the orb to her fellow disciple, then took off the red jade bracelet on her wrist and smashed it towards the flaming wheel. This move was like hitting a rock with an egg. Needless to say, even though the red jade bracelet was the old woman's life magic weapon, it still broke at the touch of a finger under her full power. But at this time, although the old woman was vomiting blood due to the backlash, her face was full of smiles of conspiracy. The broken red jade bracelet did not lose its spiritual energy as quickly as usual, but turned into a little red flame, burning towards the main body of the wheel magic weapon. Just one contact made the surface of the wheel black and damaged. Humph. A mere rootless fire dares to act rashly in front of my original fire spirit. Devour it. The red-robed master shouted coldly, and saw the fire spirit on the wheel become strong, and the stirring red flames were immediately swallowed up, which actually boosted its power. The old woman was shocked when she saw this. She didn't expect that her desperate means would be so easily resolved by the other party. Seeing the wheel magic weapon rolling over, the several means she used in panic could not stop it at all. In the end, she was hit head on, and burned into a ball of ash. Even her soul had not had time to escape. Just after dealing with the old woman, the red-robed master targeted the elder of the Yan'yu sect who had just obtained the orb. This person didn't have the intention to fight desperately. He immediately threw the orb to others, and offered the guardian treasure. But the red-robed old man didn't care where the orb went, and still drove the flaming wheel to roll towards him. His meaning was very clear. Whoever caught the orb would die. Seeing that another giant and elder was killed by the million people, Shizankin outside the golden pagoda finally stopped trying to break the seal of the pagoda, and flew towards the wall of the golden light pagoda. After a few attempts just now, she found that this tower could only be entered but not exited. Sure enough, she flew into the interior of the golden light pagoda without any obstruction. The big-eared woman seemed to have difficulty in making other moves, because she had to maintain the pagoda magic weapon. So after Shizankin flew in, she immediately sacrificed the condensing light treasure mirror and shot a colorful beam of light at the flame wheel. Needless to say, the speed of the light type magical power was so fast that it naturally covered the flame wheel in an instant. The magical power of the condensing light treasure mirror was just like the kinging mirror in Duobeo woman's hand, but the power was hundreds of times greater. The flame wheel was instantly fixed in the air, as if it was sealed in amber, and the flames on it stopped beating. However, before everyone in the Yanayu sect could breathe a sigh of relief, something strange happened to the big-eared woman. Her aura suddenly rose to the level of a great master. It turned out that this person had been hiding her cultivation, and now that it was exposed, there was naturally a purpose. Chapter 306, The Powerful Inner Demon. When Nangan 1 showed up to stop the skinny old man, Uruaxi had already joined Wan Qingqing. Although the two of them retreated quickly, they were still covered by the golden giant tower. Seeing that the red-robed master began to kill, Uruaxi wisely did not try to break the golden tower wall that blocked the way, but called 3 fellow Chindan disciples who were familiar with her to form a formation to protect themselves. Qi Yunxiu didn't know whether he wanted to take the opportunity to show off or simply wanted to gather together for warmth. From beginning to end, he followed Uruaxi like a dogskin plaster. So, including Uruaxi, 5 Jindan cultivators with different cultivation levels formed a 5-way gathering array. Wan Qingqing, as a foundation building cultivator, was useless at this time and was protected by everyone in the array. However, just as they were waiting in for array, Shizankin made a bold move and used the magical power of the Ningguan treasure mirror to fix the magic weapon of the red-robed master. Seeing that their uncle possessed such magical powers, Uruaxi and the others were all pleasantly surprised. For a moment, even Uruaxi herself had the idea of attacking the red-robed master. However, there was one person who thought more than they did. Junior Sister Feng, give me the orb quickly. We must not let the Milan people succeed in their conspiracy. Qi Yunxiu shouted to the fellow sister who had just caught the orb. Now that the overall situation is about to be decided, I must perform well and let the elder see my loyalty so that she will agree to my dual cultivation with senior sister Yu. If I can take senior sister Yu's pure union, my cultivation will surely improve greatly and it is possible to break through to the late stage of Jindan. This junior sister Feng only has the cultivation of the early stage of Jindan, and she didn't want to take this hot potato. If Uncle Nangan wasn't not far away, she would have avoided it just now. Now that Qi Yunxiu is willing to take over, she is more than happy. So, without thinking, she threw the orb to the other party. But at this moment, the big-eared woman suddenly burst out with a magical aura that was no weaker than Shizankin's, and then 8 golden chains flew out from the wall of the golden tower. Shizankin suddenly realized that the target of these 3 Mulan magicians was actually her. Although the Moonlight Treasure Dew was the primary target of the Mulan people's trip, in this situation, if they did not seriously injure or kill Shizankin, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul, they would find it difficult to escape, even if they got the Moonlight Treasure Dew. Therefore, there was this drama of the big-eared woman showing her weakness and the red-robed master confusing her mind. Even though the condensing light treasure mirror was very magical, it could only stay in one place at the same time. As long as Shizankin did not rush towards the 7-story golden tower of the big-eared woman at the beginning, she would have fallen into a trap. Seeing the chains coming, Shizankin frowned, but she did not panic, and did not hastily retract the magical power of the condensing light treasure mirror. She saw the magic formula in her hand change, and 2 flying swords, one black and one white, escaped from her danshan. After the 2 flying swords were sacrificed, they circled around Shizankin. Cold and heat waves suddenly burst out, and black and white air blended to form 2 layers of black and white shields inside and outside. It was because of this protective magical power called the double shield of ice and fire that Shizankin dared to take the opponent's premeditated attack. After the black and white shield was transformed in an instant, Shizankin was about to use another method to sneak attack the skinny old man who was trembling with Nangan 1. But she was extremely surprised to see that the 8 golden chains were like invisible objects, easily penetrating her double shield of ice and fire, and then simultaneously covering all parts of her body. However, even so, Shizankin did not feel any pain. Seal. the big-eared woman shouted as soon as she saw that she had succeeded. In an instant, Shizankin felt that the magic power in her nascent soul was being madly extracted, which made her face pale, and the Ningguang treasure mirror also darkened and no longer shot out colorful light beams. After absorbing the magic power of Shizankin, the golden giant tower became more and more shining, and the tower wall slowly solidified, and it had the tendency to turn into a real giant tower. This is the octagonal demon ceiling tower. After Shizankin suffered a great loss, he suddenly remembered a long-lost ancient treasure described in the sect's classics, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "The more solid the giant tower transformed by this treasure is, the faster the magic power can be extracted." Although Shizankin's nascent soul was not imprisoned, because of the magical power of the golden chain, his body had become a cage, and the nascent soul could not escape at all. The only way to escape was to use the infant fire to refine the chain before the magic power was drained. Shizankin did not dare to neglect it. While maintaining the protective magic power, he urged the infant fire to burn the golden chain. Perhaps knowing the power of Shizankin's protective magic power, the red-robed master did not choose to attack the opponent after the magic weapon escaped, but instead stared at Qi Yangxiu in the direction of the flying orb. Faced with the murderous intention of Mulan Master, Qi Yangxiu couldn't help but feel bitter and secretly complained. Why didn't this person kill junior sister Feng first like before, but set his sights on me? Different purposes naturally lead to different methods. The red-robed master just wanted to provoke Shizankin to come in, but now he is simply trying to seize the treasure. With a thought, the flaming wheel rolled towards Qi Yangxiu. It's fatal, you can't take it. Qi Yangxiu had no intention of risking his life for the Yanyu sect. Now the orb was an evil ghost that wanted his life. Seeing it coming, he hid to the side without thinking. The orb flew past Qi Yangxiu and then fell into the hands of Wang Qingqing, who looked confused. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Wang Qingqing's mind, but in the end he still held the orb tightly. HMPH. Despicable Cheyenne people, go to hell. The red-robed master did not play by the rules again. It seemed that he could not stand Qi Yangxiu's disgusting behavior. He did not change the target of the magic weapon. Everyone, quickly join me in attacking. Hearing Qi Yangxiu shout, the other four people could not help but gnashing their teeth in hatred. Although Yu Ruoxi wished that Qi Yangxiu would die so that she could have a quiet life, she had no choice but to attack Wang Qingqing, who caught the orb. Led by Yu Ruoxi, the 5 giant and stage monks sacrificed their magic weapons together and confronted the flame wheel head-on. After a boom, the 5 people gathered their strength and finally barely withstood the attack of the flame wheel. However, due to the recoil, the 5 people were seriously injured and could not hold on for a few more times. Qi Yangxiu was unusually decisive. After the attack, he wanted to escape without hesitation. But just as he rushed out a few feet, the flames on the wheel magic weapon surged out, turning into a fireman, and rushed straight towards Wang Qingqing. And he happened to be between the two, and it was obvious that the red-robed master would not give way to Qi Yangxiu. Qi Yangxiu did not dare to test the other party's magical power with his own body, and immediately withdrew and retreated, and inadvertently came to Wang Qingqing's side. At this time, the fireman was still several feet away from Wang Qingqing, but she already felt the heat was unbearable and knew that her death was approaching, and she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just when Wang Qingqing was reflected by the firelight, her back suddenly lit up with spiritual light, and in an instant a 4-color light ball appeared, wrapping her and Qi Yangxiu, who happened to pass by her. The 4-color light ball flashed and disappeared into thin air. The smile on the face of the red-robed master, who was about to get the treasure, froze suddenly. After a moment of stunned, he immediately released his spiritual sense to sense it, but he did not sense the moonlight breath exuding from the gem. The moonlight dew was the focus of the million people. The disappearance of its aura immediately changed the expressions of the other 2 people, and they could not help but look in the direction of the red-robed master. Nangong seized the opportunity and shook her bare hands inadvertently. A dark red light flashed from her hand, and no one present noticed it. "Ah, it hurts me." Less than a breath later, the skinny old man suddenly trembled and screamed. Then his breath dropped sharply, and he looked like he was seriously injured. It turned out that what Nangan 1 had just used was the consumable magic weapon she had spent a lot of money to refine, the evil slaying thorn. This treasure is the most hidden and insidious, and it is difficult to detect unless it is a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage or a person with extremely strong spiritual consciousness, but the power is slightly insufficient and cannot kill with one blow. After being secretly plotted by Nangan 1 and injured, the skinny old man immediately put away the bone claw magic weapon and turned into a black wind to roll towards the big-eared woman. Master He, the orb has been moved 100 miles away. If you chase it in that direction quickly, you should be able to sense the breath of the orb soon. The big-eared woman had not expected such a shocking change. If the female disciple had the ability to move, why didn't she use it in advance? Could it be that she had already recognized my treasure? This octagonal magic tower is an ancient treasure that came from the Buddhist sect of Dajin. It is specially used to suppress evil demons and heretics. Of course, there are space restrictions inside. If the big-eared woman was not driving this treasure to deal with Shizankin with all her strength, as long as there was a spatial fluctuation, it would be restricted by this treasure. It's too late to say anything now. Yuhobeolu must not be lost and must be recovered. The red-robed master knew this very well. He immediately collected the magic weapon, turned into a beam of fire, and fled quickly. All elders, listen to my order and kill this girl with me. Nangan 1 did not intend to chase the red-robed elder. If she left, Shizankin would inevitably fall into a dangerous situation. The best option at the moment is to gather everyone's strength, kill the skinny old man and the big-eared woman first, and rescue Shizankin. The red-robed master will not be able to cause any trouble. The situation suddenly became favorable to Yanyu sect. The giant and elders were very motivated and moved closer to Nangan 1. Only Uruaxi was suspended in place in a daze. She was not hit by a spell of bewitching, but the 4-color light ball just now was too familiar, which reminded her of a talisman and a person. In an ordinary wooden house 100 miles away, the 4-color light ball suddenly appeared, and the figures of Wang Qingqing and Qi Yangxiu appeared. Both of them were confused. After appearing, they immediately looked around, but they only saw rows of neatly arranged farm tools, no fireman, and no red-robed master. After calming down, Wang Qingqing pushed the door and came out. What came into view was an endless golden spiritual grain field. Could this be the spiritual garden of nephew Luo? Wang Qingqing could think of the only spiritual garden that she had a connection with, the one managed by Luo Hong. But how did I get here? At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew up. After blinking, Wang Qingqing found that there was a circle of green crescent-shaped wind blades spinning slowly on almost every spiritual valley. What is this? Exclamation mark. Wang Qingqing looked up suddenly and saw that the sky, which was originally normal, was changing rapidly. The blue sky and white clouds disappeared without a trace, and a huge green dome was formed instead. This is a formation. Someone has arranged a formation here. But why? There are only spiritual valleys here. Qingqing, do you recognize this place? After all, Qi Yangxiu is a giant unstage cultivator. He has seen more than Wang Qingqing and can be more aware of the power of the formation above his head. Hearing the person who just heard her call her so affectionately, Wang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a chill. She was about to perfunctorily say that she didn't know, but a gust of wind blew from behind, making her almost unable to stand. Turning around, Wang Qingqing froze. A chill suddenly rushed from her tailbone to the top of her head. She saw a huge dragon head right in front of her eyes, and the gust of wind just now was the dragon's breath. Level 77 dragon. Qi Yangxiu trembled and slowly retreated. This kind of monster was definitely not something he could deal with. Didn't this dragon eat Wang Qingqing? No, this dragon's body is illusory. It's not a real demon dragon, just a spirit. Since it is a spirit, it must be left by the person who set up the formation here. It didn't attack Wang Qingqing, so naturally it wouldn't. Qi Yangxiu's heart was only half relieved, and the wind dragon spirit came to bite him. If he hadn't offered a small tripod with pink smoke in time to block it, this would have separated his body and head. Such different treatment is naturally not controlled by Luo Hong in secret. He is still forming a baby in the spirit binding formation. What protects Wang Qingqing is just the residual breath of the talisman left by Luo Hong. Qingqing, save me. Save me, King King. Ki Yunxio was not a match for the wind dragon spirit. The sky wind dragon locking formation was quickly entering the enemy state. Along with the attack of the dragon spirit, there were endless wind blades. He felt exhausted after just a few breaths and called for help from Wang King, who was let go by the dragon spirit. Wang King wished that the other party would die so that her master would no longer be entangled by this person, so she ignored him. She barely stood firm in the strong wind and looked at the cave embedded in the cliff. She thought to herself, Master Luo, who are you? To be honest, Luo Hong didn't know who he was now, but he knew that he was very happy now. As soon as he came to his senses, he saw Yuan Yao, who was only wearing underwear, sitting sideways on his legs, holding a cup of spiritual wine and feeding it into his mouth. Before he could drink it, a pair of jade arms came from behind his neck. Luo Hong looked up and saw Ziling, with her shoulders half exposed, looking at him with spring in her eyes. Husband, am I beautiful? After exchanging glances with Luo Hong, Ziling blushed and said in a tender voice, Husband, drink the wedding wine with me. Yuan Yao shook her body and said unwillingly, as if she was dissatisfied with Luo Hong being diverted by Ziling. Hiss, don't move. Husband? I'm your husband? Luo Hong felt that his memory was missing. He had images of the three women, but he couldn't recall the past. Junior brother, you are really drunk. A voice that made Luo Hong feel very intimate sounded. He turned his head under pressure and saw Yu Ruoxi lying on the bed without a single piece of clothing, with two flawless legs crossed, and slowly flexing and stretching. What a beautiful body. Drunk? Yes, I seem to be drunk. With the beautiful scenery in front of him, Luo Hong decided not to think too much. All the abnormalities should be caused by drunkenness. Grabbing Yuan Yao's teasing hand, Luo Hong was about to kiss her, but he caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye. He looked over and suddenly shuddered all over. He saw another Luo Hong standing at the window, looking coldly at Yuan Yao with her lips slightly open and her beautiful eyes closed. Seeing this scene, the memories that Luo Hong had forgotten came flooding back. Wrapping his hand around Yuan Yao's waist, and after lingering on the indescribable delicacy for a while, Luo Hong reached out and gently stroked Yuan Yao's cheek, sighing, the inner demon is so powerful. Chapter 307, Capturing the Demon, and Forming a Baby. As soon as the words fell, Luo Hong extended his sword finger, and used all his strength to point at Yuan Yao's temple. If Luo Hong hit her this time, Yuan Yao would surely die. However, at the moment when the sword finger was about to hit her, Yuan Yao bang turned into a puff of green smoke, and then Ziling, Yu Ruoxi, and the entire wedding room disappeared like smoke. Luo Hong found himself in a grey world, and before he could make any move, many gorgeous colors enveloped him. And his memory, which had just recovered, became hazy again. He closed his eyes, and opened them again, and Luo Hong found himself lying on the bed in a daze. He wanted to get up, but he was so weak that he only had the strength to turn his head, and suddenly felt extremely thirsty in his mouth, and couldn't help shouting, water, water. A creaking sound was heard, and a beautiful woman walked into the room with an anxious face. Hearing Luo Hong's murmur, she hurriedly poured a glass of water, and handed it to Luo Hong's mouth. After drinking 2 sips, Luo Hong felt much better. He looked up at the woman and said naturally, Mother, what happened to me? My poor child, you have tuberculosis, and have been in a coma before. Fortunately, your father gave up the ancestral elixir to pull you back from the gates of hell. Luo Hong's mother covered her face and cried for a while, then burst into laughter. Tuberculosis? But am I not a disciple of Huangfeng Valley? Can immortal cultivators also get sick? Luo Hong felt dizzy and raised his hand. He found that his palm was thin and small, just like a child's palm, but he vaguely remembered that he was an adult and managed a garden in Huangfeng Valley. What happened to me? Luo Hong was extremely puzzled and terrified about his condition. What immortal cultivator? Honja, you can't cultivate immortality without spiritual roots. Did you fall asleep? Don't scare me. Luo Hong's mother touched Luo Hong's forehead with concern, and then shrank back with a cry, and said in a panic, why is it so hot? Jinga, is your brother's medicine ready? Bring it in quickly. Here it is. The medicine is here. The little girl Luo Hong held a bowl of black medicine in both hands and walked into the house carefully, as if holding this treasure, but at a fast speed. Don't be afraid, Honja, you will be fine after drinking the medicine, and you will definitely not miss the imperial examination in Beijing. When Luo Hong's mother saw that the medicine had been brought, she felt relieved and comforted her in a warm voice. Taking the exam. Yes, I'm one of the 4 great talents in Shanghai City. I will be the top scholar and prime minister in the future. A memory suddenly emerged, and Luo Hong couldn't help but get anxious, and urged weakly, quick, bring the medicine. As he said that, Luo Hong turned his head to look at the door, and saw Luo Hong holding the medicine, and a tall and familiar figure. Who is this person, and why does he look so similar to me? Out of curiosity, Luo Hong took a few more glances despite his weakness, and found that this person was very strange. He followed Luo Hong into the house, but completely ignored himself and his mother, staring at the medicine in Luo Hong's hand, expressionless and very indifferent. Is there something wrong with this medicine? With this thought, Luo Hong felt a clear mind, and suddenly recalled many things, and the feeling of weakness also faded away instantly. You are a demon, and you let me deceive myself. Luo Hong instantly realized that he was still in the illusion of the demon. He changed his mind, pretended to be weak, and sat up from the bed, and eagerly snatched the medicine bowl from Luo Hong's hand. But just as he raised it to his lips, Luo Hong suddenly smashed it to the ground, and the medicine bowl shattered, and the medicine was scattered everywhere. Indistinctly, Luo Hong seemed to hear something screaming. As before, the illusion disappeared again, but although the inner demon was injured by Luo Hong, it was not destroyed, and it did not give up. Then it blinded Luo Hong's memory again and again, pulling him into illusions. These illusions contain almost all the desires in the world, and lust and the desire to survive are just appetizers. Luo Hong experienced daydreams such as Leng Yuling marrying him, the 2 saints of the Star Palace taking the initiative to give him the initiation, and offering him the foundation of the Star Palace. There were also his own secrets exposed, and all the immortal forces wanted to capture him and force him to set up the 5 evils gathering spirit array, which was terrifying. There was also an incredible experience that, because he went too far in his experiments, he caused a disaster in the human world, and the cultivators in the spiritual world held him accountable. However, although the inner demon illusion was very real and terrifying, there would always be a cold Luo Hong appearing, staring straight at the inner demon, hidden in the illusion. This allowed Luo Hong to wake up from the illusion without much effort every time. Moreover, as the inner demon illusions were shattered one by one, Luo Hong's memories would gradually increase each time, and later he could see through the inner demon's tricks by himself. At this moment, Luo Hong was in a bright modern living room. He sat on a soft sofa, with all kinds of snacks on the coffee table in front of him. He stared at the LCD TV hanging on the wall with full concentration, holding the handle in his hand, and rubbing it non-stop. After several hours, when the final boss fell, Luo Hong stretched and slumped on the sofa. I never thought that in my previous life, I could only play a AAA masterpiece through video games, but in this life, I would experience it in the form of a heart demon illusion. After sighing, Luo Hong twisted his neck, stood up, patted the shoulder of Luo Hong beside him and said, "Thank you, brother." Then, a light flashed in his eyes, and the modern living room suddenly dissipated, returning to the world filled with grey fog. The game controller that Luo Hong originally held in his hand also turned into a ball of red light. This red ball of light was the heart demon itself, but it was already weak and extremely weak, and it could no longer force Luo Hong into the illusion. In fact, with the help of Bing's soul, Luo Hong didn't need to experience so many heart demon illusions. He had the opportunity to kill the heart demon long ago. But when Luo Hong found that he was not afraid of the heart demon at all, he had an idea. Everything in the world has its use. Even the heart demon. Luo Hong believed that it had its use. Instead of killing it, it is better to capture it and study it, which may allow him to go further on the path of God. Therefore, every time Luo Hong entered the inner demon illusion, he only exposed the illusion, and did not kill the inner demon, allowing him to make full use of every, even the smallest, loophole in his state of mind, so that he would exhaust his strength, and could only surrender Now that the inner demon has been eliminated, the nascent soul should be revealed. As Luo Hong muttered to himself, the destructive blue spiritual light shone into this spiritual world and soon enveloped him completely. When he came to his senses again, Luo Hong found himself curled up in a ball, with blue and transparent baby hands and feet. "This is my nascent soul," Luo Hong said with some enlightenment. The next moment, his consciousness sensed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had changed. Luo Hong knew that the omen of the formation of the nascent soul had appeared before he woke up, and now it was at the end, and a large amount of spiritual energy was about to pour into his body. Chapter 308, Red Robe charges into battle. In the Skywind locking dragon formation, Qi Yunxiu had died tragically in the mouth of the Jiao soul, and his body was cut into countless pieces by the wind blades and scattered into the spiritual field. Wang Qingqing saw with her own eyes that Qi Yunxiu, who was in the middle stage of the Jiandan stage, was killed like a pig or a dog. She was extremely shocked. Even though the King Jiao did not show hostility to her, she could not help but tremble. Junior brother Luo must be a senior who has hidden his cultivation. He saved me. Should I go and thank him? Wang Qingqing is also a smart person. After a little thought, she roughly guessed how she escaped from Master Mulan's death, and she couldn't help but have the idea of repaying her gratitude. However, the other party's purpose of hiding his cultivation and sneaking into the Yan'yu sect was unknown. Wang Qingqing did not dare to go rashly and hesitated in her heart. Suddenly, a vast spiritual pressure descended from the sky, almost pressing Wang Qingqing to kneel on the ground with her legs bent. She looked up, and the scenery that came into her eyes made her stunned. I saw many colorful spiritual lights appearing in the sky more than 100 feet high. They flickered and contained extremely pure spiritual energy, which made the sky particularly gorgeous. This is a sign of the formation of a baby. Outside the formation, the disciples of the Yan'yu sect on Linky Peak also witnessed this scene, but they did not have the leisure to appreciate it. Under the oppression of the huge spiritual pressure, the cultivators at the foundation building stage and below all felt chest tightness. The lower the cultivation level, the more severe the symptoms. Only meditation and breathing can alleviate it. Although the cultivators outside the Yan'yu sect cannot see the celestial phenomena, they have some sense of the abnormal movement of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When they realized that the abnormal movement came from the direction of the Yan'yu sect, the supreme elders of the 5 sects including the giant sword sect could not help but look sad, and their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Damn Yan'yu sect, someone has formed a baby again. If this continues, won't our 5 sects become a branch of the Yan'yu sect? Could it be him? Ancestor Ling, who appeared on the mountain peak, staring at the direction of the Yan'yu sect and frowning to himself. Regardless of what the outside world is like, the most shocked thing now is the two parties fighting to the death on Yan'yu Peak. Whether it is Nangang Wan and Shizankin, or Master Mulan, they have all experienced the formation of infants, and know what this celestial phenomenon means. Since the celestial phenomenon has appeared, the person who has formed an infant must have entered the last stage of the heart demon tribulation. In the process of overcoming this tribulation, even if the person who crosses the tribulation sinks in the illusion for several lifetimes, the outside world will only pass by in a moment. Therefore, it is definitely too late to stop the other party from forming an infant at this time. Nangang racked her brains, but she couldn't think of which giant unstage disciple in the sect could have the cultivation level to try to form an infant. That was the direction of Linky Peak. Could it be the nephew Qi who had just moved away? No, nephew Qi is only in the middle stage of Jiandan. It is definitely not him. With a quick turn of thought, Nangang thought of a person, that is, the mysterious cultivator who killed 3 million mages 2 years ago. Combined with the nervous attitude of the Linghu patriarch at that time, it is very likely that the other party is a cultivator in the false infant realm. If this is true, the cultivator named Luo Hong must have been hiding in the sect, and was so bold as to want to borrow the land to form a baby. In an instant, Nangang guessed the whole story, and felt relieved. Putting aside the matter of borrowing the land to form a baby, since the other party had attacked the magician, it was impossible for him to stand on the side of the magician at this time. If the other party could successfully form a baby, her Yan'yu sect would have another strong supporter in the early stage of the nascent soul. Thinking of this, Nangang Wan ordered the elders to slow down their offensive and make arrangements. After seeing the subsequent changes in the celestial phenomena, the big-eared woman and the skinny old man also took back their magic weapons. Compared with Nangang Wan, they were more concerned about the success or failure of Luo Hong's baby formation. If it succeeded, the red-robed master who went to seize the treasure might be involved in another fight, which was unacceptable to the big-eared woman and others. Shi Zhanqin misjudged their strength and only invited Wei Wu'er to ambush, but at this moment, the nascent soul cultivators of the Nine Nations Alliance must be on the way to help. If they delay too long in the moon-shattering sect, they will not be able to escape. Both sides have their own thoughts. One hopes for success, the other curses failure. The result soon became clear. As more and more spiritual light spots appeared, the sky within 100 miles of Luo Hong Cave Mansion was filled with breathtaking 5-colored clouds. The clouds rolled, and the sound of wind, rain, and thunder rose. The colorful clouds gathered from all directions to the center, forming a huge ball of light with a diameter of about a mile. The bright light inside was flowing, making it impossible to look directly at it. Suddenly, thunder exploded out of thin air, and the entire cliff cave shook violently. Then, a blue beam of light shot up into the sky and shot into the huge ball of light. For a moment, dark clouds suddenly rose, and the wind and rain were strong, with thunder and lightning. Wang Qingqing curled up into a ball, facing the dazzling spiritual light, watching the huge ball of light shrink and deform, and the colorful spiritual light became purer and purer, and finally turned into a crystal round bead the size of a fist. Thinking that this round bead was formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles, Wang Qingqing couldn't help but click her tongue. If I swallow this spiritual bead, I'm afraid I can break through the giant stage immediately. Of course, Wang Qingqing was just fantasizing. She knew very well that, if she really did that, the most likely outcome would be that her body would explode and die immediately. The crystal round bead didn't exist for long. Soon, it exploded without making any sound, and turned into a colorful ray of light, and flew into Luo Hong's cave. Nangang Wan and others who were far away in Yunai Peak saw this scene, and the four-word spiritual energy infusion flashed in their minds. It was even more clear that in this way, the other party's infant formation was a foregone conclusion. The big-eared woman immediately responded to this. She threw the octagonal magic tower above her head, tapped her hands continuously, and cast several spells in a breath. The golden light on the pagoda became rich and dazzling, and even appeared unstable. Not good. Be careful to protect yourself. Nangang Wan often fights with the Mulan people. At this moment, she can see at a glance that the other party is using spiritual arts to forcibly enhance the power of the magic weapon. It must be to perform some powerful magical power. As soon as the voice fell, the golden light on the octagonal magic tower suddenly dimmed, and then the golden light giant tower it transformed suddenly burst out with a dazzling spiritual light like the scorching sun, and retracted towards Shi Zhanqin at a very fast speed. When the golden light surged past, Nangang Wan and others felt that they had hit a copper wall and iron wall, and a muffled groan sounded one after another. Then, all the golden light flowed into Shi Zhanqin's body along the golden chain, and the next moment everyone heard a scream. Shi Zhanqin covered his chest with his hands, his face was red, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. He had been seriously injured by the magic power that rushed back. Seeing that the goal was achieved, the big-eared woman took back the pagoda with a distressed look on her face, and fled to Linky Peak. Nangang Wan wanted to chase, but was stopped by the skinny old man. Regardless of his injuries, the other party bit his tongue, and spurted out a mouthful of blood, causing many blood-colored ice crystals to appear in the black wind around him, and his magical power suddenly increased. The skinny old man was obviously going to fight to the death. Nangang Wan did not dare to neglect it. A spell like fairy music came out of her mouth. A circle of red halo suddenly appeared a few feet above her head, flowing like Buddha's light, and gradually became dazzling. This is Nangang Wan's strongest magical power, the reincarnation divine light. The two played their trump cards, and fought in one place the next moment. The elders of the Jiandan who were injured by the golden light could not intervene at all. At this time, someone suggested to summon the disciples to start the Gao crossing Lion Yu formation. Yu Ruoxi had the cultivation of the late Jiandan period. She was the most suitable cultivator to sit in the center of the formation and preside over the formation, but as soon as the golden light dispersed, she fled to Linky Peak. Although the elders of the Jinden period were surprised, they had no time to think about it, so they had to recommend a senior brother of the middle Jinden period. At this time, the red-robed master had followed the breath of the pearl to the outside of the formation and witnessed the process of the spirit pearl condensing and dispersing. This person has already achieved the nascent soul, but he is still refining the spiritual energy that fills his body. He must be reluctant to come out at this time. As long as I break the formation quickly and take the pearl away, I can stop entangled with this person. After such a calculation, the red-robed master sacrificed the wheel magic weapon, spitting out fire essence from his mouth and shooting a spell with his sword. The flame wheel with a diameter of about 10 feet rotated rapidly, making a sharp and piercing sound like metal friction. Go. With the order, the flame wheel with a red stream of light, like a meteorite falling to the ground, smashed towards the green light shield. At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded, and a green dragon tail was seen pulling out like a long whip. When the two touched, there was a loud earth-shaking noise, and the green and red spiritual waves exploded. The wheel magic weapon of the red-robed master retreated with a wail, and the green dragon tail was directly shattered into slag. But this tail was just the dragon soul transformed by the spiritual energy in the formation, and it could regenerate immediately, even if it was broken. As the formation rolled, a green dragon with a length of dozens of feet appeared, coiled on the green dome, and roared angrily at the red-robed master. It's a formation made of the dragon spirit. It's really tricky. The red-robed master's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the person who formed an infant here could set up such a powerful formation when he was still in the late stage of Jinden. Could this person be a cultivator who specializes in the way of formation? After guessing for a while, the red-robed master called back the magic weapon, and his mind was full of thoughts. The moonlight dew is related to the success or failure of the holy beast's descent to the world, and it must not be lost. If I want to break the formation alone, I will have to use magic weapons to smash it for at least several days. This treasure grabbing operation can't be delayed that long anyway. The only solution now is to force our way in. The red-robed master gritted his teeth, stepped on the magic weapon, and rushed towards the formation. There are two types of formations: protective formations and killing formations. The power of the former is concentrated on the spirit shield to block the enemy outside, while the power of the latter is concentrated inside the formation. The Skywind locking dragon formation is a typical killing formation. It is easy to get in, but it is even more difficult to get out alive. Once he entered the formation, the red-robed master saw that the sky and the ground were all green, and the sound of the whistling wind was all around his ears. The entrance behind him had disappeared without a trace, and his consciousness was disturbed, and he could not tell the east, west, south, and north. In this state, the red-robed master can be said to be completely trapped by the formation. There is no other way, except to break the formation by force. The blue tornadoes more than 10 feet high attacked from all directions. The red-robed master sacrificed the magic weapon for protection, which was not a problem for a while. But the attacks of the blue dragon soul were not easy to bear. Every time he pulled out his tail and extended his claws, or spit out a huge wind blade from his mouth, the red-robed master had to deal with it with all his strength. After staying in the formation for only a short while, his mana was severely depleted, but the formation showed no signs of weakening. Fortunately, the red-robed master had no intention of breaking the formation. He risked entering the formation just to seize the moonlight dew. After sensing it just now, he had determined the location of the orb. So, while fighting with the dragon spirit, he followed the breath of the orb and fled. Wan King was not blinded by the formation, so in her eyes, the red-robed master was killing her with the dragon spirit. Chapter 309, Out of the Gate to Face the Enemy. Seeing this scene, Wan King was horrified. She only needed to get a little closer to the battlefield between the red-robed master and the green spirit. Without them deliberately taking action, the aftermath of the fight between the two would be enough to strangle her. Wan King also understood that the situation had come to this point because of the orb in her hand, which contained the moonlight dew. She naturally knew that if she wanted to survive, she only needed to discard the orb. However, the orb was obtained by her in full view of the public. The rules of the Yanyu sect were strict, and the Great Elder was even more strict. If she only cared about saving her life, she would inevitably be severely punished afterwards. This matter even alarmed the great cultivators in the late nascent soul stage, and the lightest punishment would inevitably be the loss of her cultivation. If this was the case, Wang Qingqing felt that it would be better to die. She smiled bitterly. Although she knew that she had fallen into a desperate situation, she did not give up struggling, nor did she flee to Luo Hong's cave. Instead, she circled in the formation, trying to delay time. Unfortunately, as a cultivator in the foundation building period, Wang Qingqing's speed of escape was too far behind that of the red-robed master. Even when facing the entanglement of the green spirit, the other party was also closing the distance with her at a fast speed. Leave the pearl behind, and this master will spare your life. After the red-robed master drove the wheel magic weapon to fight against the green dragon claw, he gradually felt that it was a bit strenuous. Not wanting to delay any longer, he launched a verbal offensive. Wang Qingqing bit her lip and flew away with the sword. More than 10 feet behind her was a tornado composed of countless wind blades. Although these tornadoes could only consume the red-robed master's magic power, they were fatal to Wang Qingqing. Once she was caught in it, she would definitely die without a complete body. Without hearing the expected response, the red-robed master's face became ferocious, and a raging flame ignited all over his body. He blasted out a blood-red fireball like a madman, breaking the tornado that blocked his way, and then suddenly fled forward, forcing Wang Qingqing close. Aroused by the anger, Wang Qingqing suddenly felt that a disaster was coming. Her head buzzed, and Luo Hong's figure appeared in front of her. How could I think of him before I die? Why are you standing there? Why don't you retreat? Speak. No, it's a real person. Wang Qingqing's eyes flashed with joy, but soon filled with deep worry. But how could he come out of retreat at this time? Exclamation mark. Luo Hong had no time to care about Wang Qingqing's mental journey. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the several-inch-long Jiao soul body into his right hand and pinched the magic formula with his left hand. Suddenly, the wind spirit in the entire formation gathered towards the Jiao soul, and in a breath, it turned into a blue moon blade with Jiao patterns. Go. With Luo Hong's order, the 10-foot-long blue moon blade chopped out with a terrifying wind whistle. The red-robed master sensed an obvious nascent soul-level magic power since Luo Hong appeared. Then the formation changed dramatically, and he didn't know that the other party had taken action. Fortunately, he had just attacked with anger, so he was not in a hurry to deal with it now. With a thought, a huge fire wheel blocked him. When the moon blade came into contact with the fire wheel, it sent out a violent spiritual wave. Under the influence of the aura, the sky wind locking dragon formation could not help but tremble. After a stalemate, the blue moon blade that had merged with Luo Hong's magic power finally came out, and it was even more powerful. The fire wheel flew out with a whine. There was a crack about an inch deep on it, and it was obviously almost split in half during the stalemate. However, the blue moon blade was no longer able to break through the red-robed master's protective magic weapon, and flew behind Luo Hong in a spiral. At this time, due to the shocking blow just now, the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in the formation was disturbed, and some of the restrictions of the formation were temporarily invalidated. The red-robed master was able to glimpse the true appearance of this world, and even noticed a young monk with an ordinary appearance not far away. Are you crazy? You come out of retreat to fight me without refining the spiritual energy that has been infused into your body. Do you know that this can save you from decades of hard training? The red-robed master did not understand the other party's choice at all. This person hid in the spiritual field to form a baby, and his relationship with the moon-shaking sect must be bad. Could it be that he just wanted to save the female cultivator who was building a foundation? Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist. Since you took advantage of my formation to break into my formation, you can save your life today. Luo Hong said calmly, and the whistling wind sounded again. In fact, Luo Hong really didn't care about the spiritual energy that had not been refined in his body. For him, practicing in the main spiritual room for a few years could make up for this loss. The reason why he came out of retreat early was, first of all, to save Wang Qingqing, But more importantly, he didn't want the Moonflower Dew to really fall into the hands of the Milan people. The war between Milan and Cheyenne was inevitable, and Luo Hong would not be able to stay out of it. If the sacred beast of the Milan people really came down to the world, the result of the war would be hard to say. For the sake of future cultivation, Cheyenne must not be defeated, so the Yuhuabeolu must not fall into the hands of the Milan people. Humph, you are so arrogant. You are a cultivator who has just formed an infant, and you want to take my master's life. The red-robed master said, and he flicked his 10 fingers, shooting out 6 red arrows, and then slapped the spirit beast bag on his waist, and released the spirit beasts. The red arrows seemed to be the life-saving magic weapon of the red-robed master. Luo Hong drove the blue moon blade to fight against it, and at the same time distractedly looked at the spirit beasts released by the opponent below. I saw a huge beast with a body as big as a hill, like a rhinoceros and an ox, falling to the ground with a dung. Isn't this the spirit beast used by the Milan people to attack cities and conquer territories? Luo Hong immediately recognized the origin of this beast. This kind of giant beast is covered with spiritual armor, with thick skin and flesh, and infinite strength. If it is allowed to make a fuss and shake the foundation, the Cheyenne Feng locking dragon formation will be broken. Seeing Luo Hong frowning, the red-robed master raised his mouth coldly. There are not many city-breaking beasts in the entire Milan grassland. They are the most important fighting force of the tribe and an important reliance of the tribe in the future war. He would rather take risks than take risks with this beast, but now he can't care about it. In the eyes of the red-robed master, Luo Hong can be so arrogant, just showing off the power of the formation. As long as he breaks the formation, the opponent will definitely retreat. His expectation is not bad. Although Luo Hong does not only have the Skywind locking dragon formation, with the help of this formation, he can deal with the red-robed master a lot easier. Therefore, he must not let him break the formation. Luo Hong's mind moved, and the spirit beast bag emitted a white light, and 5 light balls flew out. These light balls instantly became larger after leaving the spirit beast bag, and the next moment 5 cheerful dragon roars resounded through the sky. At the beginning, when Luo Hong subdued these 5 dragons, he was planning to use their power to upgrade the 5 evils gathering spirit formation, so he never used them against the enemy, fearing that there would be casualties. But now he is just dealing with a clumsy beast, so there should be no problem. Who are you? When he saw that the other party had 5 level 7 dragons as spirit beasts, the red-robed master's eyes almost popped out. When he heard the screams of the beasts, his face turned livid, and he urged the magic weapon to quickly take Luo Hong's life. Chapter 310, Destroying the Master. Kill your people, Luo Hong said coldly. Since he had forced him to summon the 5-element flood dragon, he must not spare his life. With the murderous intent, a silver light suddenly lit up in Luo Hong's eyes. After breaking through the nascent soul stage, Luo Hong's spiritual consciousness increased again. Now he is no weaker than the cultivators in the late nascent soul stage. Therefore, when the silver spiritual pupil appeared, the red-robed master screamed, as if his brain was being bitten by thousands of needles. His life magic weapon also lost control and fell to the ground in pieces. The blue moon blade flew out in an arc, escaped behind the red-robed master, and cut straight at the back of his neck. With a crisp clang sound, the small shield with a black background and red patterns that the red-robed master sacrificed blocked the attack path of the moon blade. Encountering such a change, the red-robed master was shocked. He did not expect that the other party, a cultivator who had just entered the nascent soul stage, would have such a terrifying magical power. If it weren't for his protective magic weapon, which was made of red sun steel, and had been nurtured for more than 100 years, and had long been spiritual, he would have been beheaded by the blow just now. Realizing that he was really likely to be killed by the opponent, the red-robed master wanted to retreat. Although he was dizzy and unable to perform most of his magical spells, the escape technique he used came from the Great Jinn Demon Sect and could be activated with just one spell. Just as the red-robed master was preparing to leave the way he came, a white light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes, and then Luo Hong's figure appeared. Teleportation magic. The red-robed master was horrified and was about to make a spell with his hand when he saw the opponent's arm suddenly reaching towards his chest, and the knife-shaped palm was wrapped in black and red spiritual flames. Subconsciously, the red-robed master mobilized the original fire essence around him to condense into a small shield to resist. At this time, he saw that the opponent was still stabbing at his chest without stopping, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed, and even the movement of making a spell with his hand slowed down. This person dared to touch my original fire essence with bare hands. He is simply looking for death. Haha, the next moment this person's arm will be burned to ashes. I can take the opportunity to kill him. Original fire essence is the strongest magical power possessed by the red-robed old man, but his skill level is not enough. He can't control this fire to fight the enemy at will. He can only possess the body or treasure. Master Mulan, who is familiar with him, knows that when sparring with him, he must not get close to him, otherwise he will be easily injured by the fire essence. With a muffled boom, two flames lit up at the same time. The smile that just appeared on the corner of the red-robed master's mouth was suppressed by the extreme burning pain. His small fire shield did not stop Luo Hong at all. At this moment, Luo Hong's palm had deeply penetrated his chest, and the black and red flames spread rapidly. In an instant, his upper body melted rapidly like a wax block. The red-robed master, who was full of death, immediately wanted to pinch the spell to get away, but his arms were wrapped in black flames, and he lost consciousness. In a hurry, the red-robed master used all his magic power to stop the black flame from spreading to his head. But in just a moment, he realized that he couldn't hold out for long. After glaring at Luo Hong with a resentful look, his Yuanying immediately teleported out of his body. Without the protection of magic power, his body turned into ashes with a bang. The red-robed master's Yuanying teleported to the vicinity of the 6 red arrows. He stretched out his chubby little hand and waved, and the red arrows flew back like young swallows returning to their nests. Just when the red-robed master thought he had escaped, white light flashed again, and Luo Hong's figure appeared again, and silver light shone in his pupils again. The red-robed Yuanying had suffered a loss once, and he knew how powerful it was, so he teleported away without hesitation. However, the next moment Luo Hong was chasing him again. The red-robed Yuanying was really scared, and despair appeared on his chubby little face. This person can actually catch up with the Yuanying. My life is over. After a game of hide and seek, the red-robe Yuanying's vitality was greatly damaged, and his spiritual light dimmed, looking like he was about to collapse. Although he had escaped outside the formation, the red-robe Yuanying did not feel relieved at all. Master He, come to me quickly. At this moment, the voice of the big-eared woman came from afar, which immediately cheered up the red-robe Yuanying. Madam Yang, save me. He shouted and fled to the golden light in the distance. Luo Hong's figure appeared at the original position of the other party. After several consecutive teleportations, he was almost at his limit. Sensing the breath of the visitor, Luo Hong frowned and said, Grandmaster. Grandmaster is the name of the Milan people, corresponding to the mid-stage Yuanying cultivator in Xianan. After the Yuanying, every level of the cultivator will bring a huge gap. Generally speaking, the cultivator in the middle stage of the Yuanying can easily defeat the cultivator in the early stage. Although this person is difficult, she can't stop me from escaping. I must not let the master's nascent soul go back. Luo Hong revealed many of his secrets during the fight. If his magical powers were known to the other party before the battle, it would be very bad. Thinking of this, Luo Hong slapped the Wanbao bag and sacrificed a black round mirror. His eyes shone with silver light, and the mirror surface seemed to absorb the silver light, and also shone with silver light. Then, Luo Hong pointed his sword at the escaping red-robed nascent soul, and a giant needle of divine thought shot out. Madam Yang, this person is divine. The red-robed nascent soul was about to reveal some of Luo Hong's details, but he felt a chill on the back of his head, and his spiritual sense was frantically alarming. He subconsciously wanted to teleport to avoid the attack, but the spiritual light on his body flashed twice, and he failed to cast the spell. The next moment, the giant needle of divine thought pierced into the body of the red-robed nascent soul. Ah! The pain was like a spear piercing his head, causing the red-robed Yuanying to scream miserably. The light of escape stopped, and it kept tumbling in the air. Master He, Seeing this, the big-eared woman was very anxious, and her escape technique became faster. Capture. Luo Hong didn't care whether the other party was anxious or not. She cast a spell at the glare magic mirror, causing it to shoot out a dark beam of light, and captured the screaming Yuan Ying back. Boy, you dare. The big-eared woman roared viciously. Humph, not only do I dare, but I'm also very brave. Luo Hong took out a jade box, put the captured Yuan Ying in it, pasted several talismans on it, and put it in the treasure bag. This is an extremely rare research material, so it must be kept well. From severely injuring the red-robed Yuan Ying to putting it in the jade box, only a few breaths passed. The big-eared woman was out of reach. She hated Luo Hong so much, but she had no way to deal with Luo Hong. After collecting the nascent soul, Luo Hong turned into a blue light and retreated to the formation. He didn't want to fight the opponent desperately, he just wanted to use the formation to delay the resistance, and the opponent would retreat in no time. As soon as he escaped back to the formation, Luo Hong saw that the wild beast had been killed, and the body was bloody and the 5 dragons that he had locked up for decades were feasting. With a thought, Luo Hong ordered them to return to the spirit beast bag, but the 5 beasts resisted and kept eating on the body of the wild beast. Luo Hong's face turned cold, and he immediately activated the forbidden magic to teach them a lesson. After twitching and screaming for a while, the 5 dragons finally became obedient. One of them even smiled flatteringly and discussed with Luo Hong whether he could throw the body of the wild beast into the spirit beast bag. Good guy, it's worthy of being a spirit, and the facial expressions are so rich that even I'm a little ashamed of myself. Considering that the upgraded version of the 5 evils gathering spirit formation in the future will still need their service, Luo Hong did not refuse. However, although Luo Hong's spirit beast bag was a high-end product he had looted, it was already very difficult to accommodate 5 dragons, and it could not fit this huge beast as big as a small mountain. Now there was no time to cut the body into pieces. Luo Hong could only promise to throw some body parts in later. Hearing this, the 5 dragons were overjoyed and happily returned to the spirit beast bag. Am I too abusing them? Luo Hong was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but mutter to himself with some doubts. Thinking carefully, I don't seem to have taken care of them since I caught them. Boy, hand over Master He's nascent soul. The big-eared woman floated outside the formation and shouted loudly. Don't be upset, fellow Taoist, I will definitely not let the noble master starve. Luo Hong laughed and said fearlessly while hiding in the formation. While speaking, he also sent out a whirlwind, rolling the stunned Wang Qingqing into the cave on the cliff. The great master is not like the master. She will attack in anger later, and Luo Hong will have no time to take care of this girl. Boy, you are so brave. I will smash your turtle shell today. When the big-eared woman heard that Luo Hong wanted to keep Master He as a pet, she was immediately furious and sacrificed the octagonal demon ceiling tower without thinking. Although Luo Hong was harsh in words, he was always careful in secret. When he saw the opponent's magic weapon flying over the formation, he immediately responded. He pinched his magic formula, and the Skywind locking dragon formation suddenly rolled up, and in a moment, a green dragon over 100 feet long condensed. The dragon's head poked out of the dome, and sprayed countless green wind blades at the pagoda magic weapon. These wind blades contained the power of the dragon soul, and the power of each one was no less than the full force of a late giant and cultivator. With so many of them, even if this treasure was integrated into the refining crystal, it would inevitably be damaged. Level 7 dragon soul? No wonder Master He died at your hands. The big-eared woman showed a look of realization, and then smiled disdainfully, pointing at the octagonal demon ceiling tower, and saw it emitting a circle of golden light, forming a 10-foot high golden light tower, protecting its body inside. The green wind blade hit it, making a crackling sound like rain hitting banana leaves. Although it did not leave no trace, it was much slower than the speed of light tower regeneration. This is a top-level ancient treasure. Luo Hong had seen many ancient treasures, and he could see the power of the pagoda at a glance. But he did not feel afraid because of this. He also had many top-level ancient treasures on him, but he could not use the law-breaking sound thunder. Otherwise, as long as he sacrificed the magic bell drum and the magic head hammer, he would not need to rely on the formation. The new 5-element flag that has not yet been refined is also counted as one. Well, the 5-element divine thunder cannot be used either. It seems that the most important thing after forming an infant is to solve the problem of the purple sky divine thunder. Luo Hong thought very depressedly. To deal with such a fixed target, the Zhenhe Pearl is the most suitable, but Luo Hong's life magic weapon changed when he formed his infant, and it was absorbing the remaining spiritual energy in his Danshan. If the Zhenhe Pearl can be advanced as Luo Hong expected, he will make a lot of money this time, so Luo Hong did not want to use this pearl unless it was absolutely necessary. Seeing that the golden light tower that the pagoda changed into was getting bigger and bigger, Luo Hong felt something was wrong. Many ancient treasures of the pagoda type have the magical power of sealing, and we must not let it cover the formation. Luo Hong judged that the other party wanted to break the formation with this treasure, so he naturally could not agree. He immediately infused magic power into the dazzling magic mirror above his head frantically, and a vortex of magic energy gradually formed on the mirror surface. When I summon the ancient magic phase, as long as you are not a Buddhist magic weapon, I will smash it all for you. Luo Hong thought confidently, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Junior brother, that is the octagonal magic sealing tower. You can't defend it. Sealing the magic? Luo Hong's heart trembled, and he saw that the golden tower was growing faster and faster, so without having time to think about it, he fled in the direction of his senior sister's voice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Ancient Magic Phase. Sensing a strong demonic energy erupting from the formation, the big-eared woman was not surprised but delighted. Her octagonal demon sealing tower was a magic weapon specifically designed to restrain the demonic path. As long as it covers them, even a demon cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul will lose his life. Boy, today is the day you die. However, just as the big-eared woman was secretly delighted, a female voice suddenly came, revealing the name of her magic weapon. The boy hiding in the formation actually trusted this woman very much. After hearing her words, he wanted to escape from the formation without a moment's hesitation. Shut up. The big-eared woman's eyes flashed fiercely, and she waved her hand to shoot a golden sword at the female cultivator. Then, with a spell in her hand, 8 golden chains flew out from the tower wall of the golden tower. Like 8 golden pythons, they twisted towards Luo Hong from all directions. With just a glance at the golden chains, Luo Hong saw through that they were just special spirit particle aggregates. Although they looked like substance, they actually had no entity. If the trapped person chooses to confront head-on at the first moment, he will definitely be tricked. With a change of mind, Luo Hong deviated from the direction of the golden light chain that attacked from the front. The speed of this thing is not fast. No wonder the opponent waited until the golden light tower was fully formed before taking action. After several dodging and swerving, Luo Hong successfully escaped from the range of the golden light tower. When the big-eared woman saw that Luo Hong was not it, she showed regret on her face and pointed at the octagonal magic tower. The tower spun around, and in an instant, it withdrew its magical power and flew back to the big-eared woman's open right palm. Just as she was about to use her magical power to kill Luo Hong again, she suddenly spoke in surprise and looked in the direction of the female cultivator who had exposed her magic weapon. The big-eared woman had sensed with her spiritual sense just now that this woman was only a cultivator in the late stage of Jinden, and her breath was unstable. Obviously she was injured. Although she just casually shot out a golden sword, this sword was transformed from her life magic weapon. With her great master's cultivation, it was definitely not something a Jinden stage cultivator could take. In the big-eared woman's expectation, this woman would be seriously injured, even if she didn't die. After she dealt with Luo Hong, she could easily deal with this woman with another blow. But the cold air on the long sword that this woman sacrificed was released and retracted, condensing into a phantom of a spirit bird about 10 feet in size, which cried and pounced on the golden sword. When the two touched, The phantom of the spirit bird disintegrated, and the long sword magic weapon in it also flew backwards with a wail, but the big-eared woman's golden sword was also sealed in ice at the moment of contact. Although Uruaxi unexpectedly took the blow, her face turned frighteningly pale, and damaged a lot of her vitality. Luo Hong naturally saw this scene, and his heart suddenly hurt, and he moved several times to Uruaxi's side. Without saying anything, he grabbed the other's waist, and took out a pill, and fed it into her mouth. The warmth on her waist made Uruaxi's body stiffen, but after seeing the face of the person coming, she softened immediately. "Sister, please stay away for a while. I will tell you in detail after I deal with this evil woman," Luo Hong said with leniency and anger in his eyes. Uruaxi didn't want Luo Hong to fight with the big-eared woman, but seeing that he was full of confidence, she didn't stop him. She just said, "Uncle Nangang should be able to deal with the other Master Mulan soon. Junior brother doesn't need to fight too hard with him." Faced with a powerful enemy, the two who hadn't seen each other for nearly 200 years could only keep their words to themselves for the time being. "Don't worry, sister, I know the limits." Luo Hong nodded slightly in response, and then a flash of light flashed, flying to the same height as the big-eared woman, but unexpectedly saw the astonishment on her face. At this time, the big-eared woman was in a state of turmoil, so Luo Hong didn't take action when rescuing Uruaxi. 5-element escape technique. The teleportation technique you just used is the 5-element escape technique, she said in surprise when Luo Hong flew up. HMPH, do you think Luo will tell you in detail about the technique I have cultivated? Luo Hong's heart moved slightly, but she did not give the other party a good face. You dare to be stubborn without the protection of the formation? Wait until I capture you, and then I will search your soul and ask you about the technique you have cultivated. Swords? The big-eared woman with an even more ferocious face said angrily, pinching the magic formula with one hand, and 8 golden swords suddenly flew out of her danchan. She was also like Han Lao Mo, refining a set of flying sword magic weapons, but obviously the quantity and quality were much worse. Luo Hong's mind moved, and she took out a tortoise shell from the treasure bag. This tortoise shell was left by the 8th level tortoise monster with an indestructible body in the Chaos Star Sea. Luo Hong had previously intended to refine it into a protective magic weapon. Although she had not had the time to refine it, she simply processed it, and could use it simply now. In addition, although the Zhenhe Pearl cannot be used to sacrifice the danchan, it is still no problem to use its magical power to cast the lightless shield. With this treasure and magical power to protect him, Luo Hong felt relieved, and once again infused magic power into the dazzling magic mirror. At this time, the 8 golden swords had flown to Luo Hong's side, and the swords were shining brightly, and they chopped down together. But there were only a few ding-ding crisp sounds, and the golden swords that hit the tortoise shell did not leave even a trace. Although the other golden swords that chopped on the lightless shield penetrated several inches, they were ultimately unable to break it. The big-eared woman's face changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she sat down solemnly, chanting the magic formula quickly in her mouth, while distracting herself to drive the 8 golden swords. After a burst of swoosh breaking through the air, the 8 golden swords gathered together, and a flash of golden light condensed into a giant sword about 10 feet long, and then turned slightly, and turned into a golden lotus. Luo Hong's eyes fixed, knowing that this was a very advanced sword controlling technique, so he attached the lightless shield to the tortoise shell, blocking the direction of the golden lotus. When the two touched, a sharp metallic hissing sound was emitted, and every time the golden lotus turned, the lotus petals would cut several times. Under such wear and tear, the lightless shield on the surface of the tortoise shell was broken after a few breaths, and the lotus petals directly cut on the tortoise shell, leaving clear cuts. But not long after, a black light flashed on the tortoise shell, and the cuts disappeared completely. Although Luo Hong used the tortoise shell to block the golden lotus, it was not easy. After all, he had not refined a magic weapon, and the loss of mana under the reluctant use was very shocking. Fortunately, the magic vortex was already several feet in radius at this time. Luo Hong urged his mind, and saw a pair of dark magic arms grabbing the edge of the magic vortex, and then a huge and ugly demon head poked out. It had black skin and black scales, eyes as big as buckets, and looked like an evil ghost. It was the soul-stealing demon. However, this demon had been refined into a weapon spirit by Guxiu with his great magical power, and his mind had long been taken away, so there was no expression on his face at the moment. Soon, the ancient magic figure completely emerged from the vortex of demonic energy. His height reached more than 10 feet, and he was surrounded by black air, which was very powerful. Although his body was huge, his movements were very fast. With a lightning fast hand, he grabbed the rotating golden lotus in his hand. The cutting of the lotus petals could not hurt his magic hand at all. Without waiting for the big-eared woman to react, the ancient magic figure moved his magic hand to his chest, opened his mouth and spit out a breath of pure demonic energy. As soon as the golden lotus touched the demonic energy, black spots immediately appeared on the surface and spread rapidly, as if it was about to turn from a golden lotus into a black lotus. The erosion of true demonic energy is definitely not something that ordinary magic weapons can resist. When the big-eared woman's breath was connected, she intuitively felt a restlessness in her heart, and all kinds of malicious evil thoughts emerged. Fortunately, she practiced the secret technique of the Buddhist sect, and immediately suppressed the influence of the evil spirit, and immediately drove the golden lotus to disperse into a flying sword again, and flew back. Seeing the remaining evil spirit on the golden sword, the big-eared woman was horrified. Because of the practice she had, the spiritual light of her golden sword was filled with Buddha's light, and she had always restrained the magic power of the devil. That's why she didn't recall the flying sword. After sensing the strong evil spirit on the other side, she even wanted to use the golden sword's restraint on the devil to make Luo Hong suffer a big loss. But unexpectedly, she was the one who suffered. That was definitely not an ordinary evil spirit. Could it be the legendary real evil spirit? But hasn't this evil spirit disappeared from the world since ancient times? There was still evil spirit on the golden sword, and the big-eared woman didn't dare to take it back directly to the dungeon, so she put it into the storage bag first. Luo Hong almost exhausted his magic power to summon the ancient magic image. It should not be difficult to deal with a Mulan master with this magical power, but the other party has an ancient Buddhist treasure. To ensure that there is no risk, he threw something at the ancient magic image. After Luo Hong let go of this object, it became bigger and bigger, and soon it changed from a foot long to a giant object several feet long. The ancient magic image stretched out his hand to catch it, and waved it twice, which was quite easy to use. Luo Hong threw out the magic hammer. This magic weapon was most suitable for the ancient magic image to use. At that moment, Luo Hong ordered the ancient magic image to rush towards the big-eared woman, holding the magic hammer high, intending to smash her into a meat paste with one blow. At this moment, a large piece of colorful Buddha light suddenly spread out from behind the big-eared woman's head, and a 6 or 7 feet tall sitting Buddha phantom appeared. Luo Hong first heard faint Sanskrit sounds in his ears, and then suddenly felt that the magic power to maintain the existence of the ancient magic image increased sharply. Looking up, he saw that the magic energy around the ancient magic image was rapidly dissipating under the Buddha's light. Although the magic energy was constantly dissipating, it would not make the Dharma image unstable, but the increased consumption of magic power was something Luo Hong could not bear. Luo Hong had just fallen into trouble, and the big-eared woman did not give him a chance to breathe, and immediately attacked. The sitting Buddha phantom slowly raised a Buddha's palm, and the golden light on the palm quickly became dense, and gradually turned into substance. At the same time, the octagonal magic tower flew to the other Buddha's palm of the sitting Buddha phantom, and suddenly the tower body emitted a rich colorful Buddha light, which was connected with the Buddha light of the sitting Buddha phantom itself. Facing this violent attack, Luo Hong urged his magic power, and a dark and turbid light immediately shot out of the two big eyes of the ancient magic image. The big-eared woman secretly thought that it was not good, but at the critical moment of performing her magical powers, she could not move and dodge, and could only urge the Buddha's light to protect herself. However, the black light easily penetrated the big-eared woman's body, protecting Buddha light, and shone completely on her. At this moment, the big-eared woman felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and the strong dizziness made her disconnect from the outside world. Fortunately, once the sitting Buddha Dharma phase was completed, she only needed to maintain the supply of mana, otherwise the magical power she had finally displayed would disappear. The ancient magic phase, who had seized the initiative, waved the magic hammer in his hand, and blood gushed out from the hammerhead, instantly forming a layer of blood-colored shield. Although this shield did not continue to wear out under the Buddha's light, it continued to regenerate like real flesh and blood, preventing the ancient magic phase from being eroded by the Buddha's light. Luo Hong's mana consumption returned to normal in an instant. Because the magic hammer is special, the magical power it inspires does not require Luo Hong to supply mana. Without the mana problem, Luo Hong drove the ancient magic phase to rush in front of the big-eared woman, raised the hammer and smashed it. At the critical moment, the big-eared woman regained consciousness in time. Seeing the red-faced and fanged demon head coming, the mana surged and ordered the sitting Buddha phantom behind her to wave her palm to resist. This confrontation was truly earth-shattering. The demonic energy and the Buddha's light both shook, and each retreated several feet, and they were evenly matched. Luo Hong's cultivation was far inferior to that of the big-eared woman, and her magical powers were suppressed. It was not easy for her to achieve this with the help of the ancient treasure. Logically, after realizing that she could not easily take down Luo Hong, the big-eared woman should have chosen to escape as soon as possible, but for some reason, she seemed to have a deep hatred for Luo Hong, and did not make a rational choice. Luo Hong hated this evil woman for hurting her senior sister, and because they were in the territory of the Nine Nations Alliance and reinforcement were almost here, she was not willing to be outdone. As a result, the ancient magic phase and the sitting Buddha phantom collided endlessly in the air, each showing their magical powers. During this period, the big-eared woman also wanted to use the octagonal magic tower to suppress the ancient magic phase, but Luo Hong, who had been on guard against her move, dodged it. Uruaxi, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw the two fighting so hard that the sky was dark and the earth was dark, and from time to time the attacks fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake, and her heart was extremely shocked. The nascent soul stage is one of the most important watersheds on the road to cultivating immortals. After crossing it, not only will one's lifespan increase greatly, but one will also have the power of a land immortal who can overturn mountains and seas with a flip of the hand. It can be said that, although cultivators below the nascent soul stage and the nascent soul stage cultivators are both cultivators, they are no longer from the same world. Thinking of this, Uruaxi couldn't help but feel panic in her heart. Looking at the figure wrapped in black light in the distance, her expression became gloomy. After fighting for several more rounds, Luo Hong and the big-eared woman gradually felt exhausted. At this time, the big-eared woman once again drove the octagonal magic ceiling tower to cover the ancient magic phase. The ancient magic phase quickly dodged, then swung the hammer and smashed the octagonal magic ceiling tower away. However, the big-eared woman was not surprised, but happy when she saw this, because it turned out that the direction where the octagonal magic ceiling tower was smashed was exactly the direction where Luo Hong was. The huge force of the ancient magic phase sent it to more than 100 feet away from Luo Hong. Luo Hong was also caught off guard by this sudden change. He didn't know whether it was planned by the big-eared woman or just a coincidence. Luo Hong was very afraid of this treasure and wanted to fly away. But as soon as he had the idea, he saw the octagonal magic tower emitting brilliant Buddha light. Luo Hong's face was dazed, and a temple full of Buddhas appeared in front of him. Oh no, it's an illusion. Even though Luo Hong's spiritual awareness was amazing, he was also fascinated by the illusion of the big-eared woman for a moment. When he woke up, he saw 8 golden chains pouring out from the bottom of the tower and sinking into his chest and abdomen. The big-eared woman was ecstatic when she saw this, and she urged the magic formula to drain Luo Hong's magic power. But even Luo Hong didn't expect that when the 8 golden locks began to extract magic power, the group of unrefined nuclear black flames in Luo Hong's Danshan became restless as if stimulated. Without Luo Hong's control, it burned the 8 golden locks. In less than a breath, the black flames burned the golden locks and burned along the chains to the octagonal magic tower. I have something to do tonight, so I'll just post one chapter in 4K today. Chapter 312. I'm going to take her away today. As soon as the nuclear black flames enveloped the pagoda, the big-eared woman groaned in pain. Her soul, which was placed on the octagonal demon ceiling pagoda, was the first to be burned. As for the octagonal demon ceiling pagoda itself, It was emitting golden spiritual light and struggling in the nuclear black flames, making waves of wailing sounds. It would not take long before it would be melted into a pool of golden water. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately came back to his senses, and with his mind frantically urged, he calmed down the nuclear black flames and made it return to his dantian. Then, he stretched out his hand and took the dim octagonal demon ceiling pagoda in his hand. This incident happened very quickly. The big-eared woman had just recovered from the pain of the destruction of her soul, and then she saw her magic weapon being taken away by Luo Hong. She was so angry that she almost lost her mind, and the shadow of the sitting Buddha behind her shook unsteadily. Luo Hong seized the opportunity decisively, and then made the ancient magic phase emit black magic light, confusing the big-eared woman's mind, and then swung the hammer to smash. If this hammer hit hard, the big-eared woman would surely be smashed into a meat paste. However, before the magic hammer was half swung, a silver giant hand appeared out of thin air, first blocking the magic hammer with a fist, then changing the fist into a palm, and a palm print on the chest of the ancient magic phase. Suddenly, a large piece of silver spiritual light spread from the palm print, as if it would swallow up the ancient magic phase. Luo Hong's face turned pale, and the mana in his nascent soul was almost drained out. In return, the magic energy around the ancient magic phase was rioting, like millions of black armored magic soldiers besieging the silver armored immortal army, tightly curbing the spread of the silver light, and there was a tendency to slowly drive it away. A surprised voice came from the void, and then a middle-aged scholar appeared beside the big-eared woman, staring at the ancient magic phase with his eyes, as if thinking about something. This middle-aged scholar was the Divine Master Zhang. After a great battle with Wei Wuya, he was now dressed neatly and breathing steadily. Except for his unusually ruddy complexion, there was nothing unusual about him. Divine Master Zhang, this person seems to have practiced the sacred art of our clan. The big-eared woman escaped death, and asked in a hurry, as soon as she was frightened. Are you sure? The Divine Master Zhang's playful expression suddenly became serious, and he said with a fixed gaze, this person can perform the 5-element escape technique. The big-eared woman said with great certainty, my fellow Taoist, please come to this Divine Master's tribe to be a guest. As the Divine Master Zhang said this, he urged his magic power and condensed 2 silver giant hands, intending to capture Luo Hong alive. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from the horizon. Haha, the great Mulan Divine Master actually bullies the weak. Instead of bullying the newly promoted fellows, why not fight with this leader for another 300 rounds? As he spoke, a black cloud rolled in, and the extremely powerful aura of magic power showed that the person who came was in the late nascent soul stage. The Divine Master Zhang couldn't help but sigh when he heard the voice. After taking a deep look at Luo Hong, he pinched a strange spell with his hand. The next moment, a circle of blood-colored vortex formed in front of him, and the Divine Master Zhang immediately stepped into it and disappeared. The big-eared woman on the side was not slow either. After looking at the octagonal magic tower taken away by Luo Hong with great pain, she also used the magic secret technique to teleport and escape. The opponent's iconic poison skill made Luo Hong recognize it at once. The one who scared the 2 away was the leader of the 9 Kingdoms Alliance, Wei Wuya, a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. It's finally over. This time it was really too forced. Luo Hong let out a long sigh, and with a thought, he retracted the magical power of the dazzling magic mirror. Wei Wuya was not disappointed that he did not leave behind the Divine Master surnamed Zhang and the big-eared woman. He retracted the poisonous cloud around him, flashed to a distance of 10 feet in front of Luo Hong, and looked at Luo Hong with interest and said, Dao I are not a member of the Yanyu sect? Master Wei, I'm not a disciple of the Yanyu sect. I'm staying in this spiritual farm, just to use the spiritual energy of this place to form a baby. Luo Hong did not care about the matter of borrowing land to form a baby. He was now a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and the other party would definitely not blame him for such a small matter. As Luo Hong expected, Wei Wuya's smile did not diminish after hearing that, and he said in a gentle voice, so fellow Daoist is a casual cultivator who has formed a nascent soul. No wonder your magical powers are amazing. You were able to fight against Grandmaster Mulan right after a breakthrough, and even took away his magic weapon. Wei admires you deeply. Luo Hong put away the octagonal demon ceiling tower, bowed his hands and said modestly, I'm just borrowing the power of the ancient treasure. I'm still far from it in terms of cultivation. Haha, the reason you can obtain such an ancient treasure is because fellow Daoist has a great opportunity. When your cultivation reaches a nascent soul stage, opportunity is indispensable if you want to make further progress. Fellow Daoist has just broken through, and you still need to go into seclusion to consolidate your cultivation. If you don't mind, you can come to the Ruai cave heaven of my Huarai sect to practice. Wei Wuai's intention to recruit him was very obvious. As long as Luo Hong went to the Ruai cave heaven to practice, he would naturally become the supreme elder of the Huarai sect. Thank you for your kindness, Master Wei, but I have other plans, so I won't bother you anymore. Luo Hong bowed again and politely refused. Wei Wuai nodded slightly and did not try to persuade him after being rejected. Just as he was about to say something, he sensed two rays of light approaching, and his eyes flickered twice before he said nothing. The owner of the rays of light did not conceal his aura, and Luo Hong also sensed it. After a while, Nangang Wan and Shizankin appeared in front of Luo Hong. Luo Hong saw that both of them looked bad and their magic power was empty, so she knew that they had also experienced a great battle. Looking at their expressions again, they were different. Nangang Wan looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, and it was obvious that she had questions to ask, and she didn't want to make them public. Shizankin had a stern look on her face and stared at Luo Hong solemnly as soon as she appeared. This great elder of the Yan'yu sect is not an easy person to deal with, and I'm afraid there will be trouble. Luo Hong had just finished her complaints when Shizankin locked onto her aura and said in an accusatory manner, fellow Daoist, you sneaked into my Yan'yu sect to form a nascent soul. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? If fellow Daoist she is reluctant to part with your sect's spiritual energy, I can compensate you with some spiritual stones. Luo Hong was not one to be manipulated by her, and replied without any apology, Humph. All 6 of my sects have enough spiritual energy to form a nascent soul. Fellow Daoist, I'm afraid it's not just for the spiritual energy that you entered my Yan'yu sect. Shizankin believed that with her cultivation level, it would be easy for her to suppress the cultivator who had just broken through the nascent soul stage, and she still spoke to Luo Hong in a condescending manner. Your Yan'yu sect doesn't have the treasures I'm after. I came here to form a baby just for one person. Luo Hong turned to look at Uruaxi who just happened to fly over. He flashed to her side, held her hand and said, I and your noble fairy Ruaxi have already secretly agreed to spend our lives together more than 100 years ago. Now that I have achieved success in my cultivation, I will come back to find her. Seeing Luo Hong being so intimate with her in public, Uruaxi blushed. Although she didn't dare to look at Nangang Wan and the others, she didn't break free and let Luo Hong hold her hand, secretly happy in her heart. Haha, fellow Taoist is really a man of temperament. If you can become a Taoist couple with this fairy, there will be more good stories in our 9 Kingdoms alliance. Wei Wuai was watching the fun and praised with a big laugh. Although Shizankin had never been in love with anyone, when he saw Uruaxi's shy and happy look, he knew what the other party said was true, and he changed his mind and said, in that case, I don't want to be the evil person who breaks up the couple. As long as you join my Yan'yu sect and become our supreme elder, and the matter of you sneaking into our sect to form a baby, we can turn things around. Our sect will also hold a dual cultivation ceremony for the 2 of you to help you achieve your goal. Don't worry, fellow Daoist she, I will take her away today. Luo Hong looked directly at Shizankin and said without fear. Chapter 313 Is it possible to conquer it? Shizankin was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Luo Hong to be so tough and fearless, then glared and said angrily, Dao, you are bullying me because there is no one in Yan'yu sect. As she spoke, she released her own magical aura to press Luo Hong, wanting to give Luo Hong a head start. However, although Luo Hong's magical power was empty, his strong body was still there. Shizankin's aura suppression was just a breeze on his face, and it couldn't shake him at all. I dare not, but I have no intention of joining Yan'yu sect. Who would want to work under you, the great elder? Thinking of this, Luo Hong couldn't help but glance at Nangang Wan, who was a lesson from the past. Elder Yu is from my Yanayu sect. Why did Dao Yao take her away? Or do you think my Yanayu sect is a place where you can come and go as you please? The aura suppression did not have the expected effect. Shizankin was startled and immediately stopped looking down on him, but she was still unwilling to give in when it came to the prestige of the sect. I dare to let you know that my last name is Luo Hong. I practiced in Huangfeng Valley when I was in the key refining stage. Later, I was exiled to Ziglo due to the invasion of the demonic path. I have been practicing as a casual cultivator until now. Not long ago, I experienced the calamity of the heart demon and missed my old friend. I have the idea of returning to my master. Luo remembers that there is a clause in the six-sex covenant that, if a man and a woman are in love, their master cannot object to the two becoming a Taoist couple, and the party with weaker cultivation will automatically leave the master and join the master of the party with stronger cultivation. Fellow Taoist Shi, have you forgotten it? Luo Hong's words were not made up. There was indeed such a clause in the six-sex covenant, but this clause has always been used on low-level cultivators. There has never been a precedent for cultivators above the Jinden stage, not to mention that one of the parties is a Yuanying stage cultivator. Shizankin's face suddenly became ugly. How could she not remember that this covenant was proposed by her Yanayu sect in order to use the unique resources of the sect to absorb outstanding disciples from the other 5 sects? Luo Hong knew it so clearly because Li Huoyuan had warned him to stay away from the female cultivators of Yanayu sect. He had also said this to Han Laomo, but he certainly could not have thought that his 2 disciples would use this covenant to make Yanayu sect suffer a great loss. The covenant is true, but how can you prove that you were a disciple of Huangfeng Valley just by your own words? Shizankin's face was frosty, and he refused to give in. I can prove it. Suddenly, an old but hearty voice came, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a red escape light flying from a distance. Haha, I'm a step late, and didn't help Yanayu sect resist the Milan people. I hope Master Shi won't blame me. The escape light manifested into an old man with white hair and a childlike face. It was Linghu Patriarch, the supreme elder of Huangfeng Valley. Old monster, what a coincidence. He must have noticed the omen of the formation of the infant and rushed here in a hurry. Otherwise how could this old monster be so kind? Shizankin frowned slightly, trying to suppress his dissatisfaction and said, I'm grateful to Daoist Linghu for coming to help, so how can I ask for too much? However, Daoist Linghu said that he could prove it for Daoist Luo. What does that mean? I met Daoist Luo once before, and later sent someone to check, and found that it was a disciple of Huangfeng Valley who was lost outside. It's a pity that Daoist Luo's whereabouts were not found later, otherwise you would never have been allowed to use your sect's treasured land to form a baby. Linghu Patriarch laughed. But in fact, because of the darkness under the lamp, that sect master Dang did not find Luo Hong. But just based on what Luo Hong said just now, Linghu Patriarch determined that Luo Hong was once a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. He was really eager to seek talents. Since fellow Daoist Linghu has said so, then I believe that fellow Daoist Luo's identity is absolutely true. Shizankin took a deep breath and reluctantly admitted that Luo Hong was a member of the 6 sects. Then, he looked at Yu Ruoxi with a soft gaze and said, Elder Yu, are you really going to abandon the sect? You should know that the sect lost a lot of Jinden elders when the Milan people attacked this time. If you leave again, the sect will definitely be shaken. As soon as Shizankin said this, everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Ruoxi. At present, as long as Yu Ruoxi nodded, she could go to Huangfeng Valley with Luo Hong to live together. If she shook her head, it might end. The result is obvious. Shizankin really overestimated the centripetal force within Yanayu sect. Her style of doing things that only cared about the interests of the sect and ignored the feelings of the sect's cultivators had already made many cultivators in the sect alienated from Yanayu sect. Yu Ruoxi was forced to marry by him and had to retreat to the seclusion. Today, she fully witnessed the great magical powers of the Yuanying cultivators and deeply realized that the Yuanying cultivators were the foundation of a sect. As long as the Yuanying cultivators did not suffer any losses, no matter how much other losses there were, it would not be a serious injury. In this way, the righteousness of the sect could not suppress Uruaxi. Therefore, she said decisively, although the Yanyu sect has taught me the teachings and taught me, I first went through several wars, when the demons invaded, and then experienced life and death in the war with the million people. Today, I risked my life, to protect the Yuhua Baolu. After experiencing all these things, I ask myself, that I don't owe the sect anything. From now on, wherever my junior brother is, I will be there. When saying this, Luo Hong clearly felt that Uruax's hand tightened a little, so he stroked the back of her hand twice with his thumb. HMPH. What a love story. No wonder you have been so rude to Elder Qi. It turns out that you have already betrayed him. Shizankin's face turned pale. She felt that she had lost. This feeling was even more uncomfortable than her current injuries. But when it came to Qi Yunxiao, Shizankin suddenly remembered that he and Wang Qingqing were teleported together, but the two of them were nowhere to be seen. After a while, Shizankin thought that this might be a chance to turn the tables, so she immediately asked, "Excuse me, Daoist Luo, where are Wang Qingqing and Qi Yunxiao? They should have been teleported to you." Qi Yunxiao was also teleported here. How is this possible? I left a life-saving talisman for Wang Qingqing. Luo Hong was very puzzled, and he stopped the formation with a thought. He sent out a sound transmission talisman, and said in a deep voice, "Wang Qingqing is the disciple of my senior sister. I have met the monk Mulan before. Although I don't know their intentions, I still gave this girl a life-saving talisman out of concern. I have met fellow Daoist Qi once, but we are not close friends, so he doesn't have this talisman. How would I know his whereabouts? Haha, fellow Daoist Luo's talisman is very magical. It can teleport people hundreds of miles away in an instant, and even people nearby will be implicated. You must know this, right?" When Shizankin saw Luo Hong's expression, he knew that there was a lot to say about this matter, and asked in a cold voice, "I got this talisman by chance. I often practiced alone before, so I didn't find it has the effect of teleporting people. However, I have never met fellow Daoist Qi." Luo Hong knew that his 4-elephant translocation talisman could teleport people. Since Shizankin could say so confidently, it was probably true. However, he only saw Wang Qingqing after he came out of retreat, and didn't sense any breath of Qi Yunxiao at all. While the two were talking, Wang Qingqing had received Luo Hong's sound transmission talisman, and flew out of the cliff cave. Her speed of flight was not fast, but everyone was very patient, so they didn't rush her. Luo Hong took the opportunity to think hard, and speculate on the whereabouts of Qi Yunxiao. Suddenly, Luo Hong recalled the smell of blood he smelled after he came out of retreat. At that time, he thought it was the blood vomited by Wang Qingqing who was injured. In addition, the red-robed master was watching him covetously, so he didn't investigate it in detail. At this moment, I thought that this bloody smell was most likely from Qi Yunxiao. After all, he didn't have a life-saving talisman. If he broke into the formation, he would most likely be attacked by the formation. Damn it, how come you died before I even started? I'm afraid I'm in trouble now. Two Grandmasters, Master, Senior Luo. Wang Qingqing looked at Luo Hong with a strange expression. After seeing that he was on an equal footing with the two Grandmasters, he no longer had any doubts about the fact that he was a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. The ancestors of all generations. What on earth did I do before? Wang Qingqing lowered his head in embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack to crawl into. Well, no need to be polite, just tell me the whereabouts of Elder Qi. He was teleported with you, Shizankin said solemnly. This. Wang Qingqing looked at Luo Hong with an embarrassed expression, wanting to say something but stopping. Luo Hong couldn't help but feel depressed when he saw this, but he said calmly, "Don't look at me, just tell the truth." Seeing that his own disciple had to look at the eyes of outsiders when speaking, Shizankin's expression became even uglier. It was senior. After the disciple and Uncle Qi were teleported to the formation, a green dragon soul suddenly appeared. Before the disciple could react, Uncle Qi was killed by the dragon soul. His body was cut into countless pieces and scattered in the spiritual field. After that, the red-robed master appeared and rushed into the formation to kill the disciple and snatch the pearl. If Senior Luo hadn't appeared in time, the disciple would have been ashes and the pearl would have been. Before Wang Qingqing finished speaking, she was interrupted by Shi Zhongqin's angry voice. That's enough. Just tell me where Elder Qi is. No need to say anything else. Shi Zhongqin heard Wang Qingqing's words that were meant to excuse Luo Hong. She didn't want her to continue. Then her eyes turned cold, and she turned to Luo Hong and said, Dao Iao Luo, so our Elder Qi died at your hands. It seems to be true. Elder Qi didn't have a talisman on him. I was at the critical moment of forming a baby at that time, and had no time to look at other things. The Skywind locking dragon formation spontaneously operated to strangle him. There was nothing I could do. I deeply regret it. This was the fact, and the evidence was irrefutable. Luo Hong didn't deny it, and directly admitted it. Hey, Dao Aoki's accidental death is really regrettable, but this was an unintentional mistake by junior brother Luo. Sect Master Shi shouldn't make a fuss about it. Ancesterling who reacted the fastest. He immediately shook his head and sighed, pretending to be extremely sorry. The old monster is really shameless. After a few words, he recognized the Luo as his junior brother. Is he so anxious to give away the foundation of Huangfeng Valley? Exclamation mark. Shi Zhongqin secretly hated it, but he still had a cold face on the surface. He said coldly, my Yan'yu sect is not as big as Huangfeng Valley. The loss of a giant and elder can be easily covered. Fellow Daoist Luo, since you killed the elder of my sect, you broke the covenant first. Today, not only can you not take Elder Yu away, but you yourself may not be able to leave. As he said, Shi Zhongqin also winked at Nangang Wan, wanting her to cooperate with her to surround Luo Hong. But Nangang Wan looked absent-minded, wandering in the sky, and didn't notice it at all. I'm so angry, why is everyone against me? Fellow Daoist Shi, Qi Yongxio's death was just an accident. I fought off two powerful enemies for your Yan'yu sect. Isn't that worth the life of a giant and elder? If I hadn't sacrificed my spiritual energy to attack, the casualties of your Yan'yu sect would have been even more severe. Luo Hong saw that Shi Zhongqin was going to completely break up with him, so he said with a straight face, Alliance leader Wei, since this incident involves the Mulan people, it is the business of the entire Nine Nations Alliance, not the business of the Yan'yu sect. Do you think what I said makes sense? In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is respected. The weight of the words of all people here combined is not as heavy as when you were alone. Luo Hong had just had a good chat with him, so he naturally wanted to borrow his power. Humph, fellow Daoist Luo was just trying to protect himself. Why do you have to make yourself sound so benevolent and righteous? You'll only make people laugh at you. Without waiting for Wei Wu'er to respond, Shi Zhongqin sneered. Haha, if it's just for self-protection, why would Luo Hong bother to kill the red-robed master? He can just use the power of the formation to make him retreat. Luo Hong narrowed her eyes, feeling that Shi Zhongqin was so noisy, and she wanted to jump over and hammer her to death. Kill the master? Haha, brother Luo, your excuse is not very good. I don't know what secret method those Mulan people used to escape in an instant. Sister Nangang's reincarnation divine light has the magical power to imprison the Yuanying, but it didn't leave Master Mulan. Brother Luo, what magical power do you have to kill Master Mulan? Shi Zhongqin laughed, thinking that this was a lame excuse that Luo Hong came up with in a panic, and felt that the victory was decided. Brother Shi, do you mean that Luo Hong's words are not reliable? Luo Hong laughed in anger and said lightly, that's right. If you really killed Master Mulan, please show us the evidence. Shi Zhongqin was not making a mindless mockery. Before she said this, she had scanned the surrounding area for 100 miles with her spiritual sense, but she did not see the body of the red-robed master. Fellow Daoist Luo, if you can show us the evidence, I will take charge, and not let the Yan'yu sect pursue you, and the alliance will also give you a corresponding reward. Wei Wu'er, who had been watching the show with a smile, also became serious at this time, and said very seriously, then everyone, please watch carefully. Luo Hong flipped his palm, and took out a jade box from the treasure bag, removed the sealing talisman, slid open the lid of the box, and revealed a plump red baby lying inside. Nascent soul. Even Wei Wu'er, everyone exclaimed after seeing the nascent soul of the red-robed master in the jade box. Is it possible to prove it? Luo Hong stared at the extremely surprised Shizankin and said, how is this possible? Shizankin couldn't believe her eyes. The other party actually captured a nascent soul alive. Shizankin knew very well what this meant, and a strong feeling of regret suddenly surged in her heart. Chapter 314, Concealing the Truth. The reason why the nascent soul cultivators are very restrained from fighting each other is because the nascent soul is difficult to kill. If an irresistible reason causes the death of a nascent soul cultivator, as long as the nascent soul can escape, it can get a second life by taking over another body. In this way, if someone has the magical power to kill or capture the nascent soul, it will naturally cause the fear of other nascent soul cultivators. In the world of immortal cultivation, the right to speak of a cultivator ultimately comes from his own strength. When Luo Hong took out the nascent soul of the Red Robe Master, he was already invincible. Haha, brother Luo has amazing magical powers. The merit of capturing and killing Master Mulan this time will certainly not be ignored by our 9 Nations Alliance. The death of Elder Key of the noble clan of Sect Master Shi is indeed regrettable, but brother Luo is also an unintentional mistake. In my opinion, let's just let it go. Wei Wuai refreshed his understanding of Luo Hong again, secretly regretting that he did not further win him over, but fortunately, the Huangfeng Valley that the other party joined also belonged to the 9 Nations Alliance, which was acceptable. Since it is a misunderstanding, our Yan'yu sect will not be unreasonable. Fellow Daoist Luo, when you and Elder Yu hold the dual cultivation ceremony, junior sister Nangang, and I will definitely come to congratulate you. Shizankin's attitude suddenly changed, and his tone was gentle and genuine, which was completely different from the aggressive look just now. It's the best that everyone is happy like this. Junior brother Luo, when will you return to Huangfeng Valley with me? Although Patriarch Ling Hu has not yet found out the details of Luo Hong's origin, the identity he said himself is very easy to verify, and it is probably true. Such a Yuanying stage cultivator from Huangfeng Valley is undoubtedly the best candidate to entrust the foundation of the sect. Patriarch Ling Hu wishes to take Luo Hong back to Huangfeng Valley right now. Don't worry, senior brother Ling Hu, wait for me to clean up the formation in the cave, and then go back with you immediately. Luo Hong bowed his hands, thanked him slightly for his help, and stretched out his hand to put the many formation flags hidden in various places into the Wanbao bag. Shizankin was watching this scene with no way to deal with it. She was upset and decided to turn away. She turned her head and said to Wang Qingqing, where is the moonlight dew? Why don't you hand it over? Wang Qingqing looked at Luo Hong again in embarrassment. After a pause, she said truthfully, as soon as my disciple entered the cave, a monster ran out. In my panic, I accidentally had the moonlight dew taken away by it. Monster? Everyone was surprised and thought to themselves that this woman was talking about Luo Hong's spirit beast. The moonlight dew could attract Master Mulan to snatch it. There must be something very important involved. Wei Wuai wanted to ask about it, but Luo Hong's face suddenly changed and he shouted, not good. Then, he turned into a blue light and flew to the cave. After a glance at each other, the Yuanying stage monks also turned into light and followed closely. Although Wei Wuai was a step slower, he was the first to arrive and entered the cave one step ahead of Luo Hong. The monster Wang Qingqing mentioned was not difficult to find. It was in the cave at this moment. It was trying to break a restriction and escape from the cave. Seeing the true appearance of this monster, even Wei Wuai, a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage who had seen a lot of storms, was shocked. It was just a pile of amorphous flesh and blood, with many happy, angry, or crazy human faces floating on the surface, constantly making annoying noises, which was extremely evil. What was even more creepy was that the human face on this terrifying evil thing was very similar to Luo Hong. At this time, Luo Hong also entered the cave. Wei Wuai couldn't restrain his doubts and surprise, and asked in horror, Dao Luo, what is this? I'm sorry to make you laugh, Master Wei, this is a demon in my heart. Luo Hong looked at the monster in front of him with a complicated expression and a bitter smile. It turned out that after Luo Hong successfully formed a fetus, he sent the captured inner demon into the body of the original Bing's personality, but he never thought that such an evil thing would be created. The inner demon can also be captured? Wei felt that his common sense had been refreshed. This is the special effect of the Yuan Shen type of skills I practiced. I was just curious for a moment and chose to capture the inner demon instead of killing it. When Luo Hong explained, Shi Zhanqin and others also arrived in the cave. Needless to say, they were horrified, and at the same time, they also left an impression that Luo Hong did things strangely. In this case, the moonlight dew was eaten by this monster. Shi Zhanqin frowned at the squirming flesh and blood monster in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The moonlight dew has no breath at all. It must have become the food of this monster." Nangongwan closed her eyes and sensed it, then shook her head slightly. "This is my fault. I will take care of it." Luo Hong flipped his palm and took out the octagonal demon ceiling tower he had just seized and threw it gently to the top of the monster's head. Although Luo Hong had just obtained this treasure and had not yet been sacrificed and refined, it could only exert a little magical power, but the inner demon was extremely weak, so it was very easy to put it into the tower. When Shi Zhanqin saw the octagonal demon ceiling tower that seriously injured her, her pupils shrank, and then she looked at Luo Hong, the new owner of this treasure, with surprise. After collecting the inner demon, Luo Hong sincerely bowed to Shi Zhanqin and said with a sense of guilt, "I will compensate the Yan'yu sect for the loss of Yuhua Baolu. Fellow Daoist Luo, don't worry so much. They are just some spiritual objects suitable for low-level cultivators. They are nothing to us, so compensation is unnecessary." Shi Zhanqin had already fully realized that Luo Hong was not easy to mess with and tried to ease the relationship. As long as this thing doesn't fall into the hands of the Milan people, it can be accepted. Wei Wu'er also nodded. After taking over this matter, Luo Hong began to pack up the cave. Because he originally planned to leave immediately after forming an infant, there were not many things to pack. With the help of magic, Luo Hong quickly completed the task. When he saw the huge cave in the belly of the mountain, Shi Zhanqin's face twitched, even though he had expected it. After a few pleasantries, Luo Hong was about to leave with Linghu Patriarch. At this time, Wang Qingqing also stood beside Yu Ruoxi, but Shi Zhanqin seemed not to see it. After all, the elders in the late Jiandan period have been kidnapped, so what's missing is a young cultivator in the foundation building period. After leaving Yan'yu sect, Luo Hong first played a sound transmission talisman, and then the four of them flew all the way to the current Huangfeng Valley. Compared with Yan'yu sect, which has 6 spiritual peaks, Huangfeng Valley, which has only 4 spiritual peaks, seems to be several chips weaker. Junior brother Luo, you have just formed a fetus and need to consolidate your cultivation. This is the forbidden token of the best spiritual palace in the sect. You should go into seclusion for a few months. During this period, Fairy you can build a cave house so that junior brother Luo will have a place to live after he comes out of seclusion. As soon as they arrived at Huangfeng Valley, Ancestor Linghu made the following arrangements. What Ancestor Linghu said was exactly what Luo Hong had in mind, so he readily agreed. After explaining a few matters related to Yu Ruox's cave house, Luo Hong and Ancestor Linghu fled to the spiritual palace together. Junior brother Luo, I will not disturb you anymore. We will talk in detail after you come out of seclusion. At that time, I will tell you about the things that Yuanying period cultivators need to pay attention to in their daily practice and behavior. Ancestor Linghu said with a gentle smile, and then he flew away. Although he judged that Luo Hong's identity was true, he still needed to check it out before he could really feel at ease. After closing the door of the spiritual palace and opening a series of restrictions, Luo Hong began to sit cross-legged and practice. It took more than a day to replenish the lost mana. I had planned everything but never expected that the Yuhua competition would be held ahead of schedule, which happened to hit the gun of the Milan people. The most important thing is that I was inexplicably targeted by the Milan Godmaster, which completely disrupted my plan. Luo Hong pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered to himself in distress. In the original plan, Luo Hong planned to go to the Washan Mountain of Yu Kingdom after kidnapping Yu Ruoxi, where he would set up a formation to build a palace and concentrate on practicing. After all, the 5 element spiritual mountains in the Washan Mountain are simply the best places to set up the 5 evils gathering spirit array. With the newly refined 5-element flags and 5-element dragons, Luo Hong is confident that he can survive in the 5 evils gathering spirit array until the late nascent soul stage. But the moment he was targeted by the Mulan Godmaster, this plan could not be carried out. Before he had enough magical powers, Luo Hong could not bear the consequences of the 5 evils gathering spirit array being exposed. So at that time, Luo Hong decided to return to Huangfeng Valley. After all, Huangfeng Valley now belongs to the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, and Wei Wuya, who is in the late Yuanying stage, is in charge. Shi Zhangqin's coercion only made Luo Hong's return seem more natural, but it was not the main reason. The big-eared woman said that I practiced some sacred skills of my own clan. Could it be that the great 5-element sacred art is a skill derived from the Milan grassland? If you think about it carefully, it is really possible. The skill practiced by the Zhang surnamed master is the great 5-element immortal capture hand, which seems to have something in common with the great 5-element sacred art. In this case, the subsequent skills of my magic skill have to be obtained from the Milan people. Luo Hong nodded lightly and analyzed, which gave him another reason to participate in the battle between Milan and Xianan. With a change of mind, Luo Hong flipped his palm to take out the octagonal demon ceiling tower, threw it into the air, and urged it with magic power. It was seen spinning and spraying out a golden light column, releasing the evil heart demon suppressed in it. Looking at the squirming flesh and blood, Luo Hong curled his lips and whispered a word, change. As soon as the words fell, the flesh and blood rolled violently like boiling water, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a cultivator who looked exactly like Luo Hong. As soon as this Luo Hong condensed, he spread out his right hand and slowly separated out a ball of silver spiritual liquid. It was the moonlight dew. It turned out that the inner demon had not lost control from beginning to end. It was Luo Hong who controlled the snatching of the gem and the swallowing of the moonlight dew. With Luo Hong's cautious nature, when he was refining his external incarnation, he placed many restrictions on his body to prevent accidents. The inner demon was like being imprisoned when he entered it. He could only do whatever Luo Hong wanted him to do. The blood marrow itself has the magical power of swallowing spirits and air. When the moonlight dew entered it, it would not reveal any breath, so Luo Hong could hide it from Wei Wuya and others. I hope it will be useful. Luo Hong took the moonlight dew into his right palm and slapped the spirit beast back on his waist with his left palm. Suddenly a ball of white light flew out and turned into a meatball covered with burnt yellow feathers. Chapter 315 Old Friends of Huangfeng Valley. For monsters, the moonlight is a great tonic. This is also the reason why the moon shattering sect is not in the Chaos Star Sea. Otherwise the Heaven When realm would have been taken away by the Monster King in the sea. It has been several decades since Xiaojin turned into a meatball, and there has been no movement so far. Fortunately, the vitality in the meatball has not decreased, and Luo Hong does not need to worry about Xiaojin's safety. But at this rate, it is very likely that it will be nurtured for hundreds of years. Such a long time. Even if Luo Hong has broken through the nascent soul stage, he cannot accept it. Moreover, Luo Hong has decided to participate in the next war. If Xiaojin helps, it will be much safer. Since the Moonlight Duke can help the Mulan Holy Beast to descend to the lower world, it should have its little known effect. Anyway, there is no other good way at the moment, so why not try it? Thinking of this, Luo Hong's mind moved, and a small drop of moonlight dew was drawn from the liquid mass, and it slowly flew towards the meatball. When the meatball touched this drop of moonlight dew, a golden light immediately appeared on the surface. Luo Hong's expression suddenly became tense. His eyes were fixed on the meatball, and as long as he noticed any adverse reaction, he would remove the moon dew. Fortunately, Luo Hong's worries were unnecessary. Just like a thirsty person suddenly encountering a sweet rain, the drop of moon dew was instantly absorbed by the meatball. After that, Luo Hong observed for a while, and after confirming that there was no abnormality, he spit out the power in his right palm, shaking the moon dew into a ball of white mist, and then waved his hand to let it float towards the meatball. As soon as the white mist wrapped around the meatball, the golden light on its surface kept flashing, as if expressing joy. After a few breaths, the meatball that absorbed all the moon dew exuded a stronger vitality, and the sound of a booming heartbeat was faintly heard. There is no doubt that the moon dew is beneficial to the hatching of zyojin. Of course, no matter how effective this spiritual liquid is, it is impossible for zyojin to break out of the shell immediately. Luo Hong, who had been waiting for decades, was not in a hurry. He put the meat ball back into the spirit beast bag and pressed the inner demon back into the octagonal magic tower. Then he gathered his mind and sank his consciousness into the nascent soul. In the Danshan, Luo Hong's nascent soul sat cross-legged opposite the nuclear black flame, holding a deep blue thumb-sized bead in his fleshy palm. It was the Zhenhe pearl that was originally as black as ink. After fusing 108 1 yuan heavy water beads and forging the body with spiritual energy during the formation of the infant, Luo Hong successfully completed a nuclear spiritual ascension, turning its quality into binary heavy water. Luo Hong was surprised and delighted by this result. After all, it was too violent and uncontrollable to perform nuclear spiritual ascension by nuclear explosion. So Luo Hong wanted to try to use the power of heaven and earth to perform nuclear spiritual ascension. Unexpectedly, it really worked. Compared with the rare 1 yuan heavy water, binary heavy water is a spiritual material that only appears in legends. Its mass is exactly 108 times that of the same volume of 1 yuan heavy water. Although the volume of the Zhenhe pearl is not much different from the previous one, there is actually only a thin layer of binary heavy water on the surface. Inside is the core of the Zhenhe pearl, which is actually a blue round particle of spirit particle aggregation. As early as when Luo Hong created his own practice, he had planned to transform binary heavy water, but he did not expect that a simple attempt would succeed directly. However, although the transformation of binary heavy water is a key step for Luo Hong to move towards the road of quality, the biggest gain this time is the data recorded in the physical examination form about the spiritual energy that caused the nucleus to rise. These data have great research value. If they can be studied thoroughly, Luo Hong can make great progress in the field of nucleus rising. Although Luo Hong is very excited about this, the amount of data is very large, and this work cannot be completed in a few years or decades. Turning his attention back to the Zhenhe pearl, after this unexpected qualitative change, the mass of the Zhenhe pearl has not changed, but the density of its constituent material has been increased by hundreds of times. This also means that the upper limit of the mass of the Zhenhe pearl has been increased by hundreds of times. Due to Luo Hong's special refining method, the binary heavy water that looks like a hole is actually composed of 108 water drops. Theoretically, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, each water drop can grow into a binary heavy water bead. Calculated based on the current mass of 1.08 million jin of the Zhenhe pearl, the mass limit of the new Zhenhe pearl will exceed 100 million jin. This mass sounds terrifying, but it is not very heavy. After all, the mass of a mountain can easily exceed this value. However, when these masses are concentrated on a very small object, some interesting phenomena will occur. This is also a long-term goal, and its priority is ranked after cultivation. Luo Hong does not want to be like Dayan Shenzhen, who delayed his cultivation for the sake of refining treasures, and died with hatred. Thinking of this, the chubby little hand of the Yuan Ying released the Zhenhe pearl, and in a somewhat cute way, pinched out a magic formula, and began to practice the exercises. As the spiritual palace with the best spiritual energy in Huangfeng Valley, the spiritual pressure is only 600, which is completely incomparable to the spiritual pressure of thousands created by Luo Hong through the 5 evils gathering spirit formation. Moreover, as Luo Hong continued to cultivate day by day, his spiritual pressure showed signs of gradually declining. It was obvious that the spiritual pressure here was also gathered by the formation. Fortunately, Luo Hong did not have much hope, so he was not disappointed. Time passed quickly, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. Luo Hong successfully consolidated his cultivation. When he broke through the gate, he found that many Dao transmission nodes were trapped in the restriction at the entrance of the spiritual talisman. Most of them were sent by Yu Ruoxi in order to inform Luo Hong that the cave house had been built and that he had received the news from Fan Mengai. Ancestor Ling, who also sent a message saying that after Luo Hong came out of the gate, he should go to the meeting hall of Kehuang Peak first to meet with the elders in the Jiandan stage in Huangfeng Valley. Luo Hong also wanted to know the current situation of his acquaintances and friends in the sect, so he flew to the meeting hall. Ancestor Ling Hu did not go into seclusion. As soon as he sensed the movement of Luo Hong coming out of seclusion, he ordered the elders in the sect to gather and wait in the meeting hall first. With a detailed goal, after a thorough investigation, all the information about Luo Hong in Huangfeng Valley was dug out, including the annual per acre yield record when he was managing the spiritual garden. Luo Hong's origin is completely that of a core disciple of Huangfeng Valley. It's a pity that his master Li Huoyuan had died in the early war between Huangfeng Valley and the Milan people. While feeling relieved, Ling Hu Patriarch was also shocked, because he calculated a little and knew that Luo Hong was only a little over 200 years old this year. At this age, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul has a great hope of cultivating to the late stage of the nascent soul. Thinking of this, Ling Hu Patriarch did not feel jealous at all, but was very excited. He felt that it was the blessing of the spirit of the ancestors that allowed Huangfeng Valley to wait for such a great opportunity. Brother Luo, is your cultivation going well? When Luo Hong came to the main hall, Ling Hu Patriarch stood up to greet him without any airs and invited him to the only first seat in the hall to show that they were equal. Brother Ling Hu is so polite. I'm just a junior in front of you. I hope you can give me more guidance in the future. Although Elder Ling Hu had reasons for the inheritance of the sect, he was really good to Luo Hong, and his purpose was beneficial to Luo Hong. So after several contacts, Luo Hong couldn't help but have a good impression of him, and spoke to him in a very respectful and polite manner. Haha, I will teach you everything I know later without reservation. Now, let's meet the elders of our sect first. Are there any acquaintances of yours, Brother Luo? Elder Ling Hu was very satisfied with Luo Hong's attitude and said with a smile, I wonder if Elder Liu has successfully broken through the Chindan stage and fulfilled his long cherished wish to revitalize the family. Luo Hong thought silently and his eyes showed expectation. Not long after, one after another, the Chindan stage cultivators of Huangfeng Valley entered the hall. When they saw two Yuanying stage cultivators sitting on the first seat, they were not surprised. Obviously, they had heard the news in the past 3 months and knew that a new supreme elder would come to the sect. After paying respects, these Chindan elders sat down on both sides of the hall. Many of them showed disbelief in their eyes and looked at Luo Hong secretly from time to time. Naturally, these small movements of fizz could not be hidden from Luo Hong's consciousness, but Luo Hong did not care. Instead, she secretly felt amused. Li Huoyuan used to have good popularity in Huangfeng Valley. As his disciple, Luo Hong was not familiar with other Chindan elders in the sect, but most of them had met him once. Now, these Chindan elders saw that their former foundation building juniors had surpassed their cultivation by several levels and became high-ranking Yuanying cultivators. Luo Hong could fully understand the complicated feelings. Disciple Xiaoqia, I pay my respects to Uncle Ling Hu and Uncle Luo. A graceful female cultivator stood in the center of the hall. After respectfully paying her respects to Luo Hong and Ling Hu Patriarch, she raised her pair of smart eyes and stared at Luo Hong's face. Haha, Brother Xiao, we didn't expect to meet again today after we parted in the capital. Is your grandfather still alive? Luo Hong was deeply impressed by this eccentric woman. He had previously worried that after he had caused a big fuss in the capital, whether it would affect the fate of the little girl and Han Lao Modian. Brother Luo, it's really you. Grandfather didn't build a foundation and passed away many years ago. Xiaoqia's face was not depressed when she talked about this. It was obvious that she had already let go of her sadness. At this moment, her eyes were full of surprise. Luo Hong was not a stingy person. He didn't want to disappoint this surprise, so he asked with a smile, since you have become a Chindan stage cultivator, have you refined any magic weapons? Show them to me. Xiaoqia was stunned when she heard this, and then realized something. With great joy on her face, she offered a milky white jade ruler less than half a foot long. Uncle Luo, this is a Zuanayu ruler that I made with 1,000-year-old Zuanayu. It can attack and defend, and it also has a strong magic power of illusion. As she said that, Xiaoqia pointed at the Zuanai ruler with one hand, and it disappeared. As soon as its spiritual light was released, it turned into a sea of white peony flowers, exuding a drowsy flower fragrance. Yes, illusions are very useful in fighting. Your magic weapon is much more practical than those flying swords and flying knives that go straight back and forth. This level of illusion naturally cannot fascinate Luo Hong, but against some cultivators in the early stage of Jiandan, there is still a good chance that the opponent will be defeated without being able to exert his true ability. After nodding his head in approval, Luo Hong flipped his palm and took out an eyeball the size of a human head and said, "This is the main eye of the 6th level monster, the 100-eyed monster. You can refine it into the mysterious Jade Ruler, which can at least double the power of this treasure's illusion magic. The 100-eyed monster is a common monster in the Chaos Star Sea. It is good at all kinds of illusions, and most of its magic powers are on its main eye, so its main eye is an excellent thing for refining illusion magic weapons." Xiaoqia had never heard of the 100-eyed monster, but she believed that Luo Hong would not lie to her, and immediately thanked her repeatedly. The 6th level monsters are basically extinct in Xianan, and the value of the materials of such monsters is inestimable. Seeing Xiaoqia receive this generous gift, the elders who had already sat down in the Jiandan stage all showed envy. At this time, Luo Hong couldn't chat with Xiaoqia in detail. After she thanked him, he motioned her to sit aside. Ancestor Ling, who looked at this scene with a smile and nodded secretly. It is a great thing for Huangfeng Valley that Luo Hong can be so nostalgic. After waiting for a while, there was only one seat left on both sides of the hall, indicating that one person had not arrived yet. Just when Ling Hu Patriarch was about to show his displeasure, a middle-aged cultivator with disheveled hair and dirty face stumbled into the hall. This person exuded a burnt smell with the aroma of medicine, and looking at his embarrassed appearance, it was obvious that the furnace had just exploded while refining the elixir. "Senior brother Yu." After seeing the face of the person who came, Luo Hong was surprised and a little sad. He was almost the youngest among all the acquaintances in Huangfeng Valley, and now he was more than 200 years old. The lifespan of a cultivator in the foundation building stage was only 200 years. In other words, as long as senior brother Liu and others failed to form the elixir, they must have been sitting in the state of transformation by now. More than 100 years ago, when I was in the key training stage, I called you Uncle Luo. I didn't expect that today I'm already a Jiandan stage cultivator, and I still have to call you Uncle Luo. Times have changed, but people have not changed. That's great. Yuang lifted up his hair, that was burnt yellow, and said with a smile. But Luo Hong could feel a suppressed grief from his words. Thinking that Li Xiaoan had not advanced to the Jiandan stage, Luo Hong understood something. He did not expose the other party's scars, but just smiled and said, "What kind of elixir did your nephew refine? How could the furnace explode?" "Haha, junior brother, you don't know. Your nephew is very lucky. He has 3 sons and 2 daughters, each of whom has spiritual roots. 3 of them have cultivated to the foundation building stage, and the other 2 have also cultivated to the late stage of key training. So, he can only refine elixirs that can improve the cultivation of key training and foundation building cultivators." Ling Hu Patriarch said with great interest. "Good guy, senior brother you are to grow and dual cultivation." Master Ling Hu, you are wise. I was refining a furnace of key condensation pills. In order to rush to meet Master Luo, I was so anxious that I didn't control the temperature well, and the furnace exploded accidentally. Yuang showed a happy expression on his face, but he looked so embarrassed now, with ash all over his body, which made people laugh. Luo Hong couldn't help but chuckled twice and said, "This time I ruined your furnace of pills, but refining pills is not my forte. Here are some top grade magic tools, so give them to Master Yu's children." Chapter 316. Finally get married. The magic weapons Luo Hong gave were all taken from Jiandan stage enemies. They were of extremely high quality and were exactly what Yuang needed. After accepting Luo Hong's gift, Yuang retreated to his seat and sat down. At this point, all the Jiandan stage elders in the Yellow Maple Valley had arrived. There were 5 people on each side, a total of 10 people, which was also much less than the Yanyu sect. Among them, Luo Hong could call out many names, including the fat Master Lei, the beautiful young Sister Ni, the Mirren brothers who looked exactly the same, and Xiaoqia and Yuang. Here we can see that the division of high-level and low-level cultivators in the world of cultivation is not a random division. Because of lifespan, high-level cultivators and low-level cultivators are almost not from the same world. The former may only be in retreat once, while the latter are already dead. Haha, junior brother Luo's return is a great fortune for our Huangfeng Valley. The matter of our sect's inheritance has been weighing on my mind for a long time, but now I can finally let it go. I declare that from now on, junior brother Luo is the new supreme elder of our Huangfeng Valley. All the giant and elders stood up immediately and bowed in unison to congratulate. Welcome Uncle Master Luo. May Uncle Master protect our sect for 10,000 years, and the people of Huangfeng Valley will obey your orders. As the supreme elder, Luo Hong did not need to return the greeting. He sat in the first seat and nodded slightly in response. After a round of greetings, everyone sat down again. Eldling who talked about business and said, since you have met the elders of the sect, we will hold a grand initiation ceremony next, so that the surrounding sects will know that there is a new Yuanying stage cultivator in Huangfeng Valley. Please forgive me for this. I don't like excitement, so I'd better skip the ceremony. Luo Hong was now anxious to enhance his own strength and cultivate his magical powers. He didn't want to spend more time on these red tape, so he shook his head and refused. Well, brother, I will simply inform the other 5 sects. Eldling who didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't force it and let go of this opportunity to greatly enhance the reputation of Huangfeng Valley. Then, he introduced the elders of Jiandan in the hall. Luo Hong talked to them one by one, and they were considered to be acquainted. When it was Niang's turn, Luo Hong found that her expression was complicated, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't dare to say it, so she knew that she must have something. But Luo Hong didn't want to start a branch task yet, so he pretended not to see it. After this round, the meeting was over. Eldling who stood up with his hands behind his back and chuckled, Brother Luo, I'll wait for you in the tea house in the backyard. After that, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared. At this time, all the giant and elders in the hall also bowed and left. Only Yuang and Xiaoqia were kept by Luo Hong. When Niang left, he couldn't help but look back, but still didn't reveal what he wanted. In the end, he left the hall with a lot of struggle. Luo Hong didn't take this matter to heart, and then asked the 2 people who stayed behind about Brother Liu and others. As a result, it was learned that although Liu Jing didn't die in the capital, he never cultivated to the full Stan realm, but he formed a good marriage with Zhonghui Niang, and the descendants who stayed behind are now cultivating in the Yellow Maple Valley. It is said that he inherited Liu Jing's will and shouted every day to revive the family. Luo Hong silently remembered this matter. He still remembered the help that senior brother Liu had given him. He decided to find a chance to help senior brother Liu's descendants in the future. In addition, since Li Xiaoqing was rejected by Luo Hong, he has completely become a hard-working person and no longer talked about love between men and women. After experiencing a series of opportunities, he even cultivated to the realm of false elixir. Unfortunately, when he broke through, his mind was lost, and his meridians were broken and he died. After hearing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but sigh, wondering if he should go to the other party's grave to pay tribute. Afterwards, Luo Hong pointed out some problems with the 2 people's skills, and parted with them. In the tea pavilion, Linghu Patriarch had already brewed spiritual tea and was waiting. He was not surprised to see Luo Hong suddenly appear, but just said slowly, Junior brother Luo, I see that you have a lot of insights today. Can you share them? Haha, I can't talk about any insights. I just feel that the immortal path is long, and it's hard to find friends when walking alone. It's very lonely. Luo Hong raised the teacup and took a sip, letting the fragrance of the tea spread in his mouth, and he was not in a hurry to swallow it. It's rare to find someone as sentimental as you, junior brother, among Yuanying stage cultivators. But that's because you're still young. As long as you practice for another 200 years, you'll be able to see things more clearly. After Linghu Patriarch comforted Luo Hong, he talked to him about his own experiences. The 1,000-year-old monster had accumulated a lot of practical experience. Luo Hong felt that he benefited a lot after listening for a while. As a result, the two chatted for 3 days and 3 nights. When Linghu Patriarch drank the last sip of spiritual tea with reluctance, Luo Hong felt that he had become a veteran among Yuanying stage cultivators. Huishan Peak, one of the 4 spiritual peaks in Huangfeng Valley, has a peak that was newly designated as a forbidden area of the sect 3 months ago. Because of the frequent draws, low-level disciples who didn't know the reason had many speculations about it. The most mainstream one was that the peak of Huishan Peak was the newly built demon sealing place in the sect, and there always the sound of demons hammering the mountain wall. In fact, it was Zhu Ruoxi who had been busy here for more than a month, building a cave for her and Luo Hong. When Luo Hong finished her discussion with Linghu Patriarch and came to the outside of the cave through the restriction, she deeply felt that male and female cultivators were really different. Over the years, Luo Hong had also built many caves, but none of them were as exquisite as the one in front of her. Because she had the restriction token of the cave, Luo Hong did not disturb Yu Ruoxi and came to the depths of the cave. In a jade pavilion, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants, Yu Ruoxi was instructing Fan Mengai and Wang Qingqing on their skills. Staring at the face of her senior sister, Luo Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of calmness in her heart. This cave seemed to have a different meaning. As if she noticed Luo Hong's gaze, Yu Ruoxi suddenly turned her head to meet Luo Hong's eyes, and then her surprise was beyond words. "Junior brother, are you out of retreat?" "Yes, you go back to practice first. I have something to say to my sister." Luo Hong put on airs and sent Fan Mengai and the other 2 away, then came to sit cross-legged in front of Yu Ruoxi. Before Luo Hong could speak, Yu Ruoxi suddenly burst out laughing. "Junior brother, you deceived Qingqing so badly, her heart almost fell on you. After not seeing you for many years, you are now able to please the female cultivators, but have you done anything to let me down?" Luo Hong's expression froze. Although he had always been a virgin, his ambiguity with Yuan Yao was hard to explain. "Sister, you can see that I have not lost my Yuan Yang, so you know how I feel about you." Yu Ruoxi looked at Luo Hong with amusement at first, then rolled her eyes at him and said, "It doesn't matter whether Yuan Yang is lost or not, but don't let your heart be stolen." Luo Hong felt guilty for a while after hearing what she said, but fortunately Yu Ruoxi didn't dwell on this topic too much, and smiled and said, "I'm already very happy that junior brother can come back to find me as promised. Let junior brother meet some goblins in the process." Luo Hong breathed a sigh of relief, took Yu Ruoxi's hands and said, "Just now, I discussed Taoism with senior brother Linghu, and talked about holding a double cultivation ceremony with senior sister." Hearing the 4 words double cultivation ceremony, Yu Ruoxi's cheeks immediately flushed, and she couldn't help but bowed her head deeply. "Rejected me?" Luo Hong's short words made Yu Ruoxi fall into an ice cave, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. But Luo Hong seemed not to notice, and with a thought, he took out a wine jar covered with talismans from his treasure bag. "If we hold a grand ceremony now, others will say that my senior sister is clinging to me. But I know that my senior sister has delayed her cultivation for me. So, I want to wait until my senior sister has a baby, and then hold the double cultivation ceremony. Of course, before that, you and I are already a Taoist couple in reality, and the ceremony is just a formality." Luo Hong caressed Yu Ruoxi's cheek with the back of his hand, feeling that it was a blessing in his life to meet his senior sister. Feeling Luo Hong's love, Yu Ruoxi's mood returned to normal, but she said with confidence, "It takes a great opportunity to condense the nascent soul. I'm only in the late stage of the core formation now, and I'm still far away from the false infant realm. How dare I talk about the matter of forming the nascent soul?" Senior sister, the opportunity you need is far away in the sky and close at hand," Luo Hong said as she slapped the wine jar with one palm and uncovered the talisman that sealed the jar. Suddenly, a huge blue mist slowly floated out and condensed at the jar mouth. "What an amazing spiritual energy. Junior brother, what is this?" Sensing the spiritual energy in the blue mist, Yu Ruoxi's eyes widened and asked in surprise. This is the spiritual wine I brewed for Senior Sister using the demon pill of the 8th level blue dragon. Senior Sister only needs to refine it, and within 10 years, she can reach the false infant realm. Luo Hong said very complacently, and sealed the talisman again, to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking. 8th level Jiao Dan. Didn't junior brother have a fierce battle with the transformed Jiao Long? Yu Ruoxi looked at Luo Hong anxiously, unable to imagine how dangerous it was at that time. Luo Hong was slightly stunned by Senior Sister's reaction, and then felt very warm. If it was someone else, they would have focused their attention on the spirit wine, and would not have thought about his safety. It's okay, that transformed Jiao Long is very stupid. After Luo Hong pushed the wine jar to Yu Ruoxi's legs, he took out a jade bottle and a jade box. The elixir in this bottle is called Jiuquapiang pill. When taken during the process of forming a baby, it can increase the success rate by 20 to 30%. The lotus petals in this box are from the ancient elixir Biuli lotus. Just taking it raw can keep your face forever and cleanse your body of toxins. If you use the ice skin and jade bone method while taking it, it can greatly strengthen your meridians. In addition, junior brother has a secret method that can ensure that Senior Sister will not be afraid of the invasion of demons when forming a baby. With these, it will take at most 20 years for Senior Sister to successfully form a baby, and from then on, we will live together forever. Listening to the arrangements made by Luo Hong for her, Yu Ruoxi was extremely happy. It seems that he has always had me in his heart all these years, when he was away. Seeing Yu Ruoxi's touched expression, Luo Hong touched his nose, suddenly smiled evilly, leaned forward, put his head close to Yu Ruoxi's ear and said, Senior Sister, the restriction on your skills, I will help you solve it today. Yu Ruoxi's face turned red, and her head was dizzy. Before she could come to her senses, she found that she had been picked up by the waist. Then there was a whistling sound in her ears, and the scenery in front of her was blurred. When it was clear again, she had been gently placed on the bed. Junior brother, Yu Ruoxi seemed a little flustered. Just when she was about to say something, Luo Hong lowered his head and bit her lips. This kid, it's so sudden again. Forget it, I'm his anyway. Amidst the panting, Yu Ruoxi's eyes gradually became blurred. Chapter 317, Zhongling Mountains. Luo Hong wanted to start practicing treasures immediately after practicing dual cultivation, but the two who had tasted the wonderful taste for the first time felt that they had tasted the marrow and wanted more. After spending half a month together, they began their own practice. Yu Ruoxi was in seclusion refining the spirit wine, while Luo Hong came to the top of the peak outside the cave. He wanted to refine the 5-element flag here. Because of the improvement of his cultivation, Luo Hong no longer needed help from others to refine the 5-element flag this time. The nuclear black flame was the best spiritual flame, so he did not need a professional refining room. He only needed a quiet and undisturbed environment. Because he had had experience before, Luo Hong was familiar with refining the 5-element flag, and the materials were already prepared. So after half a year of refining and making a lot of noise, Luo Hong successfully refined the 5-element flag. At this moment, Luo Hong, who was a little pale due to the consumption of mana, was surrounded by 5 large flags of different colors. The spiritual energy and treasure light they exuded far exceeded the previously damaged 5-element flag, and one of them could be listed as a rare ancient treasure. If he could use it to cast the 5-element thunder, Luo Hong was confident that he could fight against a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Even if he couldn't do that now, using it to set up an array or cast a powerful 5-element spell would ensure that Luo Hong would not lose out in the confrontation with the cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. Although the dazzling magic realm was quite powerful, it consumed too much mana and could only be used as a killer. Usually, the 5-element flag had the most opportunities to be used. Spells were divided into low level, intermediate level, and advanced level, and each level was further divided into 3 levels. At the level of the nascent soul cultivator, it was already possible to practice advanced spells. However, because advanced spells were difficult to practice and slow to release, they were not very practical in fighting, so it was extremely rare for cultivators in the nascent soul stage to study spells. Luo Hong knew very early that spiritual arts were magic, but spiritual arts were generally much more difficult than magic, because spiritual arts had more superficial techniques to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth than magic. Therefore, even the masters of the Million People rarely mastered advanced spiritual arts, and even if they did, they could not use them in a one-on-one battle. But for Luo Hong, the only limitation of magic practice was his own mana. Apart from that, it was just a simple repetition of previous research results. That was why Luo Hong had bought the jade slip of spiritual arts at the trade fair that day. The practice of spiritual arts was not a problem for him. As for the speed of casting, Luo Hong also had the 5 elements spirit body and the fire flag refined by the great 5 element Tang Shengju. With the help of these two, even if it still could not be cast instantly, it would definitely be reduced to an acceptable level. In addition, the nuclear black flame could be used to cast the fire spiritual arts. Luo Hong could not imagine how powerful his combat power would be after this system was formed. After imagining for a while, Luo Hong put the 5 element flag into his danshan and let it surround the Yuanying. Then, he sat down to recover his mana. This treasure refining was far from over. In addition to the 5 element flag, Luo Hong also planned to refine 2 other magic weapons. The first was to use the shell of the transformed turtle demon to refine a spiritual shield. Luo Hong was always serious about the matter of layering armor. The second was to use the pile of spiritual materials that seemed to be the golden crow and to refine a set of flying swords for Fan Mengai, so that the girl would not always find ways to remind him. After practicing kicking and regulating his breath for more than a day, Luo Hong finally replenished his mana and then began the work of refining the weapon with great noise. Under the Huashan peak, Niang stared at the top of the peak with a complicated expression, sometimes with a firm look in her eyes, and sometimes with a sigh. After struggling for a long time, she suddenly turned her head and looked behind her, only to see a jade-colored escape light coming from the horizon. It's finally here. Niang breathed a sigh of relief, and then took out a jade box with a little pain. Soon, the escape light landed not far from Niang, and Xiaoqia's figure appeared. Sister Ni, why did you ask me to come here? Xiaoqia seemed to have a good relationship with Niang. She didn't feel a bit restrained after beating him. Her face was full of liveliness and laughter. At this moment, a blue spiritual wave suddenly burst out from the top of the peak. It spread out for several miles before hitting the restriction on the top of the peak. Suddenly, the whole spiritual peak trembled slightly. Although only a small amount of spiritual wave squeezed out of the restriction, the violent water spiritual power in it still made Xiaoqia smack her lips. Senior brother Lei and the other said that Uncle Luo was refining some magic weapon. I really want to see how powerful the magic weapon that can make such a noise when it is refined is. Xiaoqia's face was full of longing. Niang saw her sincere look, and his anxiety was relieved. He and Xiaoqia had been connected for a long time. When this girl was in the key training stage, she was eager to become a cultivator in the foundation building stage. After the foundation building, she was eager to become a cultivator in the Jiandan stage. Now that she has become a real person in the Jiandan stage, she naturally sets her sights on the Yuanying stage. Niang was not surprised at all, but was very sure that this girl would become a Yuanying stage cultivator one day. For such a clear heart of seeking the Tao, Niang only envied her and did not have any jealous thoughts at all. Sorry, I was distracted. Sister Ni, please tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. After discovering that Niang had been staring at her with a smile, Xiaoqia felt very rude and smiled brightly. I do have something to ask for this time. If it weren't for the last resort, I wouldn't want to embarrass Sister Kia. I really have no other choice. A look of sorrow appeared on Niang's face again. She did not hide it and said bluntly, Sister, you should know that at the junction of Billion Kingdom and Yujiang Kingdom, there is a Zhongling mountain range that stretches for thousands of miles. More than 100 years ago, when our 6 sects withdrew into Billion Kingdom, in order not to harm the mortals we brought with us in the subsequent battles with the local immortal cultivation forces, we used magic to build several cities on the outskirts of the Zhongling mountain range for mortals to live in. Later, Due to the rich resources of the Zhangling mountain range and some spiritual stones left by the immortal cultivators of the six sects, these cities flourished for a period of time. But just 60 years ago, a strange beast tide suddenly broke out in the Zhangling mountain range. The beasts lost their minds and frantically attacked the surrounding mortal towns. My husband's secular family, a total of hundreds of people, did not escape this disaster. I had let this matter go long ago, but half a year ago, a team of low-level monks from the sect who went to the Zhangling mountains to hunt ghosts clashed with a group of weird monks, and there were casualties. When the sect investigated the matter, I asked about it for some reason, and I didn't expect to find the image of my husband's nephew in a photo bead. Niang said as she took out a black photo bead, and with a push of her magic power, she made the image inside appear. In a grey forest, several ragged humans with red eyes and dull expressions stared blankly at the team of ghost hunting disciples. The disciple holding the photo bead was obviously startled, and the image trembled violently. Then, as the surrounding grey fog rolled violently, the image blurred and disappeared completely. It must be some magic that interfered with the photo bead. After showing the complete video, Niang rewound it and stopped at the first scene. She pointed to a person in the lower left corner and said, "This person is my husband's nephew. Compared with 60 years ago, his appearance has not changed at all. Sister Ni, do you want to go deep into the Zhangling mountains to find him? You should know the dangers." Xiaoqia lost her cheerful look halfway through listening, and now she said with a solemn face, "The beast tide in the Zhangling mountains was quite a big commotion back then. How could Xiaoqia not know about it? When the six sects initially evacuated, although the other 5 sects were not as thorough as the Yellow Maple Valley, they also greatly streamlined their personnel, and did not bring many mortals with them. Therefore, those mortal cities were not begat first, but with a truce between the 6 sects and the demonic path. The 6 sects gradually moved many mortals from U-State to these cities, all of which were left over from the beginning. Presumably, the secular family of Sister Ni's husband's family moved here at that time. If ordinary mortal cities were destroyed, as long as it was confirmed that there were no immortal cultivators or monsters involved, the 6 sects would not do anything. However, several cities near the Zhangling mountains are closely related to the 6 sects, and the beast tide also came strangely, so the 6 sects cultivators intervened in it at the first time. But at the same time as the beast tide broke out, a very thick grey fog gushed out from the depths of the Zhangling mountains, covering the entire area of thousands of miles. The cultivators of the 6 sects did not go deep into the grey fog, and they found that the fog had the effect of confusing the mind. If there were no Yuanying cultivators present at the time, I don't know how many disciples of the 6 sects would be lost in it. Then, the Yuanying ancestor of the giant sword sect personally escaped into the depths of the grey fog, but found nothing. It would be fine if it was just that. At least the Yuanying cultivators would not be afraid of this place, but in the past 60 years, the grey fog in the depths of the mountains has never stopped. Although the range of the grey fog has not expanded, its concentration has been increasing. The most important thing is that its effect of confusing the mind is also growing synchronously. Now even the Yuanying cultivators dare not go deep into the mountains, and it has become a completely GD. However, this change is not all bad. Every 3 years, the god-confusing grey fog will have a similar phenomenon of backwash. The concentration of grey fog outside the Zhangling mountains will be greatly reduced. At this time, even the cultivators in the foundation building stage can enter it without any hindrance. But correspondingly, the grey fog in the depths of the Zhangling mountains will be extremely dense at this time. If you enter it by mistake, you will definitely die. However, the concentration of the grey fog can be distinguished with the naked eye. As long as you are not blind, nothing will happen. And it is very likely due to the grey fog that the Zhangling mountains, which originally had no spiritual veins and no spiritual medicine production, have actually appeared some traces of attribute spiritual medicine. And the medicinal properties of these spiritual medicines are far higher than the years of their existence. In this way, the originally pure evil land has become a treasure land. In addition to spiritual medicines, the Zhangling mountains also breed many evil things that look like ghosts, but are not ghosts. Killing them can have a chance to obtain a spiritual material called Yanpio Pearl. This thing is of great value to low-level cultivators, So every 7 days when the grey fog returns, many low-level disciples from the 6 sects will go into the mountains to hunt ghosts and pick spiritual medicines. Now, before the 3-year deadline, Niang looked like he was in a hurry to go into the mountains to look for someone. How could Xiaoqia not worry and persuade him? I know it very well, but in the past 60 years, there have been many monks who went into the mountains to hunt ghosts, but my husband's nephew has only been found once. He must have been hiding in the depths of the Zhongling Mountains. If we want to find him, we have to wait until the grey fog has not receded. Niang looked determined, and it was obvious that he had made up his mind long ago. As a good friend of Niang, Xiaoqia knew very well why the other party was so desperate to save a mortal, and immediately realized that she could not persuade him back. Please vote for me, brothers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Niang's Difficulty. Sister Ni, what do you want me to do? Xiaoqia let out a light breath, thinking that at most she could take a risk with Sister Ni, but she couldn't watch her destroy herself. Sister and Uncle Luo are very close, and I know the dangers of the Zhongling Mountains, so I want to ask you to help me invite Uncle Luo to come out of the mountains. This is my most precious treasure, so I will give it to Uncle Luo. Niang said as she handed the jade box in her hand to Xiaoqia, with a look of sadness and relief. After Xiaoqia took it, she slid open the lid of the box to take a look, but she paused halfway through, and then suddenly closed it, and said in a hurry, Sister Ni, are you really willing to give up this thing? It doesn't matter if I'm not willing to give it up. This is the only treasure I can give that can impress a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Niang smiled sadly, and with the sadness between her eyebrows, there was a sense of pity. In that case, I'm willing to make a trip for you. But please don't hold too high hopes. Uncle Luo and I are not close friends. In fact, I still owe Uncle Luo for saving my life. Xiaoqia was not optimistic about asking Luo Hong to come out of the mountain. Although the things in the box were extremely precious, they were only for giant and stage cultivators. It was unknown how much interest Yuanying stage cultivators would have in them. At least you will have a high probability of seeing him. If it were me, I probably wouldn't even be able to get in. I just want to try it this time. Just do your best. I won't blame you. Niang said sincerely. Obviously, she also knew that this was very difficult and the probability of failure was much greater than success. After watching Xiaoqia leave, Niang circled in the pavilion and waited anxiously. Just a moment later, Xiaoqia came back with an ugly look. When she met Niang's inquiring eyes, she could only shake her head slightly. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in a flash. In the stone chamber of the cave, Luo Hong was frowning as he comprehended a red jade slip. This jade slip was exactly the spiritual technique jade slip that Luo Hong had obtained from the auction at the trade fair. It recorded a technique called Pure Yang Burning Heaven technique and many fire-based spiritual techniques. Although the total number of fire-based spiritual techniques was extremely large, there were only 3 high-level spiritual techniques, corresponding to the low, medium and high levels. After a while, Luo Hong put down the jade slip that was close to his brow, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said, this high level and medium level spiritual technique, Pure Yang Flame, is 10 times more complicated than the spiritual technique, Burning Heaven. No wonder the last spiritual technique called Golden Crow is so powerful, but it has no reputation at all. Obviously, apart from the ancient cultivator who created this technique, no one can practice it. It took Luo Hong less than a year to refine the 2 magic weapons, and then he began to comprehend the spiritual techniques in the cave. Even with Luo Hong's cheating method, it took him 2 years to analyze the spiritual art of Burning Heaven. After truly comprehending the advanced spiritual art, Luo Hong found that, although the spiritual arts below the advanced level also have a superficial application of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, that application is more similar to the formation. Although the advanced spiritual art also has a hint of formation, the key lies in the practitioner's own control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As we all know, immortal cultivators below the level of transformation cannot directly control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, when immortal cultivators have the nascent soul, they actually have a certain ability to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the difference in strength is very obvious. Although Luo Hong's cultivation is only in the early stage of the nascent soul, his spiritual consciousness is strong, and his actual control ability has exceeded that of the cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Therefore, when he practiced the spiritual art of burning heaven, he did not encounter too many obstacles, and it can be said that it was very smooth. Although the spiritual art of pure yang iron is 10 times more complicated than burning heaven, it has not undergone any qualitative changes, and has not exceeded Luo Hong's understanding, so it is only a matter of time before he succeeds in practicing it. However, the function of this spiritual art is mainly to refine the pure yang iron spiritual flame of pure yang iron from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which has certain requirements for the spiritual environment. The properties of this spiritual flame are consistent with the nuclear black flame, which is the best supplement for the nuclear black flame. Moreover, in the process of the nuclear black flame devouring the pure yang iron, its own spiritual activity will be greatly improved. In this way, Luo Hong's speed of refining the nuclear black flame will also be greatly improved. According to calculations, it will take 157 years, 8 months and 4 days to refine the remaining nuclear black flame at the previous speed. This is close to 20% of the lifespan of a Yuanying period cultivator, which Luo Hong cannot accept at all. The nuclear black flame is Luo Hong's most powerful killer now. A war will be launched in a few decades, and Luo Hong must refine at least half of it before that. Therefore, practicing the spiritual art of pure yang iron is imperative. The spiritual energy environment required is very demanding. As far as Luo Hong knows, there is no place in Cheyenne that meets the requirements. However, it is not impossible for Luo Hong to simulate it with the formation. It is just that he lacks a batch of materials at hand. Although the amount of this batch of materials is large, it is not too precious. Let Huang Fenggu help collect them. It should not take long to gather them. Well, I will go out of retreat first. After collecting all the materials, I will go into retreat to refine the nuclear black flame. Luo Hong stood up and waved his hand to open the stone door that had been sealed for 2 years. After walking out of the stone room, Luo Hong extended his spiritual sense and sensed the stone room at the other end of the passage. That was where Yu Ruoxi was in retreat to refine the spiritual wine. After confirming that there was no abnormality, Luo Hong flashed to the front hall. After playing a sound transmission talisman, he stood still and waited. Soon, Fan Mengai came in and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master, please come out of retreat. Well, your cultivation has improved a lot since I went into retreat, and you are not far from the realm of false pills. I have already explained to you the relevant matters of forming pills. Do you have any questions?" Luo Hong checked Fan Mengai's cultivation and nodded slightly with satisfaction. "I have no doubts about cultivation, but master, have you ever refined treasures before?" Fan Mengai raised his eyes to secretly look at Luo Hong's expression, not daring to speak directly. "Since I have promised, I will not forget it. Take it." Luo Hong's mind moved, and he took out a black stone box that was half a foot square and 3 feet high. Bang! It hit in front of Fan Mengai. Fan Mengai did not underestimate it because of the uneven surface and ugly appearance of the stone box, but rushed forward and excitedly touched the stone box with his hand, only to feel a burst of warmth. "Master, is this a sword box?" Fan Mengai knocked on the stone box, his eyes shining. "You are a connoisseur. This time, I refined a magic flying sword for you with divine iron. It is very powerful. Even if you break through the early stage of Jianden, you can't control it. So I specially refined a sword box to carry the magic sword and seal its power." Seeing Fan Mengai recognize the sword box, Luo Hong was even more satisfied. His unlearned disciple could have such insight, which proved that his gifted education was successful. "Master, does the sword in the box have a name?" Fan Mengai was moved and asked excitedly. "This sword is called Xianyang Divine Sword, which is composed of 36 small swords. It gathers and disperses according to your heart, which is in line with your free and easy sword heart and the Xianyang divine sword art you practiced. If you can exert its true power, not only can you be invincible in the same level, but it is not difficult to fight against higher levels. This Xianyang divine sword is a magic weapon that Luo Hong customized for Fan Mengai. When she reaches the late stage of Jianden, and has the ability to drive 36 small swords at the same time, she will be able to fight even against cultivators in the early stage of Yuanying. Of course, there is no need to tell her that this sword is made of a spiritual material that is suspected to be Jinwu divine iron, so as to avoid trouble in the future. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Master, may you live as long as the sky. Fan Mengai thanked him with great joy. She patted the storage bag on her waist and put the sword box in it. Then she took out a sound transmission talisman and said, Master, during your retreat, Senior Sister Zio came to visit you. This is what she left behind. Did Ziokia come to see me? After Luo Hong received the sound transmission talisman, he dismissed Fan Mengai and activated the talisman with his magic power. Suddenly, Ziokia's voice rang out in the talisman. Uncle Luo, I have something to ask for. Please come and see me after you come out of retreat. Something to ask for. Luo Hong couldn't help but think of Niang's strange look in the meeting hall. Could it be that this little girl was also entangled in it? After pondering for a moment, Luo Hong decided to summon Ziokia. Things like today's need for the sect's help in collecting spiritual materials will definitely be indispensable in the future. I will be in retreat for many years in the future, and I need someone to supervise the tasks assigned to me in Huangfeng Valley. Fan Mengai and Wang Qingqing have not yet formed their elixir. Although I have my support behind them, their abilities are limited after all. Ziokia has a good character and is an old friend of mine. She is suitable to be trained as my spokesperson in Huangfeng Valley. Of course, if the things they are involved in are too troublesome, Luo Hong will never intervene and will just give them some benefits. After making up his mind, Luo Hong threw out a sound transmission talisman, and then he flashed into the reception room. The reception room was decorated very elegantly by the senior sister. Needless to say, there were all kinds of furnishings. She also specially attracted a waterfall and planted some spiritual flowers in the pool. After sitting on the stone chair, Luo Hong made a pot of spiritual tea for herself and drank it by herself. This wait lasted for several hours. This amount of time was naturally nothing for Luo Hong, who would often go into seclusion for several years. When he saw Ziokia, Luo Hong was slightly surprised. He saw that her breath was weak and her face was very bad. It was obvious that she had just been injured before, and now her mana was seriously depleted. Before Luo Hong could ask, Ziokia hurriedly saluted and said, Uncle, please save Senior Sister Ni. What happened to Junior Sister Ni? Was she injured in a fight? Luo Hong immediately realized that Ziokia had almost exhausted her mana in order to save people. It's not a wound from fighting, but an evil thing invading the body. The juniors and several senior brothers have tried to help Senior Sister Ni get rid of the evil thing, but our cultivation is not enough. We can only suppress the evil thing temporarily to prevent it from harming Senior Sister Ni's life, but we can't eliminate the hidden danger. For now, the only solution is to ask you, Uncle Master, to take action. Ziokia said anxiously, with an expectant look in her eyes. I saw that many book friends misunderstood the strength of the protagonist I wrote in the last chapter. I said that I was not inferior to the cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul, and I fought against the cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul, all when I only use the 5-element flag. If the firepower is fully opened, the current protagonist is similar to the cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul. He can suppress them faintly, but it is unlikely to kill them instantly, and it will take a fierce battle. Finally, I ask for votes for next month. Chapter 319, Evil Being or Demon. Evil Creature? It seems that Niang is in quite a bit of trouble. Even a giant unstage cultivator is in danger of his life. Take me there quickly. As the Grand Elder of Huangfeng Valley, Luo Hong enjoys the sect's offerings, so of course he has to contribute. There are only a few giant and elders in Huangfeng Valley. If one is missing, the sect will be weaker. Luo Hong thinks he should help. Xiaoqia was overjoyed and immediately led Luo Hong. Niang's cave is near Kahuang Peak. Luo Hong's escape speed after forming an infant is twice as fast as before. After a while, he brought Xiaoqia to a small valley covered by a formation. Entering the valley, Luo Hong found that Lei Yuan and the Mireng brothers were also in Niang's cave, just as Xiaoqia said. Their faces turned pale due to excessive consumption of mana. Among them, Lei Yuan walked back and forth in the front hall, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Brother Lei, I have invited Uncle Luo to come. How is Sister Ni doing now? After Xiaoqia asked, Lei Yuan and the other two realized Luo Hong's arrival and stepped forward to pay their respects. Brother Lu just invited Uncle Linghu to come. He is now exorcising the evil spirit for Sister Ni. I believe everything will be fine soon. In fact, there was no need for Lei Yuan to say more. Luo Hong had already sensed a great breath of mana. In the Yellow Maple Valley, only the Linghu Patriarch had such a cultivation level. Xiaoqia relaxed when she heard this. With the Linghu Patriarch in the middle stage of the nascent soul taking action, it should not be difficult to kill an evil creature. However, Luo Hong felt that the situation was not optimistic. He could sense that the mana of the Linghu Patriarch was fluctuating greatly, which was obviously a sign that the exorcism was not going well. Shocked, Luo Hong couldn't help but be curious and asked, Junior Brother Xiao, do you know how Junior Brother Ni was infected with evil things? Did you ask for an audience before for this matter? Uncle Master, Senior Sister Ni had to go deep into the Zhongling Mountains because of some things. I was afraid that something might happen to her, so I joined forces with two Taoist friends from the Kingsu sect to go into the mountains together. Although the depths of the Zhongling Mountains are shrouded in grey fog, as long as they do not approach the core area and rely on some magical tools to drive away evil spirits, giant and stage cultivators can still move around in it for a period of time. But unexpectedly, when Taoist friend Fuanzi picked a Yingsuski, a group of yin ghosts suddenly appeared and attacked us. There are many yin ghosts and they occupy the advantage of the terrain, but with the four of us working together, we can still resist. However, at this moment, the evil things hidden in the Yin Ghost group suddenly launched a surprise attack and attacked Senior Sister Ni and Taoist friend Fuanzi. This evil thing seems to have the magical power of an invisible ghost body. I tried to stop it with the Zuanai ruler at the time, but it went through directly without causing any impact on it. After Senior Sister Ni and Taoist fellow Fuanzi were possessed by the evil spirit, they fell straight down. It was only after another Taoist fellow and I tried our best to defeat the group of ghosts. Afterwards, I took Senior Sister Ni back to Huangfeng Valley to seek help from Senior Brother Lei and others. After talking about how Niang was infected with the evil spirit, Xiaoqia couldn't help but glance at the inner room and then said to Luo Hong, the reason why I asked to see you before was because I knew the danger of Zhongling mountain range and I wanted to ask Uncle to go with me. Well, I was refining magic weapons before, and I wouldn't agree, even if you saw me. Luo Hong responded lightly. He had also heard about Zhongling mountain range, but he only knew that it was a forbidden area that had just been formed in recent years, and no one knew why the mountain range became a forbidden area. As soon as the voice fell, a painful scream suddenly came from the inner room. Listening to the sound, it was Niang. Everyone's face changed, and when they saw Luo Hong turned into a light and rushed in, they followed closely. After entering the inner room, Luo Hong first looked at Linghu Patriarch. He saw that his magic power was still full, but he looked troubled, so he made a conclusion in his mind. Then, he swept his eyes and moved to Niang, who was lying on the ground and had fainted. He saw that the veins on the woman's forehead were exposed, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Even though she had fainted, her eyebrows were still furrowed, as if she was in great pain. Uncle Linghu, how is Junior Sister Ni? Lei Yuan watched Niang grow up and always regarded her as a successor of the younger generation. Otherwise, he would not have left the Mireng brothers to her to take care of them during his retreat. At that moment, he saw that Niang was dying, and he was naturally worried. Linghu Patriarch sighed and shook his head. How can even a Yuanian cultivator have no way? Uncle Linghu, is that evil thing really that powerful? The Mirren brothers also had a deep relationship with Niang, and they said it a little rudely in a hurry. Eldling who did not blame them, but said helplessly, the evil creature is not strong, but it is really difficult to deal with. It has merged with the soul of junior brother Ni. If it is separated by force, junior brother Ni will also be implicated. I tried it just now, and she fainted immediately from the pain. If I use ruthless hands, even if the evil spirit can be destroyed, junior brother Ni's soul will collapse. For now, we can only seal it temporarily and slowly find a solution. When everyone heard that the situation was so serious, they couldn't help but flash with sadness. The phenomenon of soul fusion will only become more serious with the passage of time. If it cannot be treated in time now, it will be more difficult in the future. At this time, Luo Hong, who carefully sensed the situation in Niang's Niwen Palace, suddenly spoke in surprise. Junior brother Luo, have you seen the origin of this evil creature? Niang is one of the few young elders in Huangfeng Valley who has reached the Jiandan stage, and he is expected to form an infant in the future. Because the sect's inheritance was almost cut off before, Linghu Patriarch was very concerned about Niang's safety. He found that Luo might have a way, and immediately asked with bright eyes, I don't know the origin of this evil thing, but there is indeed a way to try. Luo Hong's eyes flickered. If it was really what he guessed, the effect should be immediate. Anyway, there is no good way now, so do whatever you want, junior brother Luo. Linghu Patriarch stopped taking out the sealing artifact and stepped aside. Seeing Luo Hong step forward, Xiaoqia and others couldn't help but show hope in their eyes. Luo Hong didn't perform any magical spells, but just flipped his palm and took out the octagonal magic tower, and then released the inner demon in it with a thought. Of course, in order to prevent the matter of Yuhua Baolu from being exposed, Luo Hong deliberately relaxed the restrictions on the inner demon, making it look disgusting and evil. Just as Xiaoqia and the others were frowning and glaring at the terrifying and evil appearance of the inner demon's flesh and blood, a grey shadow flew out from Niang's head with a whoosh. That's it. It's the evil thing that harmed senior sister Ni. Xiaoqia reminded loudly, and at the same time, she and Lei Yuan and the other two couldn't help but take a step back. Eldling who raised his magic power and was about to use his magical power to destroy the grey shadow, but Luo Hong's voice rang in his ears. Wait a minute, senior brother, there are some tricks to this thing. Please leave it for me to study carefully. After a slight pause, although Elder Linghu felt that something was wrong, he did not lose Luo Hong's face, dispersed the magic power he had raised, and said, this evil thing is so eager to attract junior brothers in a demon. Junior brother, may I ask what is the reason? After these words came out, Xiaoqia and the others also pricked up their ears. They all wanted to know how to deal with this evil thing that even the nascent soul cultivators could not do anything about. I don't know the details. I just saw a description of this evil creature in a travelogue of a senior master. I know that it breaks through evolution by devouring the wisdom of living beings. The inner demon contains many extreme thoughts, which are the most attractive to this kind of evil creature. It can be said to be its panacea. Driven by instinct, this evil creature will naturally attack the inner demon regardless of everything. Luo Hong said half truthfully. In fact, the reason why he was surprised and suspicious just now was because he found that the breath of this evil creature was very similar to that of the outer demon. This discovery immediately made him very interested in those Ongling Mountains. If there really is an outer demon there, then there may be a channel connecting the human world and the outer world. No matter what the reason is, it is extremely valuable to study. As soon as the grey shadow entered the flesh and blood of the inner demon, it wanted to devour the inner demon hidden in it. Luo Hong's inner demon's power has not been replenished. The power of his spiritual consciousness is not much different from that of a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. How can it be a match for the grey shadow evil creature that tortured Niang, who was in the early stage of Dan formation, to death? With one bite, Luo Hong's inner demon was devoured by 1/3. The grey shadow wanted to bite more, but the forbidden power around it attacked and separated it from the inner demon. This ball of blood marrow was the cage that Luo Hong built with the forbidden power, and the grey shadow evil creature was now the cellmate of the inner demon. When the blood marrow was taken back to the pagoda by Luo Hong, Xiaoqia and others were really relieved, and went forward to check on Niang. Nephew Lei immediately informed the whole sect of the characteristics and harm of the evil creature to prevent this from happening again. Ancestor Ling Hu ordered solemnly, "Yes, uncle. However, should this matter be reported to the Nine Nations Alliance, this grey shadow evil creature should have been bred in the Zhongling Mountains in recent years. If it is left alone, it may cause a disaster in the future." Lei Yuan was very scared at this time and couldn't help but think about what to do if the evil creature in the mountains rushed out one day like the beast tide of the year. The Nine Nation Alliance is now focusing on the million people. They won't care about this kind of disaster that has not yet revealed its clues. Let's wait and see. Junior brother Luo, I'm afraid the matter of Zhongling Mountains will be handed over to you. Elder Ling Hu was very clear about the current situation. The Nine Nation Alliance could not clean up the Zhongling Mountains in a big way just because a giant and elder of Huangfeng Valley was attacked. Even if the Nine Nation Alliance still exists after the war, it will have to recuperate first. The problem of Zhongling Mountains will not be resolved unless it is delayed for more than 100 years. Elder Ling Hu knew that he would not live to that time, and he had a little bit of the meaning of entrusting his son to others. Don't worry, senior brother, Luo will go to explore in the next few days to feel the number of evil things in the mountains. Luo Hong was already interested in Zhongling Mountains, so he immediately agreed. Chapter 320, Eye of Zuan. Elder Ling Hu knew that Luo Hong was not an ordinary Yuanying early stage cultivator, so he was not worried about her exploration of Zhongling mountain range. After finishing the business here, Elder Ling Hu had other sect affairs to deal with. He exchanged a few words with Luo Hong and left. Lei Yuan had a mission to complete, so he glanced at Niang and followed her. After confirming that Niang's breath was stable and there was no danger, the Mirang brothers thanked Luo Hong and fled out of the cave. Now, only Xiaoqia was left in the inner room to take care of Niang. Luo Hong saw that she had finished her work, and because she wanted to know more about Zhongling mountain range, she asked about the specific cause and effect. When she learned that Niang had ventured deep into Zhongling mountain range for immortal, Luo Hong was surprised. In the world of immortal cultivation, even the lowest level of key refining cultivators usually don't show any favor to mortals. If they could choose, most key refining female cultivators would rather serve as furnaces for high-level cultivators than be associated with mortals. Niang is a giant unstage cultivator and is a high-ranking immortal to mortals. How could he condescend to risk his life for a mortal? Xiaoqia seemed to see Luo Hong's doubts and took the initiative to explain to him. As a result, after her explanation, Luo Hong found that this matter had a little bit to do with him. Back then, after Liu Jing and Zhonghui Niang became Taoist couples, the two major immortal families of Zhong and Liu were a strong alliance, which put a lot of pressure on other immortal families to which Huangfeng Valley belonged at that time. At that time, Huangfeng Valley had just joined the Nine Kingdoms Alliance and was not yet firmly established, so the competition for resources within the sect was intensified. The best way for the immortal forces, based on families to unite is marriage. Because the Wang family and the Ni family are similar in strength, they are not afraid of each other swallowing them up, so they naturally have the idea of hugging each other for warmth. As the only foundation building cultivator in the younger generation of the Ni family, Niang was chosen as the object of marriage. Out of a sense of responsibility for the family, Niang did not resist and directly became a Taoist couple with Wang Yuanzi, the most qualified member of the Wang family. Although Niang was willing, she was always arrogant and was actually very unwilling in her heart, so she never had a good face for Wang Yuanzi afterwards. However, Wang Yuanzi was in love with Niang and endured the long-term cold violence. After the two of them got along in this strange way for decades, a dispute opened the prelude to today's events. At that time, Niang was a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, and Wang Yuanzi was in the early stage of foundation building. The two had just completed the sect mission and went to a small market on the way back to Huangfeng Valley to try their luck. Unexpectedly, they happened to witness a late-stage foundation building cultivator from Yujiang country using despicable measurements to cheat a disciple of the giant sword sect of spiritual medicine. Niang couldn't stand it and broke the other party's measurement on the spot so that he didn't succeed. As a result, this person held a grudge and ambushed the two outside the market. After a fierce fight, Wang Yuanxi fought to the death with the other party in order to save Niang's life. After this incident, Niang was hit hard. In fact, after decades of living together, she had already developed feelings for Wang Yuanxi, but because she was used to being cold before, she couldn't bring herself to soften. Unexpectedly, because of her meddling in other people's business, the other party lost his life. Niang felt deeply guilty about this and almost collapsed. But this woman is not an ordinary person. After a few months, she not only overcame this hurdle, but also improved her cultivation rapidly from then on, breaking through the giant stage with great momentum, until she accidentally got the photo bead. Good guy, this woman taught Han Leomo a lesson, because he didn't do a righteous job. Unexpectedly, she would suffer a lot because of this. It was really fate. Luo Hong sighed at this. If you want to do a righteous job, you have to look at your own weight first, otherwise it is not a righteous job, but a confusion. If there is a deep hatred that must be avenged, one should also know that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Look at Han Leomo, who held back for 200 years and cultivated to the nascent soul stage before he went to wipe out the entire Fu family. This is a role model. Uncle Luo, since you are going to explore the Zhongling Mountains, you might as well help Sister Ni fulfill her wish. Otherwise, I'm afraid she will have a hard time improving her cultivation in the future. Xiaoqia said, taking out a jade box and handing it to Luo Hong, saying, this is the treasure that Sister Ni prepared to use to invite Uncle to come out of the mountain. What good things can a cultivator in the early stage of giant take out? Out of curiosity, Luo Hong made a slight move and took the jade box in his hand. After the lid of the box was opened, a round object was revealed inside. It was a human eyeball. What is this? This is a thought left to me by my husband. Niang woke up at some point and saw Luo Hong holding the familiar jade box. She explained weakly, Sister Ni, you are seriously injured this time. You need to rest for a while. Don't move. Xiaoqia saw Niang trying to get up from the bed and hurriedly stopped her. Wang family? Eyeball? Could your husband be the boy from the Wang family, who had the Zuan eye, and had the hope of refining the Chimu divine light that had been lost for hundreds of years? After some associations, Luo Hong recalled this new disciple who was quite famous back then. My uncle is talking about my late husband. Although my husband was only in the early stage of foundation building when he died, he had made some progress in his skills at that time, and bred the seeds of Yunqi in the eye of Zuan. After his death, this eye became a rare treasure. I'm the only one who knows about this matter. The rest of the Wang family thought that my husband's eyes were destroyed in the battle. I wanted to leave this eye to my husband's direct lineage in the family, but it was a pity that my husband's branch of the Wang family had never lived up to expectations. For several generations, there was no cultivator, and later they even suffered. At that time, I thought it was God's will, and gradually forgot about it, until I found this person in the image bead. After Niang was pressed back on the bed, he pointed his finger at his waist, took out the image bead, and activated it with his magic power. When Luo Hong saw the group of strange cultivators in the image bead, he immediately determined that these people were possessed by the outer demon. In the matter of the outer demon possession, Luo Hong dared to pat his chest and say that no one in the human world knew better than him. Haha, the grey shadow evil creature, the demon possessed, is becoming more and more interesting. While being interested, Luo Hong also sensed a hint of danger. However, how can you let others sleep peacefully beside your bed? Now he is practicing in Billion country. If the problem of Zhongling mountain range breaks out, he will be the first to suffer. Even if he can't stop it, he has to understand the general situation, so as not to die without knowing how. Of course, as long as you think rationally, it is unlikely that there are two dangerous things in Zhongling mountain range. After all, there is the power of separation. Even if the human world is connected to the outside world, not everything can get through. Therefore, you just need to be appropriately cautious. You don't have to have illusions anymore. These are all victims whose bodies have been occupied by evil creatures. They are already dead in reality. If you hadn't been rescued by Luo today, you would have ended up with the same fate as them. Although Luo Hong didn't like this woman's arrogance and self-righteousness before, she has completely changed now. In this cold practice world where the strong prey on the weak, it is rare for this woman to be so loyal and righteous. Although the Zuanai is a good thing, Luo Hong didn't want to take advantage of this girl, so she directly told him the answer. I see, I was too stubborn. Junior sister Zyro, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble this time. Niang sighed with relief, then turned to Xiaokia and said with a guilty look, what are you talking about, senior sister? If it weren't for you often teaching me the skills, I wouldn't be able to achieve my current level of cultivation. Xiaokia said nonchalantly, since my husband's direct bloodline has passed away, this spiritual eye will be given to my uncle, to thank him for his help in solving my doubts. It seems that Niang saw Luo Hong's interest in the Zuanai and wanted to give it to him. Would she rather give it to someone else than to the other Wan family cultivators? Luo Hong didn't understand the complicated relationships within these immortal cultivation families, nor did he want to understand them. He chuckled and said, Luo will not take advantage of a junior like you. We are trading fairly. You can take this. As he spoke, the treasure bag on Luo Hong's waist flashed with a rosy glow. The next moment, a blue dragon claw that was much larger than a millstone appeared on the floor next to the bed. What an amazing demonic aura. This must be the material of a dragon of several levels. Xiaokia's eyes widened. When she sensed the murderous aura left on the dragon claw, she actually had the illusion that she would be crushed to death by it. What a terrifying demonic beast. This is at least the material of a level 7 dragon. Uncle Luo, this is too precious. Niang had seen a high-level demonic beast once in the Mulan grassland, but the demonic aura emitted by that level 5 dark green python was not even 1/3 or 1/4 of the claw in front of her. Ni, please accept it. The value of the Eye of Zuanai to me is equal to a level 7 dragon claw. Luo Hong turned his palm and put away the jade box. For rather nascent soul cultivators, the value of the Eye of Zuanai may not be great. After all, this eye needs to absorb a large amount of pure yin energy to be refined to perfection and exert its magical power to defeat all evil spirits in the world. As for Luo Hong, he was worried that the super large puppet plan was temporarily shelved and the piles of soul stones in the treasure bag were nowhere to be used. Luo Hong was very happy to get the Eye of Zuanai unexpectedly, so he wanted to strike while the iron was hot to explore the Zhongling Mountains and then come back to continue his retreat. Just as she was about to get up and escape, Xiaokia suddenly jumped up from the bed. Wait, uncle, I'll go with you. You? This time, I have to go deep into the Zhongling Mountains, and I don't have the energy to protect you. You should stay here to take care of nephew Ni. If there is a powerful extraterritorial demon in the Zhongling Mountains, it will be easy for Luo Hong to escape. A combination of the 5-element escape technique and the 4 symbols moving talisman will rarely be able to stop him. Xiaokia is not so good. If she really encounters an extraterritorial demon that even Luo Hong wants to escape, with her cultivation level, her soul may be destroyed in an instant. Senior Sister Ni is a giant and cultivator. As long as she wakes up, she can take care of herself. Uncle Luo, you need me. The grey fog in the Zhongling Mountains can not only fascinate the mind, but also suppress the consciousness of the cultivator. In the past few years, I have made several trips with Senior Sister Ni, and am very familiar with the environment and routes of the Zhongling Mountains. I can also take you to the place where we encounter evil things. Uncle, let me help. Xiaokia said at the end, even using a coquettish tone, which made Luo Hong feel a headache. However, what she said did make sense. In the stage of peripheral exploration, having her there would save a lot of time. After pondering for a moment, Luo Hong stared into Xiaokia's eyes and said, tell me, why are you so active? You should be very aware of the dangers. This sounded familiar. After Xiaokia complained in her heart, her eyes rolled and she laughed. Shouldn't the dragon have 4 claws? Luo Hong was stunned when he heard this, and then laughed and said, you girl, you are still as clever as before. Okay, I'll let you help. However, it's not so easy to get the 7th level dragon claw. Uncle Luo, if you have anything in the future, please feel free to send me. As soon as she heard Luo Hong's words, Xiaokia immediately expressed her loyalty. After a while, Niang, who was on the bed, watched the two fly away and sighed with a smile. Sister Xiao, this is really a good opportunity. The Zhangming Mountains are originally a place of spiritual beauty. Although there are no spiritual veins underground, it is also full of vitality. There are no steep peaks, but there are also magnificent scenery. But now under the cover of grey fog, the birds and beasts have long fled, the grass and trees have died, and only patches of withered trees can be seen in the mountains, like tombstones of this mountain range. Despite this, there are still many visitors here. Without birds and beasts, there are teams of immortal cultivators who come for spiritual medicine and yunposu. At present, less than 100 miles deep into the grey fog, on the outskirts of the Zhangling Mountains, a team of about 7 or 8 cultivators are being besieged by yin ghosts. Judging from their clothes, they are all disciples of Huangfeng Valley. Brother Liu, there are too many ghosts. My mana is about to run out. Damn it, it's hard to find one at ordinary times. How come so many appear all of a sudden? Everyone's cultivation is at the 11th or 12th level of ki refining, which is only comparable to the ghosts. In the case of not having the advantage in numbers, they can only try their best to resist. Liu Xinggai is the leader of this ghost hunting. They dared to enter the Zhangling Mountains when the grey fog had not returned, all thanks to the carved jade bracelet on his wrist. This jade bracelet is a rare magic weapon for clearing the mind. Within a certain range, it can protect everyone's mind from being eroded by the grey fog. Therefore, even though the situation is bad, this improvised team did not collapse immediately. Because everyone knows that running away will only lead to death faster. After blocking a white shadow's attack with a magic weapon, Liu Xinggai gasped heavily. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and he suddenly urged his magic power. Another silver wheel flew from the side and cut the flying ghost in half. In an instant, the ghost's body disappeared, leaving only a pale bead on the ground. If it were normal, Liu Xinggai would be overjoyed and pick up the bead immediately. But now, killing a ghost can't solve everyone's predicament at all. Brother, retreat now. At least you can still live half. Liu Bin also retreated to Liu Xinggai's side after killing a ghost and advised solemnly. Chapter 321, The Pill and the Chance Encounter. Liu Xinggai hesitated for a moment, and for some reason, he slowly shook his head. No, if I return with my remaining troops today, who will follow me into the mountains in the future? Besides, Imolin and his gang will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble, and will not let you and me have an easy time. Hearing the word Imolin, Liu Bin frowned, threw out 2 talismans to repel the attacking ghosts, and said, but if we hold on for a while longer, you and I may not be able to escape. What's your backup plan? Please come out quickly. I do have magic weapon that I have kept in my box, but I need you as bait. Otherwise it will be difficult to catch all the ghosts in one fell swoop. Liu Xinggai flipped his palm and took out a small golden bell with scars on the surface, staring at Liu Bin with a sharp look. Brother, why didn't you say it earlier? Let's see what you can do. Surprisingly, after Liu Bin heard that he had to take such a risky thing, he didn't hesitate at all and agreed directly. Don't worry, junior brother. Take this talisman with you to keep you safe. Liu Xinggai took a talisman off his shoulder and pressed it on Liu Bin's shoulder. Liu Bin was speechless, just nodded heavily, and then rushed into the group of ghosts. A green flying sword flew up and down, attracting all the ghosts around. These unintelligent ghosts immediately turned their guns and rushed towards Liu Bin. Seeing this, the other disciples stopped and only defended, but did not attack, so that Liu Bin could successfully gather the ghosts in one place. The speed of the ghost's flight was far faster than that of the cultivators in the key training period, but Liu Bin had a wind control talisman on his legs, and he was very agile in his movements. If he really couldn't avoid it, he would play 1 or 2 low-level talismans to blast away the ghosts. Liu Bin encountered danger several times in just a dozen breaths, but he also gathered most of the ghosts in one place. Liu Xinggai immediately seized the opportunity and threw the golden bell over Liu Bin's head. Then he gathered his magic power and cast a spell at the golden bell with all his strength. With a flash of golden light, the golden bell suddenly turned into a giant bell 10 feet high. Liu Zingai then cast another spell, and with a trembling buzzing sound, the ghosts seemed to be cast into a fixed body spell, and froze in midair. Then a golden beam of light shone out, sucking all the ghosts into the golden bell. In an instant, the ghosts around Luo Bin were swept away and all were collected in the golden bell. Liu Zingai just showed a look of great joy and wanted to take back the golden bell, but the golden bell only shrank a circle, and his spell was broken, and the golden bell bounced back to its original shape. Liu Zingai's heart suddenly skipped a beat, thinking that it was not good, and then urged the little magic power he had to strengthen the suppression magic of the golden bell. But even if he tried so hard that sweat appeared on his forehead, he still couldn't take back the golden bell, and it was suspended in the air and swayed uncontrollably from side to side. Luo Bin and the others also realized that something unexpected had happened. It seemed that Liu Zingai's magic weapon could not imprison such a ghost. The smile that had just appeared disappeared. It's cracked. The golden bell is cracked. A disciple pointed at a small crack that had just appeared on the surface of the golden bell and exclaimed, "Brother, save your life. Even if you fail this time, as long as you don't die, you can always come back." Luo Bin rushed to Liu Zingai, who was still trying hard, and urged him urgently. If he exhausted his magic power here, he would definitely not be able to escape. Liu Zingai glanced at his friend, and his eyes suddenly showed a resolute look. He pinched out a talisman with a talisman pattern that looked like a firebird, and was extremely spiritual from his storage bag. This is a disaster, but also an opportunity. As long as we kill these ghosts, the yin soul pearls we get are enough for you and me to exchange for a foundation building pill. After saying that, Liu Zingai gathered a last bit of magic power in his danshan at his fingertips, and was about to activate the heirloom talisman. However, at this moment, a hand pressed on Liu Zingai's shoulder from behind. Suddenly, not only was Liu Zingai's mana restricted, but the mana gathered in his fingertips actually flowed back to his danshan uncontrollably. This miraculous method shocked Liu Zingai so much that he was stunned on the spot. Luo Bin, who was standing by, noticed the abnormality of his friend, and found two strange figures who appeared behind them at some point. Before he could react, the golden bell could not hold on without Liu Zingai's mana supply. With a bang, the golden bell exploded, and the trapped ghosts rushed towards them like a white tide. Luo Bin's scalp suddenly went numb, and he subconsciously wanted to withdraw and retreat. But the next moment, there was a faint flash of silver light behind him, and the tide of ghosts was killed, as if pierced by thousands of needles. The group of ghosts disappeared like a false fantasy, and only the yin soul beads falling from the sky told everyone that all this was not an illusion. Although everyone was jealous of the yin soul beads scattered all over the ground, no one dared to pick them up, because the male and female cultivators who suddenly appeared had not spoken yet. Liu Zingai came back to his senses from the shock, and found that the hand that had pressed on his shoulder had already moved away. He took 2 steps forward, then turned around and saluted. "Thank you for saving my life, senior. I'm Liu Zingai. Please leave your name. I will repay you in the future." While saluting and thanking, Liu Zingai used his spiritual sense to sense the other party's cultivation. The female cultivator still gave him a sense of unfathomable depth, but when the spiritual sense swept over the male cultivator, it was like sweeping over a mortal. But it was clear that the other party killed a large group of yin ghosts with just a wave of his hand. Could it be a cultivator in the giant stage? Liu Zingai couldn't help but bend his waist lower. "Zingai, senior brother Liu is really obsessed with revitalizing the family. There is no doubt that the one who appeared in the Zhongling Mountains at this time and rescued a group of Huangfeng Valley disciples was Luo Hong, who was traveling with Xiaoqia." After saying something that puzzled Liu Zingai, Luo Hong turned his eyes and looked at Luo Bin, who was nervous, and said, "Your ancestors came from Yu Kingdom?" "Ah. Oh senior, my ancestors are from Shan'ang City in Yu Kingdom." Luo Bin was stunned by Luo Hong's question, and after reacting, he hurriedly saluted and responded, "Who is Luo Hong to you?" Luo Hong saw that this person's eyebrows were somewhat similar to those of the girl Luo Hong, and he had a guess in his heart, so he asked directly, "Luo Hong is my great-great-great-grandmother." Luo Bin couldn't help but think of something when he heard Luo Hong ask this, and raised his head to steal a glance at Luo Hong. I see. Luo Hong nodded gently, and his thoughts were suddenly drawn back to the past, remembering the girl who jumped and brought him food, the strict but doting grandfather, the father who always looked like a bully at home, and the mother who was looking forward to finding a wife for him. Because the inner demon had been removed, when Luo Hong recalled these things, he did not feel resentful or complaining, but just smiled knowingly and returned to the present. You two have some fate with me. I see that your cultivation is about to reach the threshold of foundation building, so these 2 foundation building pills will be given to you. 2 round pills flew out of the treasure bag and fell into the hands of Luo Bin and Liu Xinggai. When the 2 smelled the strong medicinal fragrance, they knew that the pills were real. They were the foundation building pills they had been thinking about day and night. Just as they were about to thank them, the 2 figures disappeared. As they were searching around, a faint voice came from above. The Zhongling Mountains have been in turmoil recently. If you don't want to lose your life, get out of the mountains quickly. Senior, how can I repay you? Liu Xinggai shouted loudly, unwilling to let go of the opportunity. Are you trying to repay me? You clearly want to take advantage of me again. Luo Bin was too embarrassed to point out his good friend. Sure enough, there was no response above his head. Liu Xinggai sighed slightly in disappointment, but after glancing at the foundation building pill in his hand, he laughed happily again and said to Luo Bin beside him, "Junior brother, this senior seems to have a connection with your ancestors. Didn't your family leave any words? They say it's my great-great-great-grandmother. If I hadn't looked at the family tree, I wouldn't remember this name at all." Luo Bin was not greedy. Being able to get a foundation building pill for nothing was a good thing. That would make him laugh even in his dreams. There were so many Yin-Po beads on the ground. Even if he shared some with everyone, it would be enough to exchange for a lot of pills to improve his cultivation. Of course, after returning, he would still ask the elders at home about this matter. While the 2 were talking, the other brothers gathered around, their eyes full of envy, but no one had a trace of malice. This was a gift from the senior masters, and they had the life to take it, but they had no life to spend it. Liu Xinggai took advantage of this favorable situation to win the hearts of the people. Afterwards, after everyone picked up all the fallen Yin-Po beads, they retreated to the outside of the mountain at full speed. On the other side, after Luo Hong escaped, he did not do any secret observation and continued to fly to the place where Niang was in trouble under the leadership of Xiaoqia. In order to deal with possible dangers, Luo Hong's escape speed was not fast, and he flew very low, only a section above the treetops. Because they were still on the outskirts of Zhongling Mountain at this moment, and Luo Hong was beside them, Xiaoqia was not nervous at all. After holding it in for a while, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Uncle Luo, is the disciple named Luo Bin a descendant of your Luo family? If it was a descendant, it would be unreasonable for Uncle Linghu not to make some arrangements. She is the daughter of my Luo family who married out, so she can't be considered a member of my Luo family." Luo Hong was always on guard. Even under the suppression of the grey fog, he used his spiritual sense to cover a radius of 100 miles. A daughter who married out, but that disciple's surname is clearly Luo? Xiaoqia asked suspiciously. She was getting more and more confused. When Luo left, he left a sum of spiritual stones and magic tools and gave them to the elders in the family. Maybe that's why he changed his surname. Grandpa was someone who would care about this matter. Luo Hong thought about it and guessed what happened. Xiaoqia wanted to talk about what happened in the past, but she saw Luo Hong frown suddenly, so she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. "Be careful, there are other cultivators." Luo Hong immediately sensed the magic power of 2 Yuanying stage cultivators and immediately had no intention of chatting. That direction is where the accident happened. It may be a cultivator from Kingsu sect. Xiaoqia looked in the direction of Luo Hong's gaze and said after estimating the distance, "Well, the aura of mana is indeed similar to that of the Taoist priests of Kingsu sect." The obstruction of the grey fog made Luo Hong's perception much more blurred, otherwise there would be no need to guess here. They are probably here for the evil creatures. Since they will meet sooner or later, they might as well meet them now. Thinking of this, Luo Hong reached out and grabbed Xiaoqia's shoulder, and his speed increased, and he immediately turned into a stream of light. After a while, the two arrived at the source of the aura. The other party sensed their aura and did not make any extreme actions. After entering the distance, where they could see each other, Luo Hong saw that one of the two nascent soul cultivators was an old Taoist priest wearing a black and green Taoist robe, a white jade crown on his head, and holding a white fur dust in his hand. The other person was Nangang Wan. Were the disciples of Yanyu sect also attacked by evil creatures? Luo Hong landed not far from the two with doubts. This must be the new Taoist friend from Huangfeng Valley. Taoist friend Luo Hong, right? I'm Wu Yaozi, the Grand Elder of Kingsu sect. The old Taoist priest gave his Taoist name and said kindly, I'm Luo Hong, nice to meet you. Are you here for the Grey Shadow evil creature? These big noses from Kingsu sect did not leave a good impression on Luo Hong. He did not exchange too many pleasantries and went straight to the point. Uncle, that Taoist priest is the one who went into the mountain with me and senior sister Ni. Xiaoqia looked at a middle-aged Taoist priest next to Wu Yaozi and transmitted her voice. That's right. After our nephew Fuanzi was invaded by the evil creature, I tried every possible way, but I couldn't separate his soul from the evil creature. In desperation, I could only temporarily seal him in the Kingsu furnace and come here to find a way to treat him. It is said that your nephew Ni was also robbed. I wonder how he is doing now? Wu Yaozi shook off the dust and said indifferently, Ni Samani is fine. I wonder why fellow Daoist Nangang is here. Did the disciples of Yanyu sect also meet with an accident? Luo Hong did not hide the fact that Niang escaped from danger and asked Nangang Wan about her purpose. Fairy Nangang was invited by me. I'm not as skilled and courageous as you. Something must have happened in the depths of Zhongling mountain range. It is really dangerous to go into the mountain alone. Without waiting for Nangang Wan to respond, Wu Yaozi explained Luo Hong's doubts for her, and then said, I wonder if fellow Daoist Ling who knows the origin of the evil thing and what means he used. If he knew, I would not be here. As for senior brother Ling whose magical powers, I really don't know. Luo Hong did not want to lend his inner demon to Kingsu sect. After all, this thing was separated from his primordial spirit. If he encountered a cultivator who was proficient in spells, it might be bad for him. Haha, I'm Meng Lang, don't blame me, fellow Daoist. Wu Yaozi laughed and stopped talking about this matter. For a giant and elder, it was impossible for him to bow to Linghu Patriarch. Fellow Daoist Luo, fellow Daoist Wu Yaozi, and I didn't find much here. Since we have met by chance, why don't we go to the depths of the mountains together to explore? Nangang Wan's face could not be seen clearly because of the veil, and she proposed seriously. What fellow Daoist Nangang said is exactly what I think, but before going deeper, please wait for me for a while. With these two people traveling together, many risks can be reduced, and Luo Hong would certainly not object. No problem, fellow Daoist, just make some preparations. Wu Yaozi said nonchalantly. Luo Hong smiled slightly, and without explaining, he took out various strange things from the Wanbao bag. In the past research, Luo Hong deduced that the grey fog outside the domain is the nourishment of the Yuanshan. But the grey fog in the Zhongling mountains is harmful to the Yuanshan of the cultivators, which is obviously inconsistent with Luo Hong's research results. Therefore, he wanted to do some experiments and confirm some things before going deep into the Zhongling mountains. There will definitely be a third chapter in the evening, but I don't know if the fourth chapter can be finished. Chapter 322 Grey Mist is innocent, but the curse is the trouble. Luo Hong opened a soul collecting bottle, and a black ball of light slowly floated out of it. This was the demon soul of the mountain shaking python. Because it had been sealed for nearly 200 years, the intelligence of the mountain shaking python and this demon soul had long been completely wiped out, and even the soul power of the demon soul itself had been severely depleted. Basically, in a few decades, it will naturally die. After contacting the grey fog, the demon soul of the mountain shaking python did not have any adverse reactions. In fact, it did not react at all, and seemed very dull. At this time, Luo Hong pinched his fingers, took out a talisman, and threw it at the demon soul of the mountain shaking python. I saw that this talisman wrapped the demon soul, and then the talisman pattern lit up, and the next moment the grey fog around it rolled up. The demon soul seemed to have turned into a big mouth, swallowing the surrounding grey fog. The talisman that Luo Hong cast was nothing else. It was the Great Evolution talisman that he made by engraving the Great Evolution Dew. As long as there is no resistance, the yuanshan of the person who is hit by the talisman can fluctuate like the operation of the Great Evolution Dew. Seeing the demon soul devouring the grey fog, Luo Hong's eyes lit up, and he immediately determined that the grey fog in the Zhongling Mountains was grey fog from outside the domain, not some other dark energy. Nangongwan and Wu Yaozi looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. The grey fog in the Zhongling Mountains had also been studied by many Yuanying cultivators, who found that it was not controlled by the divine consciousness, not disturbed by the magic power, and could not be driven and used at all, so they all returned in disappointment. Unexpectedly, Luo Hong actually had a method to drive this grey fog. In fact, it was not their fault. After all, this grey fog from outside the domain could only be absorbed by practicing the method of cultivating the yuanshan. The most obvious effect of the grey fog is to erase the divine consciousness and suppress the divine consciousness, so who would dare to put it into the yuanshan? After absorbing the grey fog for a while, the demon soul's soul power increased significantly. Facts have proved that Luo Hong's previous inference was not wrong. The grey fog from outside the domain is the nourishment of the yuanshan. At this time, because of the previous control variables, it is obvious that the real object of the grey fog is the spiritual wisdom. In order to find out what form the erosion was in, Luo Hong took out another soul collecting bottle. It contained the soul of a 100-eyed monster. It had only been sealed for a few decades, and its intelligence was still mostly preserved. As soon as Luo Hong opened the mouth of the bottle, a ball of green light flew out, obviously trying to escape. But what was interesting was that the 100-eyed monster soul suddenly stopped after rushing out less than a foot and then tried hard to drill into the soul collecting bottle. Luo Hong naturally couldn't let it succeed, so the invisible spiritual consciousness surged out, building a barrier around it that was like a substance, directly imprisoning the 100-eyed monster soul in a small space. At first, the 100-eyed monster soul was still ferocious and unruly to attack Luo Hong's spiritual barrier, but after repeatedly hitting the wall, it soon calmed down. After all, it had lived in the soul collecting bottle for decades, and had long been accustomed to similar situations. The reaction of the 100-eyed monster soul fully proved that something was harming it in the grey fog, but it could not be seen that it was abnormal just by observing it with the naked eye and spiritual consciousness. Luo Hong was sure that something existed, but he couldn't find it now, which meant that the other party was unobservable by his current observation methods, or was so tiny that he could not detect it. The former was a flaw that could not be solved in a short time, but Luo Hong had a way to solve the latter. Once the physical examination form was out, all the monsters would be exposed. After the test, Luo Hong found that there were extremely tiny fluctuations on the surface of the 100-eyed monster soul. These fluctuations were not only tiny, but also mixed with the normal fluctuations of the monster soul, so it was difficult to detect them by ordinary means. In other words, these tiny fluctuations could erase the intelligence in the monster soul. Then, in turn, could the changes in the monster soul's intelligence affect the fluctuations? If there was a problem, we would verify it. It was very simple to change the intelligence. Luo Hong's eyes condensed, and he cast an extreme love spell on the 100-eyed monster soul. As you can imagine, the originally suppressed ferocity suddenly broke out more violently. But because Luo Hong reduced the internal space of the spiritual barrier, the 100-eyed monster soul could not move, no matter how fierce it was. After applying the extreme emotion curse, the fluctuations were significantly enhanced, and now their existence can be detected with the naked eye. After obtaining this result, Luo Hong only had one last question left: the relationship between the fluctuations of the demon soul and the grey fog. He waved his hand slightly and took back the Great Evolution Talisman, and then wiped out the useless mountain-shaking python demon soul with a thought. With a flick of his finger, the Great Evolution Talisman wrapped up the 100-eyed monster demon soul again, and the grey fog also began to gather towards the 100-eyed monster demon soul. Through observation data, the fluctuation amplitude was significantly increased in the initial stage, but soon stabilized. No matter how the 100-eyed monster demon soul absorbed the grey fog, there was no obvious change. In this case, it means that only the concentration of the grey fog will affect the amplitude, and the grey fog itself will not. After secretly speaking the conclusion in his heart, Luo Hong took out several great evolution talismans with different layers, verified it, and confirmed this point. Interesting. From the results of the experiment, there is an imperceptible spell that is spreading with the help of the grey fog. Finding the source of the spell will reveal the cause of the changes in the Zhongling Mountains. After knowing what was going on, Luo Hong collected his things and said to the two people who didn't understand what he was doing, "Okay, let's go. Dao Luo, can you tell us what you were doing just now?" Of course, if it involves Dao's secrets, Dao don't have to tell me. I just think you are very strange, and I have no ill intentions. Nangang frowned and said that Luo Hong gave her not only a strange feeling, but also a deep sense of uneasiness. She had an inexplicable intuition that he would do something big one day, and secretly thought that it would be better to have less contact with him in the future. It's just to verify a method of protecting the mind in the depths of the grey fog, which may not be used. Luo Hong's words were also true. The strength of the spell in the grey fog was affected by the concentration of the grey fog. When he couldn't stand it anymore, he threw out a bunch of demon souls without intelligence, and then attached the Dayan talisman to let them surround himself and absorb the grey fog, which naturally reduced the influence of the spell. The two didn't believe it when they heard it, but they didn't ask more. Afterwards, Luo Hong dismissed Xiaoqia. Wu Yaozi also ordered the middle-aged Taoist priest to return, and the three Yuanying early-stage cultivators advanced into the depths of the mountain together. For the same reason as Luo Hong before, the three of them just flew low and at low speed over the treetops. The place where Niang's accident happened was located in an area 400 miles deep into the grey fog, which could only be regarded as the junction between the outer and inner parts of the mountain range, and the three people's goal was the core area of the mountain range. In other words, they had to go at least 1,000 miles deeper into the grey fog. As they approached the core area little by little, the concentration of the grey fog continued to increase, but it had not yet reached the level of affecting the Yuanying stage cultivators. Therefore, Wu Yaozi and Nangang were mainly wary of possible evil things that could threaten Yuanying stage cultivators. Luo Hong was very clear that in such an environment, such evil things were basically impossible to appear. When he confirmed that the grey fog here was the grey fog from outside the domain, he confirmed that the true form of those evil things was the outer demons that he had tricked into refining the heavenly demon pill before. The reason why the aura of these extraterritorial demons changed so much that Luo Hong could not recognize them at first glance was probably because of the influence of the spells in the grey fog. Of course, it could also be due to the different environment in the human world. However, these are not important. The limit of this kind of extraterritorial demons will only affect the giant and stage cultivators. This is also the reason why Luo Hong stopped refining the demon pill after refining the 4th level of the Great Evolution Art. According to previous research, extraterritorial demons are a race with strong souls and bodies, but insufficient intelligence. The key to improving their strength lies in intelligence. However, the spells in the grey fog will destroy intelligence, so it is impossible for there to be extraterritorial demons at the Yuanying level. At least this is the case before entering the core area, and Luo Hong is very confident about this. After flying 100 miles, Luo Hong's consciousness was suppressed to the extent that it could only cover an area of 80 miles. Wu Yaozi and Nangang were even worse and could only explore the area of 20 to 30 miles around. So when Luo Hong found that a large number of ghosts were rushing towards them, the two of them were still unaware. Two fellow Taoists, we are in trouble. Luo Hong suddenly hovered and reminded. There were many ghosts coming, and there were also evil things among them. Although Luo Hong was not afraid, he did not want to deal with them alone and let the two watch the show. Wu Yaozi used his spiritual sense to check and did not sense any foreign objects. He could not help but show doubt on his face. Nangang, who knew Luo Hong's methods, did not sense the enemy, but decisively sacrificed the Suzaku ring. Wu Aozi was about to say something when a large number of ghosts suddenly appeared in his spiritual sense. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not move slowly, and sacrificed a purple gold round bowl. Not long after, the ghosts came from all directions like a wave, and the momentum was extremely huge. However, the three people present were all Yuanying period cultivators, and the strength of the ghosts was only equivalent to that of low-level cultivators. No matter how many there were, they could not be afraid. The silver spirit eye was a killer for sneak attacks. The fewer people knew about it, the better the effect would be when it was used at a critical moment. Luo Hong did not want to show it to others, so he sacrificed a red flag. It was the fire flag among the 5 element flags. When the ghost tide surged to 100 feet away, the three began to show their magical powers. Nangang-won had a gentle temperament and a fairy-like aura, but her moves were extremely explosive and ruthless. The Suzaku ring spun around, and suddenly the flames turned into a circle of fire wheels, and then turned again, and countless red fireballs flew out of the fire wheels. Each of these fireballs was the size of a millstone, and they blew a gap in the ghost tide. The purple gold round bowl that Wu Aozi sacrificed was a magic weapon with wind attributes. With the help of magic power, a purple gold hot wind blew out, and the ghosts caught in it could not hold on for a breath and disappeared. As Luo Hong pinched the magic formula in his hand, the fire flag glowed brightly, and the next moment several 10-foot-long fire dragons flew out. The intermediate and high-level spells that Luo Hong cast under the amplification of the fire flag were close to the power of high-level spells, and naturally as many ghosts as came would die. Because of the low pressure, Wu Aozi paid close attention to Luo Hong, the newly promoted Grand Elder of Huangfeng Valley. After seeing his methods, he started to talk. Dao Luo is so good at the 5-element magic. It is easy to kill these ghosts. But I'm also very confident in my magic weapon. I'm bored on this trip. How about we make a bet? Good guy. It turns out that the gambling style of Kingsu sect is rooted in you. Jokes aside, Luo Hong is actually very clear that this bull-nose wants to take the opportunity to give him a blow because the strength of Huangfeng Valley and Kingsu sect is similar. Dao Aozi, you are really in a good mood. Luo is happy to accompany you. I wonder how you want to bet? If someone is willing to give money, Luo Hong will not refuse. Such temptations will not stop until they are responded to. Nangang-won glanced at the two of them, shook her head slightly, and pointed at the vermilion bird ring with her white finger, causing it to increase the speed of firing fireballs. Wulian Xianzhen, fellow Daoist Luo is quick-witted, and speaks very quickly, which is very much in line with my heart. Let's compare the power of the two magic weapons in hand, to see who can kill more ghosts. Your Huangfeng Valley and my Kingsu sect have been friends for generations, so the bet should not be too heavy. How about this? Whoever loses will come to my house and present a painting. Wu Aozi narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, this Taoist priest is so hypocritical. He made this bet purely to humiliate me, and increase the prestige of his Kingsu sect. Luo Hong was about to accept this bet, so that the other party would know how powerful he was, but he heard a long howl suddenly coming from the depths of the mountains. The three people's expressions were all stern, and they each took back their magic weapons and became alert. Strangely, when the howl sounded, the ghosts who were originally fearless, and didn't know what fear was, all ran around in fear like mice seeing a cat. In a few breaths, the vast group of ghosts dispersed. Nangang Fairy, did you hear that just now? That should be the voice of the human race. Could it be that there are immortal cultivators in the depths of the Zhongling Mountains? Wu Aozi gave up the idea of making a bet and said solemnly, just a howl can't prove anything. The other party could be a human or a more powerful evil ghost. Nangang-won was very cautious. Even if a human cultivator really appeared in this mysterious forbidden area, most of them would have bad intentions. Not to mention, the other party might not be a human at all. That howl helped us scare off the ghost side. It is more likely to be a friend than an enemy. I think we should go and check it out. Fellow Daoist Luo, why don't you say anything? What do you think? After Wu Aozi made some inferences, he was also worried that this was a trap. He hesitated and wanted to hear Luo Hong's opinion. What a pity, our bet is ruined. Looking at the direction where the ghost group dissipated, Luo Hong sighed and shook his head, seeming to be very regretful. How could this Luo Hong be more gambling than me, a Taoist priest? It's a pity that he is the supreme elder of the Yellow Maple Valley, otherwise he might be able to become a close friend with me, a Taoist priest. Luo, if this doesn't work out, you and I can make another bet next time. The matter of Zhongling Mountain Range is the most urgent matter. Wu Aozi said inwardly, a little worriedly. The howling sound comes from the core area. If we want to explore it, we can't avoid it. Luo has no better way, so we can only be as careful as possible. Luo Hong said this on the surface, but in fact he knew in his heart, this howling sound and that spell are from the same source. Chapter 4 is too hard to work on, brothers. It should be okay to update 12,000 words a day. Please vote for me. Chapter 323, Dark Shadow and Soul Nourishing Orb. There is no clear division of the art of cultivation in the world of immortality, but Luo Hong roughly divided this into 3 categories for his own research: magic, spells, and mysterious arts. The law is born from the spirit, the spell comes from the god, and the mysterious is a change. These 3 arts correspond to the 3 treasures of the immortal cultivators, namely, spirit, energy, and mind, and are the basis of all magical powers. In the human world today, the most used by immortal cultivators are magic, and spells are less common. Although there are spells, they are not mainstream, and not practiced by everyone. And mysterious arts are extremely rare, because such spells require too much physical body. In Chainan, the understanding of spells by immortal cultivators is generally limited to the spells of soul control, and they are considered to be only minor tricks, and cannot be used against enemies of the same level. The spells in the Grey Fog are extremely obscure, and it is natural that they are mistaken for the effect of the Grey Fog itself. But Luo Hong saw through this layer, so the whistling sound he heard was completely different from that of Wu Yaozi and the others. Although the howling sounded like a human voice, Luo Hong actually detected the same fluctuations on the surface of those ghosts when it swept past, so the howling sound was essentially a spell. What's more interesting is that the howling spell did not deliberately bypass the 3 of them, but the impact it produced was completely incomparable, so that Luo Hong still did not feel anything strange, even though he knew that the howling sound was a spell. Luo Hong didn't know the reason for this for a while, but he could probably guess that it was related to the protection of the physical body. There has never been any rumor of mysterious howling in the Zhongling Mountains, but the spell in the Grey Fog has always existed, so Luo Hong has reason to believe that the source of the 2 is an intelligent individual. The other party deliberately made a howling sound, and there must be an ulterior motive. Luo Hong was confident that with his soul realm, plus he had already understood the transmission principle of the spell, he could not be afraid of the source of the spell, so he did not stop this exploration. Seeing that Luo Hong and Wu Yaozi both agreed to continue the exploration, although Nangang Wan felt that something was wrong, she also strengthened her confidence. She patted the storage bag on her waist and took out a small brass bowl with 7 holes on its surface. With her magic power, melodious music sounded from its 7 holes. 7 wonderful immortal sounds. I didn't expect Fairy Nangang to have such a way to calm the mind and spirit. It seems that the Huanglang incense prepared by this poor Taoist is no longer necessary. Wu Yaozi's eyes narrowed, and he heard the origin of the music and exclaimed immediately. Luo Hong carefully sensed it, and found that the 7 wonderful immortal sounds was also a kind of spell that could suppress the soul and make it calm. It was indeed an excellent way to resist the spells in the Grey Fog. In this way, I don't need to take action before going deep into the core area. 2 Taoist friends, there is no time to lose. Let's continue on the road. After Nangang Wan confirmed that the 7 wonderful immortal sounds had a magical effect on the Grey Fog, she no longer had the last bit of doubt in her heart. So, the 3 of them flew towards the core area again. This time it was very smooth. Not only the ghosts, but even the evil things did not jump out. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the edge of the core area. One more step forward, there was a thick grey fog like a curtain wall. At this point, even with the help of the 7 wonderful immortal sounds, the 3 of them clearly felt the grey fog eroding their nascent souls, and bursts of tingling sensations came from the surface of their nascent souls. Wu Aozi took out the Huanglang incense he had prepared in advance, and after lighting it, it did not relieve the strange feeling much. The erosion of the soul here has increased too much compared to 60 years ago. I'm afraid we won't be able to stay long. After entering the core area, Daoist Luo, if you have a way to clear your mind and concentrate your spirit, use it. Wu Aozi said with difficulty. His previous estimate of the core of the mountain range was seriously insufficient. If Nangang Wan hadn't unexpectedly sacrificed the 7 wonderful immortal sounds, he would have wanted to go home at this moment. After the voice fell, Luo Hong did not respond for a long time. His consciousness had been suppressed to about 10 miles around him here, and his perception was extremely vague, so he was not very sure about the 2 breaths that just flashed by. Seeing that Luo Hong ignored him and only looked around, Wu Aozi felt embarrassed and felt a little dissatisfied. Fellow Daoist Luo, did you find anything? Nangang Wan's expression froze. She had no intention of competing with Luo Hong. She also realized from the previous incident that the other party's spiritual sense should be better than hers, so she became alert. It seems that there is something in the fog. Luo Hong can't sense it clearly. You two should be careful. Luo Hong's spiritual sense gradually felt bad, proving that the things hidden in the fog were enough to threaten him. He immediately sacrificed the newly refined black armor shield and fire flag. Wu Aozi's heart trembled when he heard this. He didn't care about arguing with Luo Hong. He was about to sacrifice the magic weapon, but he felt a chill on his back and felt something was wrong. At this time, from Nangang Wan's perspective, an illusory black shadow suddenly rushed out of the grey fog and rushed towards Wu Aozi's back. The Taoist's protective spirit shield could not block anything at all. Seeing that the Taoist was about to be invaded by the shadow, Nangang Wan immediately sacrificed the Suzaku ring and smashed it towards the shadow. However, the speed of the 2 sides was almost the same. The illusory shadow touched the Taoist's robe before the Suzaku ring. At this critical moment, a complex green rune suddenly lit up on Wu Aozi's robe. Then, a green light flashed, and the shadow was bounced out, with tiny green electric lights jumping on its surface. The illusory body seemed to be paralyzed by the electric light and trembled weakly. Nangang Wan was also a veteran of battles. She immediately seized this opportunity and drove the Suzaku ring to draw an arc. The next moment, the illusory shadow was encircled in it. Then, she moved her mind, and the Suzaku ring suddenly retracted, and the illusory shadow was clamped around the waist. But before she could make the next move, the illusory black shadow stretched its body and escaped from the confinement of the Suzaku ring. At the same time, another black shadow emerged from under Nangang Wan's feet and in a strange way, stretched its body and escaped to her. Fortunately, Nangang Wan never let down her guard. After noticing something strange, she immediately flashed with spiritual light and escaped more than 10 feet away. The black shadow that got rid of the Suzaku ring rushed towards Wu Aozi again. At this time, Wu Aozi had already sacrificed the purple gold round bowl, and a large group of purple gold hot wind rolled out, but the black shadow was only slightly affected, and its movement slowed down a bit, but it still drilled towards Wu Aozi's head relentlessly. Wu Aozi has been a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul for many years, and has fought with Mulan Fashi many times, so he is not an ordinary person. He had long expected that the purple gold round bowl might not be able to deal with the strange black shadow in front of him, and prepared a corresponding backup. I saw a green talisman flying out from behind the purple gold bowl, just sticking to the black shadow that passed the bowl. Then, several thick green electric rays surged out of the talisman, lighting the black shadow and making it tremble, and black smoke came out of its body. Because the situation was urgent, the two did not notice that the green electric rays were all flowing in the direction of Luo Hong. After Wu Aozi succeeded in one move, he dodged and pulled away. The spell in his hand changed, and he was about to use some means. Oh no, this bullnose is going to use thunder magic. Luo Hong, who wanted to observe for a while, saw Wu Aozi's casting action and immediately realized that something was wrong. Because of the purple thunder, no matter who this bullnose hits, it will hit me in the end. So, Luo Hong, who didn't want to be struck by thunder, attacked brazenly. He urged his magic power, and several fire dragons flew out of the fire flag. Luo Hong didn't let it attack the black shadow, but drove these fire dragons to fly around the three people, wrapping the area where the three people were in a fireball. Since the grey fog belongs to yin, the grey fog around the fireball was quickly dispelled. However, because the total amount of grey fog was too large, only the grey fog concentration inside the fireball was diluted, and the outside did not change at all. As the concentration of grey fog in the fireball suddenly faded, the two illusory black shadows seemed to be thrown into a frying pan, and their bodies rolled violently, and a large amount of black fog was evaporated from the inside. Seeing this abnormality, Nangong and Wu Yaozi stopped their movements and looked at Luo Hong in surprise. The flame dragon is just an intermediate spell. How can it deal with such a strange black shadow? Both of them thought that Luo Hong secretly used some powerful means. It is even more restraining than the thunder method against this strange shadow. I wonder what kind of magical power it is. Wu Yaozi looked at Luo Hong calmly. One of the purposes of his trip was to find out Luo Hong's background. After the fireball lasted for a few breaths, the black air in the black shadow seemed to have evaporated, and the color was almost gray. Luo Hong felt that the time had come, and he made the surrounding fire dragons rush forward and engulf the two black shadows. After a while, the fire faded, and only two black beads were left where the black shadows were originally. Wu Yaozi, who was just guessing what kind of magical power Luo Hong used, could not suppress the greed in his eyes when he saw the two black beads, and exclaimed, "Soul nourishing beads. Daoist friend Luo, although the strange shadow died in your hands, I also contributed a lot." Although Wu Yaozi did not say it explicitly, the implication was clear. This soul nourishing bead must be given to him. Daoist friend, are you sure? Is it really the legendary soul nourishing bead? This thing has only appeared once in Xianan. How can you be so sure? Nangong could no longer remain reserved when she heard the name of the soul nourishing bead, and asked with a changed face. There can't be any mistake. The soul nourishing bead was obtained by my predecessor from Kingsu sect thousands of years ago, and the classics in the sect have detailed records of this bead. It is said that this bead can greatly increase the spiritual awareness of the immortal cultivator, as long as it is taken raw. Moreover, the effect is immediate, and does not require too much time to refine. After Wu Yaozi stared at the soul nourishing bead and explained, he turned his gaze to Luo Hong, pinched out a Taoist formula with his right hand, and said sanctimoniously, "Dao Luo, those two black shadows came for this poor Taoist and fairy Nangong, which proves that this soul nourishing bead is destined to be with us too. If you can let it go, the two of us will take out treasures of equal value to compensate you." Luo Hong glanced at Wu Yaozi, thinking that this bullshit was usually the most shameless, but when great benefits were at hand, he was the one who didn't care about his face the most. Without rushing to respond directly, Luo Hong smiled and looked at Nangong and said, "Does Daoist Nangong also think that Daoist Wu Yaozi's words make sense? Haha, my Kingsu sect has been moving closer to Yanyu sect for nearly 100 years, and Nangong and I have some friendship in the past. She will definitely stand with me at this time." Wu Yaozi sneered and thought to himself, "Daoist Wu Yaozi's words are biased." Nangong said without hesitation, "Yes, what is this?" Wu Yaozi looked at Nangong in disbelief. Chapter 324, Run away. "Don't harm me, you idiot. This guy is a powerful person who can take the ancient treasure from the great master Mulan. Even if we two join together, we may not be able to beat him. How dare you have such evil thoughts?" Nangong was furious. She glanced at Wu Yaozi and said, "Since the black shadow was killed by Daoist Luo, it should belong to Daoist Luo. Haha, Daoist Nangong is fair. You can keep these two soul nourishing beads for now." Luo Hong didn't want to break up with Wu Yaozi yet. This idiot was the best scapegoat. With him around, many dangers could be avoided. Nangong was stunned when she heard this. She wondered why Luo Hong trusted her so much. Could it be that he had some plan for me? Nangong was a little wary and said uneasily, "Fellow Daoist Luo, this is a soul nourishing bead. Are you really trusting me to keep it? You two don't think there are only the two black shadows here, right? I just felt it clearly. These two black shadows came out from the direction of the core area. As soon as Luo Hong said this, the atmosphere between the three people eased. Since there are more black shadows, they can only get more benefits by hunting them together. This fellow Daoist Luo has a much bigger appetite than me. Humph. Next he will use the magical power he just secretly displayed as an excuse to fight for more shares for himself. What a good plan. Wu Aozi said inwardly very unwillingly, but he was not a foolish person. He could see that Nangang Wan was afraid of Luo Hong, and thought, as long as the distribution method proposed by the other party is not excessive, he will reluctantly agree. Just when Wu Aozi was making his own calculations, Luo Hong suddenly said, in addition, to deal with this black shadow, there is no need to use magical powers like thunder magic that consume a lot of mana. Just use fire magic to trap it, and it will die, because the concentration of grey fog decreases. I hope the two Taoists will remember this. Does Taoist Luo mean that this black shadow is relying on the grey fog to survive? Nangang Wan asked in surprise. This black shadow is so difficult to deal with that she feels exhausted with her cultivation level. How could it be so fragile? But after thinking about it, it seems to be the fact. That's right. The black shadow only appears in the core area. There must be a reason for this. Luo has just tried and proved this. Luo Hong said calmly, not knowing that his light words almost made Wu Aozi lose his composure. Dao Luo is noble. I'm not as good as you. Wu Aozi looked at Luo Hong with less hostility and more respect. You should really thank me, or you would have lost your life immediately after entering the core area. Luo Hong accepted Wu Aozi's compliment with a clear conscience. Nangang Wan and Wu Aozi both made a mistake. That is, they subconsciously thought that the number of black shadows that could produce soul-raising beads was rare. But if Luo Hong's inference was correct, they would be besieged by many black shadows as soon as they entered. Before this, Luo Hong also made a mistake. Because the spells in the grey fog wiped out the mind, he concluded that there would be no extraterritorial demons at the level of Yuan Ying in the grey fog. But this is obviously contrary to the facts. Either the extraterritorial demons at the level of Yuan Ying, that is, those black shadows, can resist the spells, or the black shadows have a period of struggle before their minds are wiped out and fall to a lower realm. Based on the performance of the two black shadows trying desperately to possess him just now, Luo Hong believes that the latter is more likely. This also means that once they are discovered by the black shadows, the result will definitely be a fight to the death. With great benefits ahead, Nangang Wan and Wu Aozi did not hesitate too much. After each of them used some means to weaken the influence of the grey fog, they flew into the core area. Luo Hong's spiritual consciousness was much stronger than the two of them. Even in the core area, he was not greatly affected by the grey fog spell, so he did not persecute the demon souls at hand. As for using fire magic to reduce the influence of the grey fog spell, although it was feasible, Luo Hong did not want to reveal too many secrets about the grey fog, and secondly, it was extremely costly to do so. Yin and Yang are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. In places with thick grey fog, casting fire magic will also consume more mana. This method is more suitable for fighting enemies in a short period of time, not for long-term protection. The grey fog in the core area was unusually thick. Fortunately, the three of them could cast ordinary spiritual ice spells, so it was not a problem to see the scenery within 100 feet. The spiritual consciousness was more anxious. Even Luo Hong's spiritual consciousness was suppressed to the extent of 1 mile around his body. The range that Nangang Wan and Wu Aozi's spiritual consciousness could detect was estimated to be smaller than the visual range. In this way, there was no way to give advance warning, so the three flew very close to each other, only a few feet apart. Just as Nangang Wan and Wu Aozi stared with wide eyes, searching for the existence of the black shadow, Luo Hong felt that a big drama was about to take place. They had entered the core area for a while, and it stands to reason that the black shadow should have pounced on them long ago. Now that it didn't, it could only mean that another force was intervening. The other party's purpose is obviously not as simple as taking our lives, so there is no need to rush to get out. Let's wait and see. Luo Hong had already left a way out for himself. Although he was in the open at present, he was actually in the dark. Although the source of the spell was in the dark, it was actually half hidden. After flying for a while, just when Wu Yaozi and Nangang Wan began to question Luo Hong's inference, 3 black shadows suddenly broke into the sight of the 3. A distance of 100 feet is a matter of seconds for an extraterritorial demon of this strength. The 3 black shadows attacked the 3 people respectively. Nangang Wan used the Suzaku ring that she had prepared long ago, and after encircling the black shadow in it, she urged it to ignite a large ball of spiritual flames, turning it into a flame cage to trap the black shadow in it. Wu Yaozi's mind moved, and he urged the magical power of the robe on his body. A green light flashed, and a layer of shields with tiny electric lights formed. The attacking black shadow hit the shield head on, and was electrocuted and flew backwards. At this time, Wu Yaozi blew out a ball of infant fire like blowing air, wrapping the black shadow in it. Luo Hong's side was even simpler. With a wave of the fire flag, a large group of fire crows flew out and covered the black shadow, and the opponent was immediately helpless. Using Luo Hong's tactics, Wu Yaozi and Nangang Wan easily killed the black shadows in a few breaths, without any previous sense of effort. However, the result was a bit disappointing. After killing 3 black shadows, the 3 of them only got 1 soul nourishing bead. It seems that they were just lucky before. This soul nourishing orb has a probability of being produced just like the yin soul orb. The newly obtained soul nourishing orb was produced by the black shadow killed by Wu Yaozi. Although he was very reluctant to give it up, he still followed the rules and handed it to Nangang Wan for safekeeping. Next, even if there is nothing else, we can all get one. As soon as Wu Yaozi's selfish voice fell, 10 black shadows surrounded them and entered the field of vision of the 3 people at the same time. Nangang Wan felt cold in her heart. These black shadows were all at the nascent soul level. Now that so many of them appeared at once, even if they knew how to restrain them, they might not be able to escape unscathed today. Fellow Daoist Luo, this time we have to rely on your legal person. Wu Yaozi just wanted Luo Hong to step forward and use the fire flag to help them out, but when he turned around, he saw a group of 4-color spiritual light flashing, and Luo Hong's figure disappeared. Run away. At this time, not only Wu Yaozi and Nangang Wan were shocked, but even the shadows that gathered around them froze. However, the 2 people who were in extreme shock did not notice this abnormality. Brothers, I'm going to get a haircut, and I'll update 8000 tomorrow. Chapter 325, The Elder of the Divine Transformation. Thousands of feet high in the sky, Xiaoqia sat cross-legged on a small spiritual boat in the biting cold wind. She was now closing her eyes and practicing kicking so that she could last longer in this harsh environment. In front of her, there was a yellowish-brown sign, emitting a faint spiritual energy. This place was located right above the core area of the Zhongling Mountains. Xiaoqia's appearance here was naturally due to Luo Hong's instructions. She was one of Luo Hong's backup plans. Thousands of feet high in the sky, there was a constant cold wind blowing for thousands of years. Only monsters with strong bodies would stay here permanently. There was no sign of life in Cheyenne. Suddenly, a 4-color spiritual light flashed. Xiaoqia was startled at first, then she showed a happy expression, stood up and greeted, saying, "Uncle Luo, you did a good job this time, and follow me down." The situation was urgent, and Luo Hong didn't say much, and flew downwards. The grey fog in the core area was about 500 feet high. Luo Hong asked Xiaoqia to hide in the sky thousands of feet high just to prevent accidents. Luo Hong teleported out, not to escape. If he really wanted to escape, he would definitely take Nangang Wan with him. He acted this way because the method he was about to use needed to be carried out outside the grey fog. The source of the spell was hidden in the core area, and the fact that the other party had spiritual intelligence was already a foregone conclusion. The appearance of those black shadows was obviously arranged by someone, otherwise how could they be so orderly? From the previous whistle, the other party had been calculating them. When the black shadows appeared in large numbers, the drama led by the other party had reached its climax. Although Luo Hong did not know the specific purpose of the other party, he did not want to act according to the other party's arrangement. No matter what drama you want to perform, I just need to dismantle your stage, and you will naturally not be able to perform it. When he descended to the edge of the grey fog, Luo Hong stopped, and a fire flag appeared in his right hand. Then, He threw the fire flag above his head, pinched his fingers, and chanted a spell, and the magic power around him surged wildly. Xiaokia suddenly felt a heat between heaven and earth, and the blue sky gradually became stained with a layer of red. Is this the great power and magical power of a Yuanying cultivator? Exclamation mark. I, Xiaokia, must set foot in this realm in this life. Just when Xiaokia was dazzled and yearning for it, Wu Aozi and Nangang were facing a life and death crisis. A moment after Luo Hong disappeared, the black shadows that surrounded the two seemed to be stimulated by something and rushed forward like hyenas fighting for food. Before the black shadows acted, Nangang cast a spell at the Suzaku ring, making it grow to several feet long, encircling herself and Wu Aozi. At that moment, she urged her magic power, and the spiritual flame on the Suzaku ring, which was suppressed by the grey fog and could not emerge, suddenly rose high and turned into a circle of flame curtain wall to protect the two. Wu Aozi didn't care about cursing Luo Hong at this time. It was very difficult for Nangang to maintain the magical power of the Suzaku ring here. She had no spare energy, so she could only rely on him to destroy the enemy. He first cast a handful of thunder talismans to force back the black shadow that hit the vermilion bird ring, then offered a jade tablet with a cyan gold rune pattern and hung it 3 inches in front of his forehead, muttering something. After a breath, cyan arcs of electricity jumped around Wu Aozi, which was the famous Bixio divine thunder of his Kingsu sect. However, the black shadow's magical power was not just the virtual body that was not affected by the 5 element. While Wu Aozi was casting the spell, the 10 black shadows also moved. Their illusory bodies suddenly trembled violently, emitting strange and different musical notes. Although the magical power used by the black shadow was invisible and colorless, the moment the musical notes entered their ears, Wu Aozi and Nangang spiritual senses frantically sounded the alarm. Wu Aozi suddenly became ruthless, bit his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the jade tablet. Then, the rune pattern on the jade tablet glowed with green light, and the green electric light that was originally jumping around Wu Aozi rushed into it. Then there was a loud rumble, and an electric snake like a giant python shot out. Before the electric snake hit the black shadow, the opponent's strange magic suddenly arrived. It was as if the air around them had turned into steel. For a moment, the two could not even move a finger, and could not even blink their eyelids. What was even more terrifying was that this imprisonment magic was also effective on mana. The mana surging in the meridians of the two was like being sealed in ice by the dry blow ice flame, and could not be mobilized at all. But at this time, the two were still conscious, and a huge sense of fear struck their hearts. At the same time, there was a strong burning pain on the surface of the Yuanying body, as if there was a force melting their Yuanying. Fortunately, the power of the black shadow was not enough. Although the burning pain on the surface was strong, it could not penetrate into the internal yuan. The next moment, the green electric snake hit a black shadow directly, and the electric light submerged it, and then split into 9 arcs, hitting the other 9 black shadows respectively. Except for a few black shadows that escaped, the rest were struck by the thunder magic performed by Wu Aozi. At this time, the two were suddenly freed from their confinement. After looking at each other, they saw the desperate intention in each other's eyes. Nangang spared no energy and forcibly activated her magical power. A huge red halo suddenly appeared a few feet above her head. It was her strongest method, the reincarnation divine light. Wu Aozi didn't know what kind of elixir he took. In an instant, his hair and beard were all stretched out. A large group of dazzling green electric light gathered in his hands, and he made a sharp hissing sound. It was obvious that he wanted to perform a more powerful thunder magic. The black shadows that had just been struck by the Bixio divine thunder had a somewhat dim body color. The black shadow that was the first to bear the brunt and consumed most of the power of the thunder magic was even close to gray. However, when the illusory bodies of these black shadows fluctuated again, the gray fog around them gathered towards them and suddenly formed 10 vortices that swallowed the gray fog. After a few breaths, the abnormality subsided, and Wu Aozi and the other two saw a scene that made them despair. They saw that, except for the worst black shadow, the rest of the black shadows had recovered as before. Obviously, the gray fog can quickly help the black shadows recover from their injuries. As long as they can't kill them with one blow, they have no chance of winning. Sure enough, in the subsequent fight, although Nangang 1 and Wu Yaozi used all their means and spared no blood and vitality, they gradually became exhausted after barely killing 3 black shadows. The magic power of the two has reached the point where it is stretched to the limit. The spiritual flame on the Suzaku ring is getting smaller and smaller, and it will soon be unable to protect them. Is it really going to fall here today? Nangang 1 was very unwilling in her heart. She had many regrets in the world and she never wanted to die like this. Ahem. Evil beasts, retreat. Just when the two were extremely desperate, an old and weak voice came from a distance. Upon hearing the voice, the remaining 7 black shadows immediately retreated in fear like mice encountering cats. They looked like the ghosts that had retreated because of the howling sound. Wu Yaozi and Nangang 1 were shocked. There seemed to be living people in such a dangerous place. My Taoist friends, I just used the soul shocking curse to drive away these black domain demons. If you want to live, come and talk to me. The old voice in the depths of the grey fog came again, inviting the two to meet. Who are you, Taoist friend? Why don't you come out and meet me directly? Even though Wu Yaozi had previously felt that the howling sound was kind, he did not dare to follow the other party's arrangement at this time and asked very vigilantly. Ahem. The soul shocking curse just now has made me extremely weak and I'm now unable to move, so I can only ask the 2 Taoist friends to come over. The voice in the depths of the grey fog was intermittent, accompanied by coughing, as if the other party would die in the next moment. Fairy Nangang, what should we do? Do we really have to go over to meet him? Wu Yaozi was very worried. If the other party could drive away the black shadow, it was not impossible for him to drive the black shadow. If that was the case, then meeting him would be like walking into a trap. Fellow Daoist, you and I have no choice now. Regardless of whether what this person said is true or false, if those black domain demons attack again, you and I will definitely die. Nangang 1 knew the danger, but now there was no other way, so she could only take it one step at a time. Hey, if fellow Daoist Luo hadn't escaped from the battlefield, you and I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. This person actually ignored the covenant so much, and I will definitely not let him and Huangfeng Valley go in the future. Wu Yaozi said bitterly. The black shadow could return at any time. Wu Yaozi and Nangang 1, as Yuanying stage cultivators, were both resolute and decisive. After recognizing the situation, they did not hesitate and fled in the direction of the old voice with all their strength. After a dozen breaths, the 2 escape lights almost arrived above a strange canyon in no particular order. It was called a canyon, but it was actually located in a mountain hundreds of feet high. It was as if a huge axe had fallen from the sky, not only splitting the mountain in 2, but also cutting into the earth hundreds of feet deep. And in the depths of the center of the canyon, a ball of light was faintly visible. At this moment, Wu Yaozi and Nangang 1 noticed the movement behind them. Those dark shadows were chasing them. The 2 of them made up their minds and fled towards the ball of light. The distance of hundreds of feet passed in a flash. The 2 of them passed through a layer of forbidden existence in no particular order and came to the ball of light. What surprised the 2 of them was that there was not only no grey fog that was grinding their minds in the ball of light, but also a world of its own. The internal space was much larger than what they observed from the outside. In the center of the light ball space, there was an inverted dark blue stone peak over 100 feet high, which was the most eye-catching. Before the others could take a closer look, they suddenly fell into the sky. Fortunately, this strange pulling force was not strong, and the 2 quickly adjusted their bodies, but when they came to their senses, they found that the originally inverted stone peak had turned right. Nangang 1 was stunned for a moment, then realized that it was not the stone peak that turned upside down, but they turned upside down. The world in this space was actually turned upside down. What an incredible supernatural power. 2 Taoist friends, please look down. The old voice sounded again. Wu Yaozi and Nangang 1 subconsciously looked down at the stone peak, only to see a grey-haired head looking at them with a wry smile. The remaining body of the other party seemed to be suppressed by the dark blue stone peak. Wu Yaozi swallowed his saliva in shock, because he could not sense the old man's breath with his spiritual sense, and he was a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. May I ask what your cultivation level is? Wu Yaozi asked tremblingly. I have been advancing to the god of transformation for 1,000 years. The old man said extremely shocking words in a very calm tone. This person is actually a cultivator in the god of transformation. Nangongwan's eyes widened. A cultivator at the spiritualization stage is a rare existence. There has been no news of a spiritualization monster appearing in the Cheyenne immortal cultivation world for thousands of years. Such an existence is the top powerhouse in the human world. He can move mountains and fill the sea with one hand. How could he end up in such a miserable situation like the old man? Nangongwan didn't believe it at first, but the great magical power of splitting mountains, and cracking the earth, and turning the world upside down in front of her made her believe it. Senior, why did you lead us here? Wu Aozi asked respectfully. He was afraid and happy at the moment. The old man was a cultivator at the spiritualization stage. If he had bad intentions, he and Nangongwan would surely die, but if he had good intentions, it would be a great opportunity for him and the Kingsu sect. Don't be nervous, fellow Daoist, I have a favor to ask of you, and I won't embarrass you too. Besides, in my current state, even if I want to, I can't put it into action. The old man, who was suspected to be a divine transformation cultivator, sighed, shook his head and said, the sacred mountain pressing on me is called Kyankandayandeo Mountain, which I originally sought out to refine into a magic weapon. Unexpectedly, something went wrong during the refining process, and I was trapped under the mountain for more than 60 years now. If the two fellow Daoists can help me out of this predicament, I can satisfy all your requests, including elixirs, magic weapons, techniques, and magical powers. Wu Aozi was overjoyed when he heard this, and just as he was about to say something, Nangongwan spoke first. May I ask who you are, senior? I don't seem to have any records of you in Cheyenne. A cultivator in the spiritualization stage breaks through from the late nascent soul stage. Even if he disappears after breaking through, he must be a powerful person when he is still a great cultivator, and he will definitely leave a great reputation. I'm from the southern border of Dajin, not a cultivator from your native Cheyenne. If I hadn't found the sacred mountain here by chance, I wouldn't have stayed in Cheyenne for too long. Let me say something unpleasant. Your Cheyenne cultivation world is far behind Dajin. The gray-haired old man shook his head and said, although he didn't show disdain, his contempt was very obvious. Dajin is a famous holy land for cultivating immortals. We in Cheyenne cannot compare with it. Wu Aozi chuckled and asked, senior, this Kyankandayandeo mountain can even suppress you. How can we help you get out of trouble? You two don't need to work too hard. See the storage bracelet over there? There is a golden magic talisman in it. Just stick this talisman on Kyankandayandeo mountain, and then you two work together to infuse magic power into it, and you can reduce the mountain from big to small, and help me get out of trouble. The gray-haired old man rolled his eyes, and motioned the two to look at a red jade bracelet more than 10 feet away from him. The storage magic weapon of a cultivator in the god transformation stage. Wu Aozi's eyes lit up, and before the gray-haired old man finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab it, but it was empty. My fellow Taoist, you are too impatient. I haven't finished what I want to say yet. The gray-haired old man looked at Wu Aozi with a slightly unfriendly expression, and then said in a colder tone, there is a restriction left by me on the storage bracelet. You can't use your magic power or consciousness. You have to pick it up. Otherwise, I wouldn't need you two juniors to help me pick it up. Even Wu Aozi, who was already very tempted, couldn't help but hesitate when he heard it. I'm going out for a while in the afternoon. Tonight's update will be very late. I suggest you read it tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.